frame up. Yep. Balance. Soft on the lens. Is that alright, Mark? Mark, you're not on speaker, mate. Okay. Can you focus up now? Right, you ready, guys? 2, 1.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Cloud County Ground as we get set for the penultimate match in this year's LV County Championship. Of course, the final home game for us here at Chelmsford. Delighted to welcome Hampshire here, second against third, all to play for. Though Surrey look to have their noses in front and playing against, I think they got Northamptonshire today, haven't they, at the Oval? So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. It's definitely September cricket weather, no question about that. Will be interesting to see how this match plays out over the 4 days, both in terms of the way the pitch plays and, of course, the overhead conditions as well. We've got our two umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Nigel Long, just chatting to the captains, Tom Wesley and James Vince. So we'll just work our way in before the coin toss and see how that's going to play out. James calls heads. It's a tail. So let's just have a chat. James, welcome back to Chelmsford. You're going to be having a bowl. Thoughts?
Would have had a bat as well, but yeah, September, try and make use of anything in there this morning.
Team news for you?
Can't remember the last game. Felix Organ comes in for James Fuller.
It's been, despite the disappointment of the weekend, it's been a strong season for Hampshire. It's going to be a tough finish against second and third as well, second and first, but no doubt hopes are high.
Yeah, try and finish the season strongly. It's the first time for a couple of years we haven't been in the mix in the last couple of weeks of the season. So, yeah, good test against two good sides. So, yeah, hopefully a good performance this week.
Well, good to see you back. Go well.
Thank you.
Mr. Wesley, successful on the coin toss. Thoughts?
Yeah, we were obviously looking to have a bat.
And team news for you?
Team news, we're the same team as the last game.
It's been a fortnight virtually since that Middlesex win. Has that been a good time to have a break?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we had a lot of games at the start of the season, back-to-backs. The only thing, I suppose, with having a break is that we're on an incredible run, 6 from 6. So I think a little bit of time off has given the bowlers a little bit of rest, which is needed. And hopefully we can carry on where we left off.
Right, well, go and get padded, go well. So, Tom Wesley has won the toss. Essex are going to bat. I'll be back to you shortly just to confirm the team news.
Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries. Building a better future. For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff. Our youth.
Our community. Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
So we'll flick down to fine leg by Fletcher Middleton. That is not going to be picked up. It went quite quickly. Oh, he's bowled, leaving it alone. The off-stump knockback. Porter claims the first wicket of the morning. As that's, he's playing a miss. No, he's edged through to the keeper, and Holland trudges off. Just took a little bit of time there.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground. Shane Snater did the best he could to, I think, get out of the way of that. Short, and Gubbins, that is for out to deep square leg. Oh,
he's gone.
Also, that's a great ball.
Here is Cook in and bowls. Oh, and that's the better, and that's the fourth wicket down. A brilliant catch, low down by Simon Harmer at second slip.
Edges through to the keeper. There's another wicket. Drawn on the front foot was Gubbins, drawn into the drive.
Top edge in the air and caught. It was coming, was that wicket. Dawson has now gone, he's been caught there.
Lovely drive from James Fuller through the vacant mid-off area because ball water was quite wide. And that ball is just going to reach the rope.
Porter's in. Bowls to Organ. Oh, that's a terrific delivery, and he's out from the hotel end. Bowls, and this is skied in the air, should be the simplest of catches, and is. And that is the 8th wicket down.
Drives in the air. There's nobody at mid-off, fortunately, because mid-off was Tom Wesley was quite wide. From the pavilion end, bowls to Turner. Turner edges through first slip, and that's another wicket. And that is just about carried through.
Cook is in. Bowls, and this is a straight delivery. It's been hit handsomely down the ground by Kyle Abbott for 4.
As Harmer comes in down the wicket and hammers that away. Has he got enough on it? It's caught at deep mid-on. And that is the end of the Hampshire innings. They are 120 all out. Brown is bowled. He's got through those defences as Mohammed Abbas.
Oh, and he's got him! At last, Carl Abbott has found the outside edge of Alistair Cook's. Comes down the pitch and he's edged, and that's a great catch from Ben Brown.
Get him out of your team as Critchley drives. Lovely shot through extra cover. That is a chase for John Turner, which he will not win. And that is 4 runs. So nicely played by Critchley, who just opened the face of the bat and run it down to third. That'll be 4. Ben Brown, the keeper, standing up once more as that's cut away. That's going to be runs. Felix Organ, no chance there on the 45 on the offside. That was right out of the middle of the bat. Holland comes in again with his right arm medium pace. That's a length ball. He's wrapped on the pad. Oh, he's given!
Wow.
Here comes Mohammed Abbas and bowls to Matt Critchley. Critchley, I'm not sure he was actually aiming it there. Drives, and it goes off an angle back down to the third man boundary for 4. He's in now and bowls to Pepper. Pepper has whacked this for 4. And that was cut away behind backward point.
Here he comes in, but just hits the deck a little harder. Bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. First
what a
bowl,
start.
and he's done it.
What a start.
Straight on, and a wicket.
This ball is edged and taken at slip.
What a catch.
A very fine low catch. Rossington all of a sudden and with no warning has hit this ball down the ground for 6.
Washington's gone on the back foot and cracked that through the covers for 4. That's a good shot.
Listening to us, the crowd down now to about single figures as I look round, and there is the last ball, and it's in terms of what happened from it, nothing much. It's played to mid-wicket. Turn it.
Should have only 1.
Oh, and that's a wicket here, and there goes Rossington.
Bowls. Cook gets wrapped to the pad. That looks close. He's gone.
That's a good shot from Harmer. He's pushed it out to the covers on the front foot. It's racing away to the boundary. He will pick up 4.
Thank you very much. That's pretty comprehensive. Oh, and he's bowled. And that is the end. Paul, you can take a break.
Next delivery from Dawson, and he's out. And that ball has got through and runs down to the boundary. Sunny at the moment. Porter is in. Bowls to Holland. Oh, that's got to be close. He's out. LBW.
Cook in, runs away from us and bowls to Middleton. Middleton gets wrapped on the pad. He's well forward. There, he's given. Certainly, he's round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins edges. Oh, now, did that carry to second slip? Maybe not. It's gone through the slip cordon for 4.
Walters up from the hotel end. Bowls, and this ball's been hit up in the air. Is he going to be caught at long leg? He is.
Porter comes in and bowls, and Brown edges. Oh, and he's caught in the gully. Just got turned around there, and there's another wicket that has gone.
Bowls to Gubbins and turned this one off the pads, and that ball is going through to the mid-wicket boundary.
That scooted along the floor from Harmer. It was a quicker delivery. It's beaten everything, I think. It will go down as byes. Oh no, runs.
Four runs as he just nudged that very nicely away to the fine leg boundary. Harmer in again, bowls to Gubbins, forces this one away into the onside, chase round the boundary here, and tremendous attempt to stop it, but it's gone for 4 more. Bowls, and that ball not convincingly from Fuller. It's not really what he was aiming for, but he's got 4 runs down to third man. Last ball before tea. Bowls to Gubbins, stretches forward and beaten by that one. Rossington whips the bails off. Batsman hadn't left base.
First ball of day 3, comes in and bowls. Fuller just gets a length ball, just eases that out into the covers.
Good delivery, and has that been feathered through? It's appeal, and it's been given out.
There's edged. Oh, it's a great catch. Second slip. Oh, yes. Is that Harmer?
Yeah.
Strong side, Essex, as Turner gets an inside edge past the diving Rossington. It does look gloomy out there as Porter comes in. Turner gets caught at second slip, and Harmer takes one. Goes quickly to his chest.
Now here comes Cook going round the wicket and bowls to Gubbins. Oh, he's bowled. Well, what a disaster for Hampshire this morning.
Essex innings. Into Brown, who flicks it off his pad down to fine leg and gets off the mark first ball.
In and bowls again. Oh, an edge through to the keeper. Wow. Yes, he's gone. Caught by the keeper. Cook has gone. He's gone for 4.
From our end, the hotel end, coming in and bowled round the wicket. And
good
that's
played
very nicely through the covers for 4 runs. Abbas in, round the wicket, bowls.
Oh, good shot.
Same shot. Not quite Groundhog Day because there was one in between, but again more through extra cover than cover.
Big run up and hits the pitch nice and hard. Flicked off his legs and caught. What great catch at square leg. Abbott into big drive, and that will be 4 runs there from Walter. Good way to get off the mark.
That's cut away off the back foot for 4. Good shot. It was too short, that, and Brown just seized on it as his Turner bowl. That's a pull shot, and it's pretty well executed. That it's gone into a big gap at through mid wicket, and that will go for 4.
Again, outside edge, past second slip, and that's well past him. In actual fact, been what, 3rd, 4th slip out there. It's going to go to the boundaries.
Try and find the outside edge here of Nick Brown and bowls. Hits him on the pad. That looks close, and he's given. At last, Mohammed Abbas lets out a huge scream, which I'm sure you could hear.
It's Abbott in bowls.
Oh, good trick. Bowled him.
Completely done it.
As Abbas bowls, and that's a fierce-looking cut shot of the back foot, and nicely played by Pepper. This is hit uppishly, but safe and away for 4. A couple of bounces to the backward square leg boundary. They've been brought back down to earth here. A slip and a gully as this is hit uppishly at safe and away for 4 by Pepper, away to the cover boundary, and Essex make it 5 wins in a row.
The penultimate match of the championship season, and well, initially the main news is that Essex have won the toss on a, well, what I say is a cheerless day, and they've chosen to bat. So the Hampshire fielders are just taking their places out there now, having followed the umpires, who are Steve O'Shaughnessy and Nigel Long. The Essex side is unchanged. Brown, Cook, Westley, Lawrence, Critchley, Walter, Rossington, Harmer, Yadav, Cook and Porter. And the visitors are Tony Albert, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, Tom Prest, Felix Organ, Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas. My name is Dick Davis, and I'm delighted to welcome, not for the first time, in fact, an old friend of the station, standing just a couple of yards to my right, Kevin James. Good morning, Kevin. Have you recovered from the weekend?
Yeah, well, a close game. You know, Leicestershire did well, and probably a lot of people around the country are saying, well, they deserved it, and they probably did in the end. But hey, listen, at the end of the day, they got to the final. It was a lovely occasion, but of course you want to win them.
Well, yes.
Hopefully, over the last couple of days, that Hampshire have got over that. There were, of course, a few changes from that side that played on Saturday, so there's only a few people that were involved in that, but very different conditions here. This feels like November.
It does. I couldn't agree more. Yep. So, oh, and also, I apologise to him especially that I forgot to mention that Nick Glenn will be joining us at about 11 o'clock. He's he completes the dynamic trio. Well, whether or not it's dynamic remains to be seen.
So we've got Dick and Nick from BBC Essex.
Indeed, yes. So it's going to be Keith Barker to open up from the river end, and he'll be bowling to Nick Brown. First ball of the day and of the match being bowled now, and that's down the leg side, and a tumbling take by the keeper, Ben Brown. So yeah, from the Essex point of view, they could still theoretically and mathematically win the championship. They're 18 points behind Surrey, but you know, even if Essex win these last two games, then a lot of other things have got to go in their favour. So personally, I think Surrey will win it. That's nudged away just forward of square on the leg side. And also, personally, I think Surrey deserve to win it because they are the best side from what I've seen, and I've seen, as usual, a lot of cricket this summer. So Kevin has just gone off to do an 10:30 update for BBC Solent, or Radio Solent. Will be joining us in a few minutes. Barker moves in, left arm over the wicket to Brown, who just pushes it out on the offside, thinks about a single, but it's certainly not there for the taking. And unsurprisingly, by Essex, or by Chelmsford standards, not a very good crowd. As I say, it's a miserable day weather-wise. There's not many in the public enclosure, and even the Tom Pearce stand away to our right, which is often virtually full, is well, it's more than sparsely populated, but probably not much more than about half full. As Brown moves in, Barker moves in, and that's just played quietly by Brown. So two batsmen go down the crease a few yards, do a little bit of gardening, and Nick Brown prepares to face up to what will be the fifth delivery. No score so far. Barker moves in, bowls to Brown, who gets solidly behind it, pushes it out on the onside, shortish mid-wicket. No addition to the score, which is 0 for 0. Barker gets to the end of his mark now. turns. Tall, well-built, looks like a seam bowler. Outside the off stump, and Brown declines to play the ball, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. So, yeah, fairly uneventful first over. No runs, no wickets, and no alarms either. I don't know whether Essex were, well, obviously I don't know, there's no reason why I should know whether they'll have had, you know, second thoughts or what, wondering whether it was a good toss to win and what to do. But Kevin James pointed out a couple of minutes ago before we went on air that the last couple of games here, Simon Harmer's taken 27 Hampshire wickets. So, yeah, he likes playing against the men from Southampton. And obviously, with that in mind, Essex would not have chosen to bat last. Kevin has now fulfilled his duties for his own radio station. And, oh, I mentioned the emails. We'll warmly welcome emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I'll repeat that address, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. And whether it's about Essex cricket, Hampshire cricket, England cricket, any cricket, club cricket season is just coming or come to an end. And starting off from the Hayes close end, the far end, Abbas right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Well, two Cooks in the side, obviously, Alistair Cook and Sam Cook.
Should be eating well then.
Indeed. And everybody's wondering, is Alistair Cook going to have another season or two? And only he knows. Nothing's been said. Whoops. Full start from Abbas. I don't think Cook was quite ready.
Is he keeping things tight-lipped?
I think so. But like most of us, he's probably going to do what his wife tells him. As that's pushed out into the offside, no addition to the score. He probably knows deep down whether he's going to go on or not. I mean, he clearly plays because he loves it. You know, he's he's not a poor man. He's not playing for the money. He's made a lot out of cricket, and probably, well, farming is difficult nowadays. But like, you never, what's the saying? You never see a farmer on a bike. As Abbas moves in and bowls. Oh,
it's bowled.
And he's bowled him off stump. Well, that would be interesting to see on the replay, if we get a replay. Just seemed rather late on the shot to me.
That might hasten his decision.
Yes, it might indeed. Yes, so Essex at 0 for 1. With, yeah, hopefully we will get a replay. Well, that. So, Alistair Cook bowled by Abbas without scoring. Essex at 0 for 1, not the ideal start by any means. Not for Essex, but certainly the ideal start from the Hampshire point of view.
Where's that replay?
Yeah. And,
clearly, whenever Hampshire are out, we're going to get about 10 times we're going to see the dismissal. But if Essex are out, we ain't going to see it.
That's right.
I think the precedent has already been set.
It would appear to be.
Yeah. Good luck looking at those highlights tonight.
On the other hand, I must say that the streaming is not just here but everywhere throughout the country. It's just brilliant and so much better than it was. It's only a few seasons ago when the stream consisted of a fixed camera at one end, a fixed camera at the other, and that was it. And if it went off, if the ball went off the square, nobody knew what's happened. And now at all the grounds, here we go.
Oh, he's played inside that. It may just have strained a fraction, but
yeah,
he has played inside that a bit. It's just clipped the off stump.
Yeah.
Good delivery.
It was. So yes, well done to all those responsible for the live stream. I always like to give them a mention because they're inclined to be taken for granted. I mean, you hear us, but you don't see the camera operators or the people behind the scenes who are doing all the technical stuff, which is way beyond my understanding.
Surely not, Tim.
having just learned how to wire a 3-pin plug.
Wicket number 45 in the championship, that for Mohammed Abbas.
Right. And Essex skipper Tom Wesley comes to the crease, therefore right-handed, and so Abbas goes over the wicket to him, and he plays that with authority. In fact, well, it is the shot of the morning because it's only the 8th delivery we've had. Or, no, it's not. It's the 9th delivery we've had. But a straight drive just to the onside of straight. Just went to the onside of the stumps at the far end, the bowler's end, and well, that's a confident way to get off the mark. First ball straight driven for 4.
Good shot, isn't it? Closing in on 1,000 runs as well this year in the championship. Tom Wesley averaging just under 47.
Yeah, he's had a very good season. Very good season indeed. As Abbas moves in again, bowls to the Essex skipper, who works that away square or just in forward of square on the onside. No addition to the score of 4 without a 4 for 1 rather. I was going to most instinctively say 4 without loss, but it's not. It's 4 for 1. Alistair Cook back in the pavilion.
I think there's a few players that won't mind being back in the pavilion actually today.
No, it's not just a miserable day for the spectators, it is for the players as well. And it's just played solidly. But even then, it's a day, taking it into consideration, I would imagine you're a past player, obviously, of some considerable repute.
That's very kind of you.
I'm a creep. Yeah, irrespective of any other conditions, in the meteorological, on a day like this, it's much better to bat, isn't it? It was more comfortable.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, definitely.
So the end of the second over, and Essex, having won the toss, chosen about a 4 for 1. And now that we're safely ensconced in our respective seats, Kevin will commentate from this end, the river end, and I'll commentate from the far end, the Hayes close end.
It's Barker then, left arm over, runs away from us, bowling to left-hander Nick Brown, who's getting a length ball right in behind that one, and there is no run. Now Nick Brown in the championship this year, 525 runs at 27. I think he wants to get that average up a bit more, Dick, doesn't he, before the end of the season?
Yes, he too often flatters to deceive. He has a run of low scores, and then particularly on social media people are saying, oh, it's time to rest him, and then he'll chip in with a very major contribution.
Barker over the wicket to Brown. Brown drives, pushes that into the gap in the covers. There'll be runs here as Nick Gubbins runs after it as it makes its way down towards the pavilion. 2 runs it is to Brown, takes the Essex total to 6 for 1.
I mentioned the Essex situation in the table. Hampshire are firmly ensconced in 3rd, really. They're 34 points behind Essex, but then only 4 ahead of Warwickshire, who are going through a bit of a lean time at the moment. 3 more behind them are Lancashire. So
Barker to Brown, forward.
So the real interest, I mean, as I said at the top of the show, I think that Surrey will win this. Okay, mathematically they might not. So a greater interest lies towards the bottom, actually, as to who's going to go down with Northants. There's only 2 points separating Middlesex and Kent, but then Northants are well adrift at the bottom.
I see that wicket's already been put on social media, on X.
Right.
LV County Championship Twitter feed as there's a drive, thick outside edge, goes out to point, fielded by Middleton. So this is a used wicket, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And if you look on the live picture feed, which is jumping around in the wind, you can probably tell that it doesn't look like an early season wicket. It looks like a late season wicket that's been used, as it was against Middlesex. So I think the general consensus is this will turn, hence why Hampshire have put in Felix Organ into their side, as that's a length ball that's pushed out to mid-off. And no James Fuller. I spoke to James Fuller just before the start of play. He's fine. He was practicing his bowling at the side of the square, so it wasn't anything to do with an injury. He's just having these 4 days off because Hampshire are playing the extra spinner.
Yes.
So it could be very much the Simon Harmer show again, as it always is when Hampshire are in town. As Parker comes in again. Horrendous results here. I was looking at that as well. Down the leg side, good diving stop from Ben Brown, half shout. In fact, the last 4 meetings between these two sides, I'll tell a lie, it's the last 6 matches between these two sides on this ground in the Championship. Essex have won.
Have they really? Yeah.
Yes. Last year was a close-ish game, 12 runs between the two sides, although Essex were usually in control. It sounds crazy when it's only 12 runs, but they were. But the 3 previous to that, Essex won by an innings. So it's a tough old ground here for Hampshire.
But similarly, you might have the stats there. I don't think Essex generally fare particularly well down at Southampton, do they?
Well, they did very well early in the season, but I'll have to look that one up actually.
As Abbas moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively by the Essex skipper. It trickles down backward of square on the onside. On the offside, beg your pardon.
I could tell you very quickly off the top of my head. Actually, that was the first game since before COVID on the ground.
Oh, right.
Earlier in the season, because the COVID year was down at Arundel, which was a draw. Hampshire won in 2019, actually. Innings in 87 down at Midges. So these games tend to have an innings slotted in the result.
Again, played solidly, defensively, trickled out just at this time forward of square. We've had our... Oh no, it says yesterday. So perhaps this came in yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, it seems a bit strange since we weren't doing any commentating yesterday, but a long email from, very long email from Nicholas Weeks, which I will get on to in due course. Again, played defensively, trickles out to on the offside. Yes, I will get onto this. It covers all sorts of points, not least one of our colleagues' views on the 100 competition. Yeah, so thanks, Nicholas. I will get onto that. At bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. As Abbas moves in right over the wicket to the Essex skipper, Wesley, who nudges that down backward of square, but more or less straight to the fielder. Had to make a couple of yards to his right. Fielder being Toby Albert. No addition to the score of 6 for 1. 4 to Wesley, 2 for Brown.
Just nip back that one a little bit.
Yes. It's a sort of day when, personally, I don't mind that the season is ending. Sometimes, if it, as Abbas moves in, bowls, again played defensively, trickles out on the onside. If it were glorious weather like we have had recently, I know it's a cliche to say as soon as the children go back to school, but it was a fact this year. But if it had been a weather like that, then we'd think, oh, what a shame the season's petering out. But no, on a day like this, you think it's not ideal cricket weather. And for the second year on the trot, Essex's last game will be away at Northampton, which is coincidental, I suppose. That's not timed properly, looking to probably to drive it to the offside, gets a thick inside half of the bat on it, and it trickles out to mid-on where Barker fields and will retain the ball because he'll no doubt bowl the next over from this end. End of the over, 6 for 1.
Well, you're very lucky people to go to Northampton for the final game of the season.
Yes, thank you.
That's not far away, is it?
Oh no, in that respect it's not. No, it's apart from the 2 London sides, I suppose it must be the nearest of the other 9. Because Kent's further than you think. Well, no, Kent's not. What a daft thing to say. No, Canterbury is further than you think because you have to negotiate that horrendous Dartford crossing. So yeah, Northampton's pretty straightforward.
I think they'll be worried about being on that bridge on a day like today.
Yes.
Rocking around. Here's Barker, bowling to Brown. crouches as he plays that late into the ground off on the square on the offside. 6 for 1 then, Alistair Cook out for no score.
Yeah.
Lots of chat around here, as you were saying, about whether he's going to carry on, whether he isn't. I think he's up in the dressing room thinking, that was a duck. Do I really want to carry on?
Yeah.
Or will he say, I'll show him. I've still got runs left in me. I'll carry on. 38 years of age.
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting point which I'll ask.
It's Barker. Pass to Brown. Gets one. Just bounces a bit. Keeps it down.
Would he be thinking more as a professional player? Not that I got a duck, but thinking more about the manner of his dismissal, because the best batsmen in the world have got ducks. But you know, as you say, being on the inside.
Well, I mean, I don't know the guy at all.
No.
So.
But generally speaking, it would be, you know, am I losing the?
Well, I think there's always that. That's the thing. You get to a certain age, and when you get out, however you get out, Barker bowls outside the stump. You're always analysing your dismissals, of course you do, because you try not to make the same mistake twice. But there comes a point in your career when you've been around a long time where you think, would I have got out to a ball like that in my prime?
Yes, exactly.
Would I, or if I did, was I keep getting out to balls like that? And that's what always niggles away at you, and you think, does that then mean, you know, things are slipping away a bit? To be fair, I thought that was a very good ball.
Oh yes, of course it was.
And it just sort of held its line a bit, didn't it, as Brown's forward, pushed his head up towards mid-off. So there are all those sort of things that go on in your head, and whilst you're always, as I say, analysing your dismissals, because there is other little factors that come in, it just makes it all the more. Well, it just makes it big decisions either way, doesn't it, really?
Yes.
Because what you don't want to do is play another season and then get to about May and you think, why on earth am I playing?
That's right.
You know, why am I playing another full season? Then again, of course, you don't want to pull out and then think, come next April, you think, God, I wish I was playing. Outside the off stump, and that's a leave by Brown. So it's very difficult. It's not easy. It's not easy. And I guess he will always have that decision. It won't be Essex, I guess, saying to him, come on, Alistair, I think it's time.
No, I don't.
There's a lot of players, of course, hope that. I think I would say it's in his hands. Essex, I would say, would be fairly happy if he wants to carry on with that.
Oh, of course they would, yes.
Just looking, so he's averaging 38 this year. Just over 800 runs. Alistair Cook. Should have gone slightly down after to say. Brown's forward. Good accurate stuff here from Barker, who's trying to use his early football skills there to get the ball off the toe of his boot up into his hand, which doesn't work. And I have to say that even for him, that's not worked quite as well this year. In past years, he seemed to have all these tricks with his boot, and the ball would always land in his hand. But there's been several occasions this year when the ball's knocked back to him that it actually hasn't reached his hand. So I wonder if even he's thinking,
well, yes,
my football skills weren't what they used to be.
So unsurprisingly, it's going to be Abbas continuing from the far end, the Hayes close end.
There's a few spots on the window there.
Yes, forecast isn't very good for any of the days.
You wouldn't want to be sat out there in the crowd.
No, you wouldn't, no. Sorts out the real enthusiasts. Oh, would that go? Gets the better of Wesley and goes through to the keeper. Has 3 slips keeping him company.
Looked like Ben Brown was taking a selfie there for a minute.
Well, yes,
you see what he did? If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll have seen the ball go through, and then he picked the ball up and sort of held it up high above his head to his left in one hand.
Yes.
As you would do when you've got a camera in your hand looking to take a selfie.
I don't do selfies.
Do you not?
No.
Do you photo bomb?
No. As Abbas moves in again and bowls to Wesley. And that's worked away. Very pleasant shot. Backward of square, and there is a square leg, but it was well wide of him and it crosses the boundary. Yeah, just backward of square leg. Now, years ago when selfies started to come in, I think I remember taking one myself in the back garden, or I thought I'd experiment and see. And when it came out, I say it came out, it's like, you know, it wasn't quite like taking it to the chemist and wait a week to get it developed to print it. But when I looked at it, all I got was a picture of the garden shed.
Oh.
side, but never taken one since. Oh, that again goes through Wesley. It's a bit of a curate's egg for Tom Wesley. Thanks, Steve, for emailing. Good to hear Mr. James' deep dulcet tones and digs. Well, that's ambiguous if ever it was one. Oh, greetings, Miss Temple, he says, yeah. Well, we love him really, yes, thank you. Glad Essex won the toss, but will the weather hold? No, probably. As Abbas moves in and bowls. And that's nudged down. Well, the third slip got a hand to it and probably saved 3 runs, and just deflected it, so they went through for a single. Great piece of bowling from Abbas to get rid of our Knight of the Realm. Ball seemed to hold its own and clipped off stump beautifully. Yes, I sense Sir Alistair still has the hunger. Hopefully a 50 plus in the second innings. Sad to see so many of our young prospects being let go, but that is the reality of the modern game. Keep up the entertainment and informative. Dick, don't forget it's black, brown and red wires. Well, most of mine are, so it's not. That's outside the off stump.
Is that wire in a plug?
Yes, I said I just learned to wire a plug. No, they're not black, brown and red. Even I know that.
There's a saying, isn't there, that if you're changing plugs, my late father used to tell me, and I'm sure it's a well-known one of those old sayings, George Brown is a live wire.
Oh, right.
So always remember that brown is the live, so don't touch that
no,
if you've got anything plugged in.
The only way I know is that the second letter of black is an L, which is for left.
Ah.
And the second letter of brown is R, which is right.
We're going off here.
That's just, that's a little bit tangled up there, just brown, but nothing too much to worry about. As, the rain is intensifying, and I was going to say that the spectators are off. They're not the only ones, the players are off as well. So it's not a surprise. So in summary, well, there's not much more. Well, even if that went on in detail, it wouldn't take very long. Alistair Cook was bowled by Abbas for a duck. Nick Brown is not out 2. Tom Wesley is not out 9. And after 6 overs, Essex are 11 for 1 on a cold, cheerless, miserable, and now drizzly day.
I wish you wouldn't sit on the fence.
So, yeah, as I say, there's nothing much more for us to talk about. So we'll go and have a cup of tea, and well, you can be assured that when they do come back, and I've got a nasty feeling it might not be for a while, because it looks, you know, it might be one of those days when even if it stops raining, it's murky and dull. And anyway, you can be sure that when or if they do come back, that you'll be able to hear every ball on the live stream. But thanks for the listening for the 25 minutes that you have done so far.
Just about to do an update into our 11 o'clock news, but just to let you know, we're hoping that play is going to resume in just a couple of minutes. Players are coming out. We've had a squally shower, high winds here, I should tell you, at Chelmsford, but we are going to resume in just a moment.
The Department for Education has released an update.
11 for 1 is the score, and Brown on 2, Wesley 9, and Cook bowled by Mohammed Abbas for naught.
That's 27 more than previously identified.
It's been tough going, obviously, for this Essex second wicket pair. Batting on a used pitch and sensing that if they get some decent runs here, it's going to bring, obviously, the likes of Simon Harmer into the game, using the same pitch as the Middlesex game, which, of course, Essex won to maintain their remarkable winning run since the start of June.
Dozens of schools before the programme halted.
2 Essex batsmen just coming out to the middle again, and to say it really is pretty unpleasant. I mean, it was almost too hot, and you know, I know some spectators found it too hot to come to the ground for the Middlesex game. We've got the exact opposite here, really. Very unpleasant conditions. 45-mile-an-hour winds, which will die down this afternoon, but that really is quite windy, and the wind suddenly got up just before we had that squally shower, which appears to have passed through. So the umpires are satisfied with the shower having gone, even though it feels like a day for staying indoors. We're going to start again, and it's going to be Tom Wesley with 2 slips facing Keith Barker, and he's going to do an update into the 11 o'clock news, probably clashing with the one delivery we've seen in the last 20 minutes, but that's the way of the world. Barker bowling.
What are the early signs?
Let's play defensively.
Success. Let's go to Nick Gledhill at the county ground.
Well, good morning from the county ground, where it really is fairly unpleasant. 45-mile-an-hour winds, very overcast. We've just had a squally shower, which has caused a short delay, but we've now resumed. Essex with the same side and playing on the same pitch as the Middlesex match. They decided to bat. They were 11 for 1 with 9 to Wesley and 2 to Brown. And the one is Alistair Cook, who was bowled by a superb delivery from Mohammed Abbas. He just misjudged the line of it, but it was a lovely piece of bowling, and Cook was out in the second over, and there's a shout for LBW there from Barker, but that's not going to be out. So the score goes up with, I think, a leg by to 12 for 1. Essex starting 18 points behind Surrey, who are currently playing Northants at the Oval, but it is 12 for 1 here in the 7th over.
Commentary from Nick and the team.
So there we go.
Website and app.
So let's welcome back Kevin James. And Kevin, just as we were doing the report there was a stifled shout for LBW, possibly hitting outside the line of the off stump. If you had a chance to have a look at that one?
I haven't seen the replay as yet, but I think that was my thought.
Yeah. So Barker to continue, and Keith Barker up to the wicket, bowls, and Brown will play a nice stroke off the back foot just into a gap on the offside between backward point and cover, and take a single. And actually this sort of reminds me of the start of the one-day game. If you remember, Essex were batting first against Keith Barker in fairly similar conditions. I think, if I remember, that was a fairly gloomy day as well, wasn't it, in early August, and found it hard going. And of course, Keith's had a good start on Saturday in that one-day final. It's never easy facing the likes of himself and Abbas in these conditions. But Essex taking the gamble, of course, that runs on the board, and getting first use of his used pitch is what they want to do. 2 slips waiting as Barker bowls, and Wesley on the dry plays that nicely just to the onside of straight, and it's well stopped by Vince moving across from mid-off. Gets there just ahead of Kyle Abbott, who was looking to complete the fielding if Vince didn't quite get there, but he did. And there's 1 to the total, and Tom Wesley started nicely here. So we were mentioning earlier, he's had a very good season with the bat, and he's gone into double figures. So Alistair Cook out for naught. We're hoping, of course, to have no danger of any possible end to his Chelmsford career being a pair. We'll look out for how he gets on in the second innings, and of course we don't know what's going to happen next year yet, as that's played defensively off the front foot by Brown, up into the offside, and there is no addition to the score. Fletcher Middleton completes the fielding, but it really is very grey. No blue sky, no sunshine. The floodlights are on, and as I say, about 5 minutes before the squally shower came along, the wind really got up. It's showing as peaking at around about 45 miles an hour until about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I think it will just carry on doing that. We'll suddenly get these gusts of winds and possibly showers passing through. It will be an on-off type day, I think, as Barker bowls a good delivery there, and Brown just dropping half forward, steers it away just backward of square on the offside, and there is no run. But testing times for this Essex second wicket pair. Essex are 14 for 1 with Brown 3 and Wesley 10. Nick Leadhill here with Kevin James from BBC Radio Salem.
Probably don't get a true picture actually of the conditions on the live picture feed, but it actually feels like we're going into a day-night game here. When the lights come on and it's starting to get dark, it's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, the last game here against Middlesex, I mentioned, it was played in very, very hot conditions, and I know some of the spectators were sort of emailing us and saying, well, we're listening today at home because it's too hot to come to the ground. Yeah. And actually, when we do broadcast here in September, the sun comes right in, and it can be quite difficult. But we've gone from one extreme to the other, we really have.
Abbas then from Hayes Close End, who now has 45 wickets for the season after the wicket of Cook bowls to Wesley, who's probably playing a missing outside the off stump. He is, I'm just looking at that on the live picture feed. That ball's just straightened as it's pitched. Ideal conditions to bowl without the wind, that's for sure.
Surrey won the toss and decided that they would field at the Oval. The Northants are cruising to 500. They're 23 for no wicket in the 9th over, no problem at all. How long that will last, we don't know. But I think Emilio Gay's quite a key figure there. If he gets in, he tends to get big runs. He's on 13 there, 18 points ahead of Essex.
Bounce runs towards us once more, bowls to Wesley. Wesley's on the back foot, plays that out into the covers.
So at least they've made a decent start, Northants. But how long that will go on for, we shall wait and see. But I suspect it'll be a bit of an on-off day there as well. And Hampshire, something like 34 points off Essex, I think was the figure, wasn't it? So effectively they have to win this game, win the last, and hope Essex lose the last two to have a chance of being second.
Yeah, I think third is the one that they're aiming for, trying to stay ahead of Warwickshire. Bass bowls, Wesley's forward, plays it back to the bowler.
And in one of the big relegation games, because it's a really tight fight now between Middlesex and Kent, really, to see who goes down with Northants, who are all but relegated. Yeah, I mean, Middlesex and Kent separated by a couple of points. Middlesex are playing against Warwickshire, they're 20 for 1. Already lost Stoneman for 13 at Lords.
These games are pretty close to each other, aren't they?
Yep.
Northampton, Lords here as Mass Bowls all experiencing similar weather. Lovely shot through mid-wicket, that'll be 4. Lovely flick away, Toby Albert's not going to reach that one. And that takes Essex on 18 for 1.
He has been a really good form this season in the Championship. The curious thing was that he in the end, almost lost his place, I think it was by agreement, I think, in the one-day side, obviously to give other players a chance, but never really established himself in the T20. That was a case where it was hard to discern what his role was, because he was sort of batting in the middle order.
Pass to Wesley once more. Bowls, length ball, Wesley's well forward again. Pushes that up to mid-on.
Yeah, he sort of never got going. He was sort of given a sort of role as a finisher, if you like, and never quite worked out. He's almost playing the same role as Matt Critchley, to be honest, and it's almost as if Critchley was doing that job already, so there was sort of room for other players. So the Championship has really been the strength for Tom Wesley this season.
Yeah, most number of runs for Essex in this year's competition as Bass comes in again. Bowls, and again Wesley's forward, just ball nudged away on the offside, slightly in the air, and that'll be the end of Abbas's over. 4 overs, 1 for 13. Essex 18 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, as I say, it was not been sort of the best in terms of the white ball seasons for Wesley, but so the Championship has more than made up for that, and it's really been excellent in that. But in the one-day cup, just looking back, he had sort of a run of low scores in that as well. And as I say, in the T20, wasn't quite able to sort of have a definitive role in the side in the end. As Essex obviously had quite a few options in their T20 side as time went on. Pretty strong side this year, getting to finals day as Barker bowls, and that's played defensively from the crease by Brown up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Just looking back, he did get an 80 against Middlesex. Just looking back on 1 or 2 of his scores, but I think by and large we'd say it's been Wesley's season with the red ball rather than the white with the bat this year.
Does he play all the T20s?
I think I'd have to look up how many he actually played, but I think after a while he sort of lost his place in the side. And I'll maybe look it up in a while to see how many. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery from Barker, which beats gets a bit of lift and beats Brown outside the off stump. That was a lovely piece of, just about kept inside the line of that, Brown. A lovely piece of bowling.
Kept his hands down well, reacted to it well.
Yeah, but that was a fine delivery from Keith Barker. Yeah, Tom Westley never quite sort of got established in that competition. I'll just to see if I can look up the Essex T20 averages just to see how many games he did play. But he was rather, I think, doing Critchley's role. There was two players doing the same role, both of course spin bowlers. That's a delivery going down the leg side, and Brown slightly misses out on the attempted leg glance. He plays a full-blooded shot at it, but makes no contact, and it heads through to Ben Brown. So 18 for 1, still very blustery. Looking at those trees away to the right. This is, yeah, plenty of movement there, and I say the forecast suggesting 40 plus mile an hour winds up until about 2 o'clock. In a minute will die down and be much more what you might be accustomed to. Back into the 20s. Here is a delivery which is over pitched and driven, but not timed by Brown. He may have missed out there as well. It's gone straight up towards Abbott at mid-on, and there's no run. Essex, who chose to bat on a used pitch, they've named not only an unchanged side, but an unchanged pitch for this one, Kevin, same as the Middlesex match, 18 for 1.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the spinners are going to be up to, as and when. I'm just trying to work out what way the wind blowing, Nick, here.
All over the place is the short answer. It's like go out there and throw a bit of grass in the air, we'll work it out. But yeah, oh, it's another excellent delivery he's caught behind. Lovely piece of bowling that from Barker, just about drawing Brown into the shot. And it was similar to the delivery earlier in the over. That one Brown judged really well, but this time he was just pushed towards the ball, drawn into it a little bit more, and it just took a faint edge on the way through to Brown. Really, that was a great 1-2 there from Keith Barker. Similar sort of delivery, but Brown that time was just drawn into it a little bit more, wasn't it? Wasn't he, Kevin? And that's what was his downfall. And it's 18 for 2 and a good start for Hampshire.
Yeah, ball just holding its line. And Brown just looked like he was a little bit indecisive there. Should he play at it? Should he not? Just got caught in no man's land there at the back, just leaving and going away from the body ever so slightly. It's a good piece of bowling. Again, it's just a spot, just hit the spot, and we've seen a couple just bounce. We saw one in the over, which Brown actually played particularly well, but around that sort of spot just outside, just on off stump, especially in these early exchanges in these conditions, I don't think the batters will ever be truly sure about what that ball might do.
Yep, so Hampshire will be pleased with that. Of course, it's very much another day now. Yeah, just looking at Wesley, I think he only played 4. I thought he played more than that, but according to these stats, he only played 4 of the games. But he didn't really have a definitive role in the side, and so Essex had plenty of options in that sphere. But well, this is interesting. Dan Lawrence, his last game for Essex at Chelmsford, and he has got a pretty good record against Hampshire, and he's out there in awkward batting conditions. Let's see how he gets on here. 2 slips, Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas doing a fine job, with of course Kyle Abbott to come. And here is Barker on the way into Lawrence. Oh, he gets squared up by that, and he runs it down to backward point, and there's no run. But that was an awkward first delivery. I think he was trying to play that almost back to the bowler or towards mid-off, and he's just sort of playing the shot again there, and it went just off the outer half of the bat, just along the ground out towards backward point. bbcscricket@gmail.com. That's the wind, if you'd like to get in touch with us. The wind gets up once again, so gusting in the mid-40s. It's 18 for 2, and Wesley has 14 and Lawrence no score.
It seems to have got a little bit darker in the last few minutes as well. Wicket number 20 for the season for Keith Barker. It hasn't been his best, although there have been signs over the last 2 or 3 weeks where he's starting to get a bit of consistency back. He's bowled well in the Royal London. It's now called Metro Bank, of course. I think that's helped him a little bit with the last 2 or 3 championship matches, but it's been a little bit hard work for him for most of the championship campaign. Here's Abbas, bowls to Wesley. Wesley gets a length ball, pushes that up to Barker. You know what I was saying about the wind, because when you look towards the pavilion, so you've got the 2 flags that are, well, almost blowing towards us, I guess. And then I noticed a flag over there towards the left, in the stand over there, and that's not actually moving at all, but it was actually moving left to right.
Yeah.
So almost a completely opposite direction.
Yeah,
to ends of the ground.
yes.
So that does.
Like swirling around.
So difficult to tell whether Abbas has got the wind or hasn't got the wind, or it's sideways or whatever. As Wesley's forward again to a length ball.
So Wesley in the one-day competition, the 50 over one I'm referring to there. So he was, I think he only missed the last game, and he was rested before the championship resumed. We had quite a long time to rest, of course, but such was the odd nature of the season in late August, early September. So he was captaining with Simon Harmer having been rested at the start of that campaign. Essex looking obviously to develop younger players, and it was partially successful, perhaps not to the extent of last year.
Rain doesn't feel too far away as Abbas comes in again and bowls to Wesley, who's flicking it away on the leg side. It's gone down to backward of square leg. There's an applause for that, which I'm not quite sure, because it is 19 for 2. That's what is that applause all about?
Something momentous. It's after.
Well, it's not his 1000th championship run. Or no, actually, how many is he on? He's on 15. Might it be? Yes, it is.
Aha. There we go.
Some knowledgeable people in the crowd there, Nick. His 1000th championship run for this season.
That's always a benchmark, isn't it, to get that?
Oh yeah, gosh. You can always say that's been a good season, can't you? Whatever happens from now on, as the Abbas bowls to Lawrence, just gets straightened up a fraction as it goes out square on the offside.
Yeah, it just underlines the point you're making. He has had an outstanding campaign, good enough really to be when you think of what Essex have achieved as a whole, to be part of a championship winning side, but of course up against an immovable object, if you like, in Surrey.
Yes, they've always looked champions, haven't they? Some of the very early weeks of the season, I think they've been top literally the whole way through. Here comes Abbas. Miles walking into the shot there is Lawrence plays it into the ground. Fletcher Middleton's there at short leg.
Often, of course, Lawrence makes his runs in adversity, and it's not really comparing it to a game against Lancashire at the start of the 2017 campaign, but Essex were very much up against it on that occasion when he played a major innings here at Chelmsford. He sort of set Essex on their way in that year. He's coming in a difficult situation here, so he sometimes performs at his best when things aren't going all the side's way, and it's quite difficult.
Abbas in again, pushing forward up to mid-on.
Yeah, so Tom Wesley, as I say, he's been in top form this season, and yeah, the even 1000, very good spot that, Kevin, averaging 47.6, and an even 1000 on our bang up-to-date set of averages. Alistair Cook dropped to 36.72 after his failure. Dan Lawrence averaging 40, Critchley just 41, and Wesley 47.6. And the thing is that you just didn't have Essex batsmen with those sort of figures to anything like the same consistency last year, where the batting really was a little bit thin on the ground in terms of good stats, and that's what counted against Essex last year. But the batting hasn't really been so much of an issue this year. It's been pretty good. 19 for 2 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent as Barker goes round the wicket, and that's a nice piece of bowling which draws Wesley this time a bit closer to the ball than he would like, and it's just hanging the bat out slightly there as it went through to Brown. Could have been in trouble, but 19 for 2 as the wind gusts here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the number of runs last year. Wesley, I think, Alistair Cook top last year with 966. Wesley with 641.
Yeah, I mean, last year's figures were pretty ordinary for a side that we were obviously hoping to challenge for the championship, and they duly didn't, of course, as that's clipped away towards mid-wicket and picked up there, and there is no run. I mean, they had problems in the middle order because Rossington and Critchley weren't able to quite deliver with the bat in the middle order. One or two other batsmen, as you see from those stats last year, had fairly ordinary seasons by their standards. I mean, I think Dan Lawrence will be a pretty good example. They're averaging 22 with injury problems last year. So a lot of Essex batsmen have performed much more in accordance with expectations this year. As Barker goes around the wicket and bowls in very gloomy conditions, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 19 for 2, and our electronic scoreboard is actually almost like being blown in the wind at the moment, but it's still saying Lawrence Norton, Wesley 15, and Keith Barker 1 for 4 on the 6th over. Very much figures that underline Barker when he's bowling at his best. Very difficult to score off, and always just posing the odd problem. He certainly wouldn't be turning down these conditions to bowl first in. As he goes round the wicket, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg for a single. Hampshire wanted to bat as well. I suppose the seamers would have been quite fancy to bowl this morning, but both sides wanting to bat as one run is added because of the value to use pitch, Kevin.
Oh yeah, Hampshire were desperate to win the toss. And bringing Felix Organ in for James Fuller. James Fuller's not injured at all. Spoke to him. That tells you everything you need to know about how this pitch will play as we move through the number of days.
And generally speaking, you know, 3 seamers tends to be the order of the day here, as this is delivery outside the off stump, and there is no run. Whereas Essex have sometimes missed a 4-seamer away from home. Last year, for example, they have gone with the 4-seamer policy this year, but tended to be the case this year. But you've never really needed to sort of go far down the 4-seamer route, and actually there's no Holland in the side either, is there? So they are looking at that. They are very much playing a sort of 3-seamer attack this time, which obviously at times they've played 5-seamers, haven't they? So this year, 2 slips waiting as Keith Barker goes round the wicket and bowls, and that's heading down the leg side, and Lawrence just goes across his crease looking to flick it away down to fine leg, doesn't make any contact, and there is no run. So Wesley with the single went to 16. Lawrence has no score, and a couple of early wickets going down. The 2 openers, one out to Cook out to Abbas, and then Brown to Keith Barker. And Essex, who won the toss and chose to bat on this used pitch, are 24-2, and we've had 11 overs.
So miraculously the rain's staying away at the moment. Actually feels a fraction brighter, if anything, but we're only talking a fraction. 3 slips wait for the next over from Abbas. I'm still trying to work out if Abbas is running into the wind. He might slightly be. Comes in again and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley drives lovely straight down the ground, 4 runs. Slightly over pitch there from Mohammed Abbas. Wesley's played a couple of lovely straight drives already this morning.
Yeah, he's been in fine form, and Tom Wesley getting to the 1,000-run mark, that's a fine achievement. See if I can look up and see how many times he's done it before. I might be able to get hold of that record, but it's certainly, you'll feel he's really done he's played his part leading from the front with the bat this year.
34 years of age, you would think he's done it a few, wouldn't you? Here comes Abbas again, right arm over and bowls, and Wesley pushes that good length delivery up towards Barker. Barker's got a sun hat on, amazingly. Well, it's amazing because of course it's not a day for that, but how it's staying on his head.
That's right. I mean, it's amazing. It happened to me about a week ago. You can lose a sun hat and have no idea where it is when you get caught in a gust of wind, and have to go out and get another one, get a decent quality one. It's also, you have to sort of pay for it a little bit more these days, so you have to guard your sun hat when it's you might lose it for good.
There's Abbas. Wesley's cutting away off the back foot, actually in front of square. There's a chase for Nick Gubbins. It's going towards the boundary, it's holding up, so Gubbins will get there. And Wesley will pick up 3. And the Essex total moves on to 27 for 2.
Yeah, and say playing with a reasonable amount of freedom here. Tom Wesley just capitalising on anything that might be a touch loose. And he's been cheaply responsible so far for this 27 for 2. He's got 23 of them from 32 balls.
It's looking alright out there actually, isn't he? Played and missed probably once, that's about all. It's quite organised out there as Abbas comes in again and bowls and gets the next ball this time, does Lawrence. Pushes that up towards mid-up.
Well, there's not going to be any chance of him being interested by the England selectors again. Of course, he is in that list of players who did have a brief Test career, and it almost feels a long time ago now. You almost have to guess exactly when it was, but I mean it sort of came and went, didn't it?
Have a guess. Let me have a guess. 2017, 16.
Yes, yeah. See if I can look that up and see if I can find that for you.
It's Abbas forward is Lawrence. Goes up towards Abbott, who I'm sure we'll see soon. So his tests, yeah.
There's a quicker way of doing it, which you probably got.
2017?
Yeah, you might well guess, yeah. He played probably a couple of series, I would have thought.
He played 5 tests.
Yeah, that sounds like, yeah, about 2 series worth, doesn't it?
Debut against South Africa, finished against the West Indies, yeah, all in 2017. That was his golden year.
It certainly was for Essex as well. Very important year for them.
Was that championship winner?
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, left alone. So you would have followed Middlesex then, 2016.
That's right. I mean, there's all sorts of little stories about how that 2017 season started when Essex played Middlesex at Lords, and the Middlesex openers put on something like 250, and just Middlesex should have won the game, but they didn't manage it very well. Essex got out with a draw. I think that Dan Lawrence innings against Lancashire and Chelmsford I was referring to, I think it was either just before or just after that, and Essex gradually sort of got used to playing in Division 1 and then started to show their credentials with Simon Harmer, of course. So yeah, it was an interesting start to that. Yeah, Middlesex County champions as recently as 2016, and of course Tim Murtagh having announced his retirement at the end of his season.
Over 1,000 wickets. So
they might have a chance of being champions next year, but it'll be a Division 2 rather than Division 1. Of course, if they stay up, theoretically they could be Division 1 champions, but I don't think they'll start as favourites for next year.
No.
We shall see. Now, Kyle Abbott, a former Essex Player of the Month, of course. We're talking about the Essex Championship wins, so we refer here to 2019, where, of course, there was that story about Hampshire being upset by Somerset over-celebrating when they won the one-day competition at Lords, and that's played off the back foot, goes away into the covers, and there's no run. And Kyle Abbott took it out on Somerset. It really was revenge served cold in a championship match at Southampton, which Kyle Abbott got a huge number of wickets in the game, and basically it put Essex in the box seat going into the last round of matches at Taunton. And he was given an honorary Player of the Month for Essex, I think, with Kyle Abbott on that occasion. He could do it again this month if he takes 16 wickets in the match against Surrey, but he has to have a bad match here to have a chance. 27 for 2 as Abbott bowls, and that's played off the back foot, and that's actually not his best delivery because it's back of a length, and Wesley cashes in on it. It's a little bit too short, really, and he's hit it away into the covers and away for 4, and he continues this very fine start. 27 out of 34 balls out of 31 for 2. What a start from Tom Wesley, and good morning to Dick Davis.
Yes, good morning, Nick. Yeah, it certainly is very good spell of bowling.
Interesting start. Hampshire's opening bowlers certainly causing a few problems. Abbott replacing Barker now, up to the wicket from the river end, bowls a nice delivery here, which again just draws Wesley towards the ball, but he keeps his bat out of harm's way and goes through to Ben Brown. 31 for 2, and we had Alistair Cook out in the second over, the first bowled by Mohammed Abbas. Very nice delivery, bowling him for a duck from 3 balls, and then Nick Brown was caught behind off Keith Barker for 3. Really has been Wesley with virtually all the runs, as this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Goes up towards Vince at mid-on. Wesley will stay at 27, and Keith Barker's figures going into the break for him. 1 for 5 off 6 overs, bowled very nicely. Mohammed Abbas 1 for 21 in 6. Interesting to see what Hampshire do. They've got the 3 seamers, so whether they'll keep Abbas going, switch Barker, we'll see what happens. This suspect that Liam Dawson won't be too long delayed in introduction. This is a very good delivery and an appeal for caught behind, a sort of half appeal, but he was a lot closer to that one, was Wesley. It was a fine delivery from Abbott. Looked like he's pitched around about off stump and maybe just left the Essex captain. And wasn't too far away from finding the edge here, and after that indifferent delivery, which was too short that went for 4, he bowled a couple of really good ones here at Tom Wesley. 31 for 2.
Yep, certainly has. Just remind you of the email address, we haven't had any for a while. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com.
And here is Abbott up to the wicket bowl. It's played defensively just into the offside, and there's no, I don't know if in the first half hour, Dick, when I was next door, we had a chance to discuss an email that came in yesterday from Nick Weeks.
Yes.
So thanks very much, Nick, for sending that out of time, so to speak, but gratefully received.
You've gone through that one, haven't you?
I haven't yet, so if you haven't mentioned it, perhaps we'll
I mentioned it, but nothing more than mention it. It deserves rather more than that, so we'll gradually get through it. Thank you to you and your commentators from the other counties for your coverage this year. It's been most entertaining. I've enjoyed your discussions on various subjects over the summer. Following his argument with John Topley 2 weeks ago, I'm in full agreement with Kevin Hand regarding the 100. We already have T20, why do we need another white ball short format? Come back to that after this delivery from Abbas, who moves in, bowls to Wesley, who allows that to go through to the through to the keeper. This is these are the opinions of Nicholas, and he says, reference to the new competition. Why do we need another white ball? It's an unnecessary evil. Understand it for the EWCB to make money rather than the counties, and the money is important in the game, but it's not the be all and end all. Abbas, full start to his approach. If the 16.4 overs is the EWC's flagship tournament, then it should be played in September as a season finale. Well, the final, I presume he means, rather than the whole competition. That's the next delivery. Again, outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper.
Yep, and Abbas therefore continuing. Essex and Hampshire have got 3 seamers. They often go in with far more than that. There's no Fuller, no Holland in this game, so I suspect we're going to see Liam Dawson, not too distant future, and Felix Organ as well. Interesting to see how they bowl as an early insight into what might happen later.
Abbas from the Hayes close end moves in now, bowls to Wesley, who again, third ball on the trot, has the luxury of allowing it to go through to the keeper. Nick says we will address his middle paragraph, but it is a long email. He says, I'm an Essex fan living in exile in rural Northamptonshire. Weather permitting, I'll go to Wantage Road for a day of Essex's last game of the season. Well, yes, so might I, but I'm not working, but I might go as it's the last match of the season for a day or two. But weather permitting is a big proviso, I think, as Abbas moves in and bowls, and that's worked away pleasantly on the leg side, and they go through for a single. No, they're coming back for a second, down to line leg. No, they just go through for the one.
Yeah, good forecast next week, Dick, actually. So
is it?
Yeah, which is pleasing after what we got this week.
Yes, speaking of Northampton, what's going on?
They've just lost a wicket.
Oh, right.
I can tell you.
I've got it here. As Abbas moves in and bowls to Lawrence, who plays defensively. Lawrence has 2 to his name off 14 deliveries, unusually quiet for him. Yes, Northampton 33 for 1 with Gay, the man out, caught by folks.
Yeah, Jordan Clark and Surrey get their first wicket. Put Northants in.
As Abbas moves in and bowls, That's played out to mid-wicket, no addition to the score. In other games, there's no start at Taunton, where Kent are visiting Somerset. Middlesex's poor season continues. They're 29 for 2 at home to Warwickshire, and there's a delayed start at Old Trafford as well.
Nothing at all in Division 2 at the moment, and some quite important games there, but with that Sussex 12-point deduction, it's almost Worcestershire's to lose in terms of the second promotion spot. They're in a pretty strong position, but no play anywhere yet in Division 2.
No, at Derbyshire, Leicestershire or Worcestershire. Well, Worcester probably.
Yes, so but Worcester now in a pretty strong position. Unfortunate for Sussex that a number of infringements, I think some of them in the same game, or maybe most of them in the same game, but basically they've added up to a total which has produced a points deduction for them. 12 points as Carl Abbott bowls, and that's driven up towards James Vince. And, there is no run. Tom Wesley not quite timing that one for once, but he's batted superbly, 39 balls. And as I say, a great achievement for Tom to get to the 1,000 runs. We'll try and work out how many times he's actually done it during the course of the day. I'll try and get that information to hand. But yeah, a fine achievement, and he certainly in the Red Bull game has been, very much at his best.
Yes, he has.
Here's Abbott again, bowls, and has a nice delivery which he just drawn in towards playing at, but doesn't get any touch on it. But this is the route at the moment where you feel that Hampshire might well strike again, because there's a little bit of nibble for the seamers, and just like Barker did, Abbott is just posing a few problems with that metronomic line of his round about off stump. And posing a threat when he's putting it in the right place. As you'd expect, of course, high quality practitioner. South Africa test bowler. He comes into bowl and just played away just with a dead bat this time into the offside. Runs out to Fletcher Middleton, and there's no run. So 33 for 2 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent. Nicola Hill, Dick Davis and Kevin James. The wind has just died down a little bit for the time being. That really got up just before that squally shower, but still leaden skies, no blue sky, no sunshine, lights on, and we do expect some more rain interruptions today, and particularly tomorrow, and then it should improve gradually from Thursday onwards. Abbott bowls, and that's just played defensively up into the onside, up towards James Vince, who waits for the ball to come to him at mid-on. Vince, who didn't play on Saturday, which I'm sure was the right thing, rather than just suddenly being parachuted into a competition he'd had no part in. Nick Abbott continuing as captain, and of course Hampshire losing very narrowly in that final. 33 for 2. As Abbott turns at the river end, say not a bumper crowd here by any stretch of the imagination. You can see looking across to the right as that delivery just played from the crease, just backward of square on the offside by West. He's taking a huge amount of a strike.
Yes, he is.
I mean, that's one factor this morning, but he's having a lot of a strike. But it's a bit of a telltale sign, isn't it? You always look across to that members area that you think of Tom Pearce stand top tier, and so often, of course, it's jammed full. But there's lots and lots of spaces there this morning, and I think many put off by the forecast, and probably will be put off tomorrow. But if we're still going Thursday, and I think we probably will be because of the interruptions, and better weather starts to become the order of the day, more sunshine anyway. And here's a delivery which is just taken off the pads by Wesley, just goes back of the square on the onside. Just a thought there from Abbott that he might be sneaking through for a possible LBW decision, or possible appeal anyway, but it goes out for a single to Toby Albert, who picks up at square leg, and Wesley continues this monopoly of the scoring almost. I think we mentioned Brown had 3 and Lawrence 2, so other than that it's Wesley's 28 from 44 balls, and there was a leg by as well, I think, which completes the set. 34 for 2, Essex having chosen to bat here on the opening morning against Hampshire.
And the Playfair annuals this year suggest that Wesley's only got 1,000 in one other season in 2016, and when he got 1,435, including 254 against Worcestershire.
That's when he gained the interest of the England selectors, Dick, because his short England career followed shortly after that.
Yes, quite. So Abbas to continue, about to bowl his 8th over of the day. From his close end, moves in now right arm over the wicket to Wesley, who plays that down into the ground and fielded comfortably by 3rd slip. And we've had quite a few emails now, and thick and fast they came at last. Nick says, you've made a few mentions today of the cricket being old and having... Oh, I see. I suppose he means of the pitch.
Yes.
Oh, you've done this one, have you?
No. We just mentioned the fact the pitch is a used pitch. So.
Oh, yeah. You made a few mentions today of the pitch being old and having been used in the game against Middlesex. To be fair, though, Middlesex really didn't use it very much. No. Sorry, I couldn't resist. That's just played out to mid-off. Listening and watching in Stowmarket. Attended 2 days of the Middlesex game, but whether too iffy to make the effort to get there today. I don't blame you. But we'll be doing the 150 mile round trip to Southend United home game this evening. Come on, you Blues. Yep, amen to that.
The umpire's just always chasing, I think, a sweater that eluded him and was about to scurry across the outfield, but he's got hold of it.
As Abbas moves in and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley allows that to go through to the keeper. Kyan says, interesting to hear your thoughts on the young players that have been released this week. Or interested to hear your thoughts on the young players that have been released this week. I think that Battleman had a lot of potential, and given that Cook may retire soon, would it have been worth giving Rymel one last year in order to develop an opener? Thanks for the commentary, Kyan. Thank you.
Battleman was, I think, a bit unfortunate, wasn't he, Dick? I mean, always a difficult thing to talk about, but I think some sympathy for him.
Yes, I wonder, all that keeps low, but kept out by Wesley. Yeah, I wonder whether the imminent arrival of Jordan Cox has made a big difference to that decision.
You would have thought so, but I would hope that certainly a couple of those players will take the interest of other counties, and we're very pleased, of course, to hear that if that is the case, because it's always good to hear that other counties are interested, and there'll be one or two there that I think will take interest of other counties.
Oh yes.
Yes, Nijar never quite had the sort of one-day season I think Essex were hoping for. Was maybe an issue there.
And short of the lengths played out square on the offside, no addition to the score. Oh, thanks, Matt. I'll come back to that when I'm on with Kevin later. Matt in Botley, which is, well, nearest conurbation to the GS Bowl. I think it's the last season we're going to be calling it by that name. I think.
It changes every few years, doesn't it?
Well, it seems to have been the Aegeus for a long time, but I understand this is the last season of their sponsorship. That's just played. Well, it's played. I can say played defensively, but it was pushed into a slight gap. But well, Wesley set off as if he were interested in a single, but it would have led to the demise of one or the other of them. It was never there for the taking, so they soon changed their mind. Richard, in reference to Sir Alistair Cook, says, as one of many Essex fans over the years, we all hope Sir Alistair chooses to carry on for one more season at least. However, if he chooses to retire, I'd like to thank him for all he's done for Essex and indeed for England. If retirement is what Sir Alistair decides to do, I'm hoping he makes the announcement during the match this week, as it will be extremely disappointing if the Essex fans don't get a chance to say goodbye. Yes, amen to that.
We don't know the teams yet, Somerset and Kent, which is a delayed start, but Aaron Nijar, I've just mentioned, of course, has joined Kent on a 3-match loan until the end of the season.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see if he is involved there. So that will be interesting.
Yes, he had a reasonable game. I think he got 3 wickets in the first innings of the last match, but that was all. Dawson into the attack.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to get an early indication of turn available, and Liam Dawson, as was proved, of course, in the equivalent match last year, where it was a bit of a battle between Harmer and Dawson, didn't it? Because Dawson got, from memory serves me right, a lot of wickets in the first innings, And so he has shown his ability to perform very well on this particular ground, and he's in a very rich vein of form. Frustrated, I'm sure, from his personal point of view, he couldn't get Hampshire over the line on Saturday, but he's been in fine form with bat and ball. And he bowls his first delivery of left arm spin. It's a sort of miscue from Dan Lawrence. It hasn't really got in yet. 2 of 2 from 15 balls, and it goes up into the covers, and there is no run.
No, he's been remarkably quiet. 16 deliveries he's faced. He's only scored 2 runs and hasn't quite looked in the tremendous form that he has been.
And here he just pushes forward to one from Dawson, who just got the one slip, and it just rolls out towards Fletcher Middleton, who's in there at mid-on. There's a slip, a backward point, an extra cover, and a sort of straight mid-wicket, if you like, and then a backward square leg come short fine leg, and that's just played defensively from the crease up into the offside, just rolls out into the covers, and there is no addition to the score. So 34 for 2. The runs have dried up a little bit. Wesley has got 28 of them. As Dawson bowls, and that one is just a flatter one, just played off the back foot up into the onside, and there is no run. Dawson again, just about 5 or 6 paces, left arm spin, bowls, that's hit away off the back foot, out away into the covers. In fact, goes to the sweeper, who's Keith Barker, in front of the fairly sparsely populated area of the white public seats that isn't protected. The area that is protected by the roofing, away to the right, has got many more spectators in it. Not surprising that people are choosing to be undercover if they can this morning. And that run takes Lawrence along to 3 from 20 balls and gives a strike back to Tom Wesley. It's played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Also keeping an eye on that England under-19, Australia under-19 game, which of course involves Benkenstein and Allison. The Australians are batting in that one in their second innings, just at the moment. Oh, Noah Thane, 2 for 33 in 13 overs. Keep an eye on that. And in the England under-19 first innings, Benkenstein made 20, but sadly Charlie Allison got a 3-ball duck, so hopefully he'll do better second time round. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. 35 for 2, Lawrence 3, and Wesley 28.
And Kyle Abbott taking over at the far end from Abbas, who took 1 for 23 in his 8 overs and bowled very well indeed. So Abbott, it will be from the Hayes close end, and he'll be bowling to Dan Lawrence, who has 3 to his name off 20. He moves in now, bowls to him, plays fluently, but it's only straight out to mid-off, no addition to the score.
17 wickets he got in that game I was referring to in 2019, where Hampshire beat Somerset by 136 runs to sort of open the door for Essex at Dam Taunton in that final match when Essex and Somerset played each other. But that performance of Kyle Abbott, those 17 wickets, really was very important, because it put Essex into the box seat going into that last weather affected round of games.
Abbott again from the Hayes close end, moves in, bowls to Lawrence, who gets a little bit squared up there and trying to turn it on the onside, and he finishes up hitting it out to mid-on. Mid-on.
Lawrence to play at Northampton, Dick. I'm just sort of thinking about that one in terms of giving Cushy a game, particularly. I'm sort of thinking towards the future. What's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was looking at
Lawrence to play at Northampton would. I can see why I would play here at Chelmsford, no question. But
well, I would have thought so. Yes, yeah. I would have thought. Gets a thick outside edge on that, and it runs down towards third man, and picks up 2. They come back for 3 runs. Yeah, I mean, we know he's leaving at the end of the season, but on the other hand, he's still contracted to play for Essex, and therefore you pick the best side available.
And if, of course, they should be fairly secure in second place if they win this game. Of course, that would be another factor. That's the reason I'm thinking. Obviously, that might depend on the result from this match as much as anything else. But
well, yes,
we'll see.
No, social media has been a few comments saying, "Oh, well, if he's not showing his loyalties off the end of the season, he shouldn't be playing." Well, I don't go along with that at all. As Abbott moves in, bowls, and Wesley just nudges that backward of square for certainly for one, possibly, but not for two. And I think to a large extent, not just in cricket but in football, in rugby, the word loyalty is overused and misused. Players don't have loyalty to a club now. They are professionals by definition. Any more than you have a loyalty to whatever company you work for. If you see a better offer going somewhere else, more than likely you're going to take it. And there's no reason to think that professional sportsmen are any different from the rest of us. And that's just worked away on the onside.
Yes, and he's had a terrific career, hasn't he? We won't see how this innings pans out. It's not. It could turn out to get 140 here. It's been not quite the sort of start you expect from Dan Lawrence in terms of fluency. He's not particularly been in touch, but he can actually battle through and then start to play very nicely once he gets in. And he has had some good success against Hampshire in the past.
Henry says, currently watching the stream from a very grey Nottingham while recovering from the first half of Freshers Week. Well, yeah, good luck at Nottingham University.
Good luck with the second half of it.
Yeah, hope you enjoy your 3 years there. Do we generally think that Essex have any chance of winning the championship? Keep up the good work. As Abbott moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively by Wesley. Well, I mean, obviously you only have to look at the table. They're 17 points behind. They do have a mathematical chance, but if instead of generally you'd put realistically, I think I would have said no. But generally, obviously, the answer is yes. Nothing is out of beyond possibility, but I think it's highly unlikely. If I were a betting man, I would not put even half a crown on Essex to win the championship at the moment.
And of course, because the games are going on fairly close to each other in sort of this part of England,
yes.
Obviously if it rains here, it's probably going to rain at the Oval, etc., etc. Yeah. So I tend to agree. For me, something had to happen in that Surrey-Warwickshire game. I always thought Essex would beat Middlesex, but I was hoping for Warwickshire might do a little bit better at the Oval than they did. As Dawson bowls, and that's just played off the back foot, goes up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Because we know they're a good side on paper. They've shown it against Essex at Edgbaston, but it was a fairly limp performance, I'm afraid, from Warwickshire, which I think has probably more or less settled things as Dawson bowls, and that's just taken off the pad and runs down for 4 down to the 5-leg boundary. We'll wait to see what the signal is. There was a leg glance, so that was a nice fine little bit of contact from Wesley, who goes from 29 to 33 and the score to 43 for 2, and Lawrence on 6. Dawson in his second over and goes for a fine leg glance 4.
Yeah, thanks Ken for your email. He says it doesn't sound as if you're bathed in sunshine today. No, we're not. Those who were complaining about the hot weather last time I listened, happy now? Well, I don't know.
This is played defensively up into the onside. I've got to say, Dick, I'd rather be here in September in these conditions than in a heat wave, because in September, as you'll know, obviously the sun comes straight into our box in a way it doesn't do in June. And actually, it can get very warm in here in September, as I'm sure it did for the last game, 43 for 2.
Yes, but
Dawson bowls, and that's just run down off an open face down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Personally, I preferred the weather for the previous game, and we did. I did a day or two of that game. I can't remember. Was it? We went onto the back seat in the commentary box.
Yeah, sure. Literally taking a back seat, wasn't it?
The back row, yes, it was.
As Dawson bowls and just defensively played from the crease back into the offside. There's no run. Wesley's still there on 33. He's had 57 deliveries,
which
43 for 2.
Which meant we did avoid just about the full glare of the sunshine. It was still pretty warm, but as I say, it's preferable in my opinion to today.
It's a strange phenomenon actually here as this is played again defensively into the onside. When we get very hot weather in June and July, being in this box actually it can be quite refreshing because the sun never really quite comes into the box, and it's quite pleasant. If you get a little bit of air conditioning, but in September you're very much with the angle of the sun. We'll get the full effect of it. And I know some of our emailers did say it was a little bit too hot for them, and one or two didn't come on certain days. Lawrence 6 and Wesley 33, and Essex, who won the toss and chose to bat on a used pitch, are 43 for 2.
We do have remnants of the days when we had blinds in this box, but they are now defunct. Not that we'll need them today. He says, will Essex be getting involved in the game of pickleball, do you think? Not quite sure I understand that one.
Pickleball, right.
Pickleball. Yeah, thanks Ken. Ever enigmatic. As Kyle Abbott continues from the far end. Outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper.
Well, if there is to be pickleball, they should all wear pork pie hats, I think. Yes. Yeah, I'm mentioning that innings from Dan Lawrence early in his Essex career here in 2017, 141 to save a match against Lancashire in April 2017. I think that was the first match of the season. They then played Middlesex at Lords in the following game. But that was one of those Dan Lawrence classics in adversity.
Abbott from the far end, the Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls to Lawrence, who pushes that out on the onside. They'll go through for one, they'll come back for a second and clearly settle for that as the fielder fields it now and throws it. Probably not the most accurate throw he's ever discharged, but safe enough. And 2 runs takes Essex on to 45 for 2, of which Tom Wesley has by far the major contribution. He has 33. Dan Lawrence 8. The 2 batsmen out. Cook without scoring and Brown for 3. Cook A, it goes without saying. As Abbott moves in, that's met with a defensive blade from Dan Lawrence, pushes back to the bowler.
Northand's latest 50 for 1, decent start. Emilio Gay out for 16 at the Oval, and Hassan Azad is 23 not out, so 51 for 1. Northand's having been sent in by Surrey, who at the moment remain 18 points clear of Essex as they started the day.
Yes, you mentioned earlier, only a little while ago, a point I meant to sort of elaborate on, well, amplify on from my point of view as Abbott moves in. And that's just pushed out back to the bowler. Well, actually, it lets it go through to mid-off. That both these last 2 matches, both for Essex and for Surrey, are played in the same geographical region, which I think is a very good thing, because you know I wouldn't like to see the championship settled by the weather, where either team, even if it were Essex, were to win the championship because you know Surrey's games were washed out. I want it to be settled on the field, not sitting in the dressing room watching the rain. A lot of people will disagree. They'll say, oh, as long as they win it, that's all that matters. But I'm of a different view. As Abbott moves in, and that's worked away on the onside for 1 run. They'll come back for a second as it goes down to backward square leg, well backward or long leg. You know, the positions are not clearly defined. There's obviously a crossover as to where one becomes the other.
I'm going to make way for Kevin as we head up towards 12 o'clock, so I'll see you after lunch, Dick.
Indeed. Thanks, Nick, very much. As Abbott continues from the far end, moves in, bowls, and again Wesley has the luxury, or Lawrence rather, of letting that go through as Kevin moves into place and tries to strangle me with the cord of his laptop at the same time. He'll have another opportunity, I'm sure. It's end of the over, and Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat. We've had 20 overs, and Essex have gone to 47 for 2.
Well, conditions have improved, Dick, haven't they? A little bit?
A little bit, I think, is the emphatic phrase, yes.
Couldn't get any worse, otherwise they wouldn't be playing.
No, quite. No.
So Dawson's had a couple of overs. I'm sorry, I haven't been quite watching the last few minutes, but hasn't quite got the ball in the right areas yet, has he? For me,
no.
He's pushing forward. There is Wesley to Dawson. Well, Hampshire have included an extra spinner, expecting this wicket to turn. I think we're all expecting this wicket to turn, but doesn't seem to be doing too much for Dawson at the moment.
No.
There's a bit of sunshine trying to poke through. Grief.
And the lights are on as well.
Yeah, it's whipped away on the 45, no run.
Yeah, when the lights are on at midday, then it shows just how murky it is, and also gives an indication of how murkier it's likely to get, probably.
Is it? So what's the forecast for the rest of the day, Dick? I haven't looked that far ahead.
I don't think it's getting any better, but I'll have a quick look now.
Forward is Wesley. Dick's having a look at his app. I didn't realise you had apps on that phone.
Oh, you name it.
He's in the 21st century as our Dick Horner has turned a bit, and it's off of the shoulder of the bat. So it's gone to ground past the diving Vincent Slip. Won't make it all the way down to the rope, but that probably is the first one from Ian Dawson that may just have hinted at something happening for us spinners. Dawson got a bit excited there as well. 47 for 2. What's it showing then, Dick?
Right, BBC weather for Chelmsford says that it's not looking good after lunch.
Ah, what, Chelmsford or the weather?
Chelmsford.
Pushed back to the
Chelmsford always looks like the Elysian Fields, but yeah, the weather is gradually building up to 76% chance of rain by 4 o'clock, which is not good.
I'm surprised we've only been off once so far this morning for 10 minutes.
I was also surprised.
Pushed out towards extra cover end of the
Sorry, I was also surprised it was for a relatively short time.
Yeah. Well, you looked like you were ready for sort of just sitting down and for the long haul. You made the coffee.
I was thinking, well, what shall I do? You know, I'll go for a wander around the city of Chelmsford for a couple of hours.
You were totally taken by surprise.
I was. I'd even said on air that it looks as if we're going to be back for a while. And I was wrong, not for the first time in 28 years of doing this.
Not many, I bet. Count on one hand, I bet.
Oh, yes. I wish.
It's just that you've got about 100 fingers on one hand.
That's it. So, Abbott to continue. Total taken, well, bowled 4 overs for 13. Moves in now. Bowls, and Lawrence just has a little shuffle into place before he plays the ball defensively on the onside, looking to get to the pitch of the ball.
Now, I know both yourself, the Dick and Nick show, I'm just a sort of bit part really. I know you were talking about Kyle Abbott, who was honorary player of the month for Essex 2019, I think it was, wasn't it? Helped you guys win the championship by getting all those wickets against Somerset.
Yes.
In the game before, towards at the end of the season. Do you know what? I looked up something last night about Kyle Abbott, and I am absolutely amazed that my initial thoughts were proven correct. He has not taken a 5-wicket bag this year in the championship yet.
Good grief. And let's just play defensively.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, well, it is, yes.
He's only missed one game, Northampton the Aegeus. Played in every other game.
Considering what a force he's been for Hampshire over, I was going to say, somewhat non-committally, over a number of years. How many years has he?
But I'll be equally as non-committal.
But several.
Yes. Yeah, I find that he's probably been our most consistent bowler, I think, on the whole. I think that might be a bit debatable. 38 wickets he's taken this season. Him along with Abbas and Barker all took 50 plus wickets last year. They're all a little bit down on that this year.
As he moves in now and bowls to Lawrence, who gets everything behind that and just pushes it back to the bowler, who stops it rather than fields it. It's picked up by one of his colleagues at mid-off.
Yeah, his best figures, he's taken 4 for twice. His best figures 4 for 39 in the second innings against Notts. That was in the very first game at the Aegeus. 4 for 56 in the second inning, in the first innings against Somerset at Taunton on a fairly Well, in fact, fairly flat. It was very flat. So
he had 4 5-wicket hauls last season. Best being 6 for 36. That's worked away backward of square down to long leg. Fielded just in front of the scoreboard. Go through for a single. The scoreboard tells us that Essex have made their way to 50 runs in the 22nd over, and it's taken 88 minutes. It's not a day for scintillating batting, really. It's a day for surviving both the bowling and the elements.
It doesn't feel like we're going to get a fast scoring day today, does it?
No, it doesn't really. Abbott to Wesley. Wesley plays pleasantly but non-productively straight out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Keith Barker. Fielding somewhat optimistically in a sun hat to shield his eyes from the floodlights, probably, rather than the sunshine.
I love the floodlights here. I'm sure I've mentioned that on several occasions, because I come here, as you know, several times a year.
Yes.
And they are very impressive.
They are, I think, well, as Abbott moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively and the offside. They were only installed last winter, so they are probably the newest on the circuit, or some other counties may also have had them. But 12 months ago they were amongst the oldest and the least efficient.
They looked it, didn't they?
Yes, they did, really, yes.
They were a bit dull for lights, weren't they?
A bit, but
they had that sort of yellowy...
Yes, that's right, yes.
Sort of thing, which wasn't ideal, really, was it?
No. But yes, they're a very impressive set of lines now. I've often wondered how they maintain them. Presumably the whole thing lowers. I mean, somebody doesn't have to shin up there, do they? Or are there steps right up the middle? I don't know. Any lighting expert? How do you maintain floodlights?
The only thing I do know about them is that over a period of time they actually do get dimmer, don't they? They go duller.
Yes.
The lumen that they give off gets lower. Here's Dawson on the back foot. There is Lawrence steering that out to extra cover.
But the bulbs must pack up just as they do at home.
Yeah.
Then there's the usual cry of, where do we keep the spare light bulbs? Under the stairs? No.
Under the stairs. It's Dawson. This just gets wrapped on the pad. There's Lawrence trying to work that on the leg side. Yeah. Which stairs?
Yeah, that's right. No, they're under the kitchen, under the sink in the kitchen. Oh.
Dawson again wants to away from us. It's pushing forward again. Lawrence out on the offside. Now I remember here last year when the spinners took wickets for fun, particularly one Mr. S. Harmer. But Dawson chipped in with 7 for 68, and a remarkable statistic came out at the time of that one, Dick. And I don't know if you know that, or you remember, or you probably going to say I know the one. It was that Dawson's figures in that game, as that's driven up to mid-off for a single, 51 for 2, was that Dawson in 2022 here in June became the first visiting spinner to take 5 wickets or more in a championship game.
Really?
Since 2016. So Simon Harmer was taking all the wickets as a spinner here, and no other spinner could match him. That's pushed out on the covers, no run, although to be fair, Dawson didn't quite match him because Harmer in the end took 15 in the match, but even so. But that was a remarkable statistic, wasn't it?
Yep, it certainly is.
Can he emulate something like that again this year as he bowls? And well forward is Wesley. There certainly doesn't seem too much for him out there at the moment.
No.
But
it's usually, under these circumstances, only the 2nd and 4th innings where it turns. No, a game I remember against Hampshire at the GS Bowl in 2019, which was the year that the Essex won the championship, but their opening game was at the GS Bowl, where they got thrashed by an innings, And we thought, oh gosh, it's going to be one of those seasons. So I think they then went on and didn't lose another game. But another remarkable, well, I thought it was a strange thing. I don't know if any of the stats people have come up with anything, but both sides used 3 wicket keepers throughout the game for various different reasons. Well, not least in Essex's case, Wheater broke a thumb, and that's worked away down to square, well, just forward of square on the onside for a single on the boundary. Yeah, both the main keepers both got injured, and then I think both sides had to whistle up sort of emergency keepers, and then eventually sort of the proper deputy appeared. So in Essex's case it was Wheater. I think Lawrence kept for a session, while Buttleman made his way to the GS Bowl. And Hampshire also used 3 keepers. That's just played out on the onside to Keith Barker. They go through for a single. We've had 3 more emails.
Just trying to think the Hampshire 3 while you're looking at those. McManus was the start. I wonder if James Vince sneaked in there for a little while.
He may have done.
Well, they were changing.
Yeah.
Keepers.
Keith's in Little Clacton on the Tendring Peninsula says, oh, yes, certainly. Thank you for that.
Oh, good. Are you going to share it with us or what?
He said, well, yes, somebody said the effects mic is too loud. Okay, well, thank you for that. We welcome any form of quality control.
Well, surely that's a matter of personal choice, isn't it?
Well, maybe.
Some people like it loud, some people like it softer.
Maybe, because we're sort of tucked away from the wind in here, maybe the wind... One thing microphones really doesn't like is strong wind. So I've turned it down a little, but yeah. As Abbott moves in bowls, and that's just played out quietly on the onside. Oh yes, it is. I didn't read the second paragraph, sorry. The continuous wind rumble, he's referring to the atmospheric conditions, not his own, is almost drowning you out. I don't want to miss your many words of wisdom. All right, well, I have turned it down, and thanks for that. If anybody now says we haven't got enough effects up, then we'll try and do something about that as well.
Well, I'd hate to think that people think the wind's died down.
Well, yes, because it certainly hasn't.
No.
As Abbott moves in and bowls, it's just played defensively, pushed forward. Usually my wife acts as quality control, and she hasn't commented on it, but on the other hand she's probably too busy at the moment making up for the fact that we were away for a long weekend, so the garden needs to be maintained and all sorts of things. But, although somebody does usually come in and look after it while we're away. I got into a lot of trouble earlier on in the season from my wife, which, as those who are married would know, is not a good experience. As Abbott moves in and bowls, and that's just attempting to turn it round to leg side, wraps Lawrence on the pad. Yeah, when we went to Blackpool, we made a week's holiday of it. Essex were playing Lancashire in Blackpool, and I turned everything off. The electricity, the gas, water, and then we had an alarmed phone call on the second night, I think, from a friend of my wife's, with whom she'd arranged to come in and do the watering, and she said, I can't get the outside tap to work. And when I said that's because I'd turned the water off, boy was I in the doghouse.
Was you?
Oh, was I ever.
Dawson starts a new over. And, that's turned away on the leg side by Wesley. That'll be a single, 54 for 2 now, Essex. Were you in the doghouse for long?
Oh, it seemed like it. It was probably only a couple of months.
Oh, only a couple of months. That actually is a long time.
Yes.
Wow.
No, nothing that a reasonable meal of Blackpool fish and chips couldn't put right. I know how to
obviously not immediately.
I know how to spoil a girl.
Dawson to Dan Lawrence is on 13. Lawrence is forward, playing plays it out on the onside, just slightly to Dawson's right.
Thanks, Mike, for your email. I'll get back to that at the end of the over. It's difficult to address the emails when a spin bowler's bowling because there's no spare time.
There's very little. And again, fly tee, turned away on the 45 on the leg side, fielded by Abbas, no run. So 54 for 2 it is. We're in the 25th over. We had just one break of 10 minutes just before 11 o'clock for rain, and that disappeared. And whilst we've had low cloud, it's been blown over very quickly by this swirling wind, which may sound like it's dried down, but it hasn't. As it's turned away on the leg side for a single, Lawrence moves on to 14. Wickets. Has to cook for no score, bowled by Mohammed Abbas before the break, and after the break Nick Brown called behind of Barker for 3.
Yeah, so 18 for 2, Essex were at one stage.
Yeah, good partnership this. It's on the back foot there is Wesley, plays it out behind square on the offside.
Yeah, they put on 37.
Yeah, it's been slow, but it's been that sort of morning really. There's Dawson. Still looking for his first wicket. He was in his 5th over. It's cut away off the back foot, forcing shot wider mid-off past Felix Organ, and that will be 4 runs. Slightly too short there from Liam Dawson, and Tom Wesley was on that very quickly indeed. Moves on to 41. It's 59 for 2, and we've got what, just over 10 minutes till lunch.
Yep. Mike, who describes himself as being once of Pudsey, says, dear gents, just a quick email to say thanks for your excellent coverage again this season. It's always a pleasure to listen, whoever's commentating. The wind is rather loud on the effects, Mike, but I have turned it down a little bit. It sounds a bit like a constant nuclear explosion going off in the far distance, a la some Hollywood film or other. Read the competition, there's still all to play for, but I can't help feeling that the weather will have a big say in the final outcome. A shame if it does. Then again, it's an outdoor sport, so these things are to be expected, especially in this country. Thanks again for all your hard work and entertaining, informative commentary throughout the season. Well, thanks very much, Mike. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I would also, as I've done before, add that it's helped enormously by the team bringing you the pictures. So it's going to be Barker, Keith Barker, into the attack from the far end. So Kyle Abbott didn't bowl for long from there. What, a couple of overs?
6 overs.
6 overs.
None for 16. Barker's first spell from this commentary, and 6-3-5-1.
Moves in now, does Barker, left arm round the wicket. And it's just played defensively. Christopher says, well, he says, from Ray East's Paperboy in 1978 at Braintree. Well, there's an honour, isn't it?
It's a claim to fame, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? What you ought to tell us is what newspaper he read, but I suppose that's highly confidential. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Keep up the excellent commentary work for those like me living away from Essex, now in Wrexham, North Wales. Oof. My query's seeking your expert opinion. Well, possibly, but I always think of myself as an enthusiast rather than expert. What is the state of Essex's riches? We lose Dan Lawrence but gain Jordan Cox, noting also the released players as just played out, goes out down the offside, no addition to the score. Well, I think Essex are in a very good position. They've got some good youngsters coming through. Essex didn't do at all well from the results point of view in the 50 over competition. They probably knew they wouldn't, they'd lost so many to the other competition, but it did give the opportunity to field other players, 2 or 3 of whom did really, really well. And yeah, I think Essex are in a good position for the next 5 years or so. That's just worked away on the onside. Well, I say worked away, it was rather airy-fairy sort of shot, really, with all due respect to the Essex captain. If I try and interview him this evening, he'll say, what do you mean airy-fairy? Well, Finished up with the bat waving in the air, but it was safe enough.
So, your released players, I did hear the name Aaron Nijar.
Yes, he's gone on
Left
loan
arm
to
spinner.
Kent, probably more. Well, no, it's not for me to say, but he's on loan to Kent at the moment. But as we all know, often when players are on loan, it's almost a probationary period for what may be future employment. That's worked away on the onside. 1 run accrues. You're going to ask me who are the others now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were. I could look it up. Josh Reimel, who sadly a season or two ago looked really, really promising, but has had a very disappointing year this year. That's just worked away on the onside, but well fielded indeed. And also the fielder, as he was fielding it, threw it at the stumps. I think had it hit, Wesley would have regained his ground, but it was a very good bit of fielding, especially given the weather. It's no fun fielding in this weather when your hands are cold. And you're looking forward to a bit of lunch with 7 minutes to go. Christopher continues, we are expecting the wicket to turn in this game. Simon Harmer hasn't this season always taken the wickets you anticipated on turning pitches. Has he been worked out a little, or given the extra respect his bowling deserves? But instead, the batsmen have taken their chances against bowlers at the other end and lost the wickets, so benefiting the Essex bowlers at the other end, such as Critchley, Walter, Sam Cook, etc. Well, my view is that Simon Harmer is batsmen are less intimidated by him. You know, they've decided, almost as if it was a joint decision all around the country, that they're going to take the game to him. They're not going to be tied down.
Here's Dawson, flighted. Forward is Lawrence. And I think generally, when players look to attack spinners, I think now they've got a lot more shots in their locker.
Yes.
With which to attack those slow bowlers. And I think it's making it very difficult for them, actually, as that's turned to mid-wicket. And far more of them have got this armoury. So I think as a spinner now, it's a lot harder. Even for the good ones.
Yes.
Here's Dawson. It's turned away into the gap, or just to the right of Fletcher Middleton's right hand, and he throws in. Poor Ben Brown couldn't take that.
I don't think Wesley anticipated Lawrence coming through for that single. He seemed to be a little bit taken by surprise, and therefore had to accelerate quite quickly. But as Kevin implies, the throw wasn't the greatest.
It was not. 61 for 2. It's Wesley back on strike. He's pushing that out to Gubbins in the covers. So yeah, it's even the great Simon Harmer does find himself, I think, more now than ever.
Oh yes,
being attacked. If you know what I mean. As that's turned away off the back foot through extra cover. That's a nice piece of timing from Tom Wesley. He's done that a couple of times to Liam Dawson in the last couple of overs when Dawson's Dawson's pitched just a fractionally short. 61 for 2 when Wesley moves on. Sorry, 65 for 2. Wesley moves on to 45. Continuing his good form in this competition.
Yes. Yes, he's had a very good season indeed.
Yeah. I'm trying to look for these released players. Have they been announced?
Yes, it has.
Yeah, I can't. My internet's gone a bit funny. Not for the first time. I'm sure there are people out there that will know more than me. Not know much more than Dick, but he doesn't quite know the names of the players. As that's pushed out on the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, I've identified 2 of the 4. I could go back into the press release. Press release from Essex, which named them.
2 of my devices are struggling with the internet at the moment.
Nijar, Reimel. No, I can't remember. Just get through the other emails before as lunch beckons. Jeff says it's no problem on the BBC coverage. It's a live stream where it's very noisy.
Oh, there you go. Turn it back up.
I don't see why there's one. Why I can't. Well, I'm not technical. I can't work out why there's any difference. But yeah, thank you.
Actually, probably there isn't, though, because it's being fed through our commentary, so that's picking up what's being fed through here, isn't it?
That's just played it on the onside, no addition to the score. And while you were off air, we had an email mainly concerning, well, addressed to you more about how to wire a plug, which we'd touched upon. There was another little rhyme or poem. Oh yes, here it is from Matt. Come back to that after this delivery. As just worked away pleasantly by Lawrence, but both these batsmen, yeah, it's not exactly a secret in the way they bat. It's pretty obvious. They both, you know, the leg side is their favoured side, and they're always looking to pick up runs on the leg side. Matt in Botley. I stayed there one year when I came to the Ageas Bowl. Very pleasant little B&B I found. I'm enjoying the commentary. Kev's plug wiring ditty from earlier goes as follows. It's only a one-liner. Well, that's outside the off stump. I hope you're going to remember this, because next time I see you I will question you on it. The live brown bear stood under the neutral blue sky on the yellow-green earth.
That's the full version. That's the 12-inch version.
Yes.
Paul Grunill, our colleague at BBC Sport Online, is listening, and he's given us the name of the Essex release players.
Oh, splendid. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
As Barker moves in bowl, short of a length, played off the back foot out into the covers, no addition to the score.
Shall I help you out then?
Oh, do,
and
please.
Me, of course. You mentioned Najjar and Rymel.
Yes.
Will Battleman. Funny enough, I was thinking
of course,
about
we
that
had
name.
talked about him, yes,
yeah, I was
of course.
thinking, where was he? And a guy called Kalley, K-A-L-L-E-Y, who I've not heard of, but you guys may have done.
Nick may have done.
Eshan Kalley.
That's allowed to go through at the last minute with Wesley just taking the bat away. Oh.
A 20-year-old seam bowler who signed his first professional contract with the club in 2021.
Thanks, Nick. I'll get back to that after lunch, because lunch approaches. But he's not very complimentary about Blackpool. We had a thoroughly good time. Ooh, attempt to, short of a length, and Wesley attempting to carve it through the offside, more or less square with the wicket. Failed to make contact, seemed to get a little bit more lift than he may have anticipated. And brings the over to a conclusion with Essex on 66 for 2, with Wesley not out 45, Lawrence not out 17. And apparently, according to the umpire's watches or clock, we do have time for another over before lunch. They wouldn't have added on anything for those 10 minutes. No. So, it's going to be a change of bowling again. And, or is it still Dawson? No, it's not Dawson. No, it's number 3, who is Nick Gubbins. Going to bowl the final over before lunch from the river end. He will be bowling to Lawrence. We've somehow lost our live stream in the commentary box. Never mind, we'll sort it out over lunch. As it's just played defensively. Pushed out to mid-off, no addition to the score. No cable connected, it says. Oh, well, we'll sort that out. As Gubbins moves in again, bowls, and that's just pushed out to long on, fielded by Tom Prest in front of us at the what's it called? The Riverside stand, I think it is, the little stand in front of us. We're watching from, long on. Pretty good view. Sometimes we're right behind the bowler's arm, but we're certainly not for this game. So that's worked away down to mid-wicket, no addition to the score. This must be the last over before lunch. As Gubbion's right arm over the wicket. Fair-haired man. Bowls. And that's pushed out to mid-on. No addition to the score. Of 67 for 2. Lawrence on 18. Wesley on strike and on 45. And just pushes it out to mid-off. By on strike, I mean he was facing the bowling, not his down tools, and taking industrial action. A single there accrues. 50 partnership just before lunch. 50 partnership off 120 balls in 77 minutes. So it hasn't been electrifying stuff, but it's not that sort of day, not that sort of circumstance. And that again is pushed out to mid-on to Tom Prest. End of the over. The players walk off to lunch. We will do the same. So at lunch, Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat a 69 for 2 with Dan Lawrence not out 19, Tom Wesley not out 46. The batsman out, Alistair Cook bowled by Abbas for a duck when Essex hadn't opened their joint account, and then it had just moved on to 18 when Nick Brown was caught by wicketkeeper Ben Brown off the bowling of Barker for 3. So that's the current state of the parties. Thank you very much for joining us in what's been a slightly disjointed morning, but only slightly. And do please log on again or tune in 40 minutes time, which will be, about 12 or 13 minutes past 1. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent and online by the BBC Sport website and app. This is Nick Lethill here with Kevin James and Dick Davis at Chelmsford, where we did rather well actually to only lose about 10 minutes of play during the morning. I fear that we're going to lose rather more this afternoon if the forecast is anything like right, because I'm just checking the weather apps during the lunch break, and generally they're looking fairly gloomy, certainly for the middle part of the afternoon, and certainly it's one I've got to hand at the moment, suggesting that we may well make a start this afternoon, but we could be in trouble sometime after around about 2 o'clock. Yeah, one is saying rain in 18 minutes, one in 22 minutes, and certainly that rain will probably be very light, but certainly after 2 o'clock there is much more of a threat in terms of an extended break. So I'll be very surprised if we do get an uninterrupted session here. But we had some absorbing cricket this morning, with Essex making a difficult start actually. They chose to bat, choosing to take on Barker and Abbas in overcast conditions, but knowing that they were playing on a used pitch, so it was a risk and reward scenario. And 2 early wickets duly fell, with Alistair Cook out in the first over for Mohammed Abbas, the second of the match. Nice delivery, which bowled him for a duck. Nick Brown didn't last too long on this occasion. He had a little bit of a battle with Keith Barker, who was looking to induce him to play at deliveries. Eventually got him to edge one, and it was nicely worked out that by Keith Barker, and he got his man eventually for just 3. But Tom Westley, who scored the vast percentage of the first 50 runs, 46 not out from 83 balls, reaching his 1,000 run mark for just the second time, surprisingly, in his career. He's the 3rd player to do so on the county scene this year. Josh Bohannon and James Rue have got there, and Dan Lawrence on 19, just starting to find his feet after a slightly sketchy start. Kevin James is with me, and we saw some overs of Liam Dawson and even a bit of Felix Organ before lunch, and I suspect we might see those 2 bowling in tandem this afternoon, assuming we get some play, but it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to start.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously, I think both sides are expecting this wicket to turn. At what point, I'm not quite sure. There didn't seem to be too much on offer there for Liam Dawson. 1 over of Felix Organ, difficult to tell there, but there wasn't anything to get excited about at this stage. Who knows, as we go through today and tomorrow, things might change.
So it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Dan Lawrence. Let me just give you the lunch situation at Surrey. So there, Surrey starting 18 points ahead. Northampton 72 for 2, so they've had an okay morning. They've got Hassan Azad's 25 not out. Gay and Proctor, the men, out to Clark and Laws respectively, but Surrey close to getting their first bonus point of the day. We'll let you know what happens in that game as we go along. Mohammed Abbas is bowling, and that's a nice delivery first up, which Lawrence makes fine judgment to leave outside the off stump. Not a lot of play elsewhere today. We've had delays at Old Trafford and at Taunton, but Middlesex starting 2 points clear of Kent in the battle for the remaining relegation place with Northants, who are, I think, all but mathematically down. Middlesex in a lot of trouble, 65 for 5 against Warwickshire at Lords. In that game they were put in, and Ed Barnard's got a couple of wickets. Rushworth, Hannon Dolby and Craig Miles have also struck for Warwickshire in that one. 3 slips waiting, as that one's played between the 3rd slip and backward point down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Just about got decent bat on that Darren Lodge. It's toward the bottom of the bat, mind you, but squeezed it away wide of James Vince, and much too fine of Fletcher Middleton for him to have a chance of getting across into the gap for 4 runs. It's 73 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot to get underway in the afternoon session.
Middlesex 65 for 5, top score there of 13. 2 players have got 13 so far. That's outside the off stump, and quite some way this time, and left alone it goes through to Ben Brown. So Kent had a pretty good game last time out against Notts. Notts fought back towards the end, giving him a bit of a scare in that one. But it's turning into quite a tight battle. Both Kent and Middlesex drew last time out. I think the rain rather saving Middlesex probably, although they did bat quite well in the second innings against Lancashire, but that one could go right to the wire. Now we've got a little bit of a delay here. Umpires consulting, 2 batsmen consulting, looking at the ball. I think 73 for 2. I'm on you now. And, I think it might be. Well, I think they're relatively happy with things going to their respective. In fact, no, they decided to think they are going to go for a change. Yep, looks like we are going to get the new set. And 73 for 2. And James Vince is there with one of the umpires, just looking at the new set of balls that are available.
That's quite quick, isn't it?
Yeah, very efficiently done. 73 for 2. So Alistair Cook out in the first over. Nick Brown struggling a bit today. Difficult conditions early on. Since then it has been these two, and Tom Wesley looking particularly fluent early on. Typical of a man who's been in a lot of good form in this in white ball cricket this year. Division 2, by the way, nothing so far. Delays to Derby, Leicester and Worcester, where it's probably Worcestershire's promotion to lose now after that points deduction for Sussex. And yes, it's get a right ball of the suitable age, and not like we had, of course, in that incident in the Test match, which they're still talking about, where we got one that was 40 overs newer. Of course, it's still was 30 overs old, this one, so Vince will be hoping for a new ball, but I doubt he's got it. But I think everything is sorted out. Keith Barker's got the ball at the moment. He's going to return it to Mohammed Abbas. It's very, very overcast, and so we are expecting rain this afternoon. The wind is going to die down a bit, but it's not going to stop us from getting rain. So here comes Mohammed Abbas, 2 slips and a wide, a third. It's outside the off stump, goes through to Ben Brown, left alone by Lawrence on 23. He sort of made his way to 23 almost without being noticed. He started off very slowly, but he's got a reasonable track record against Hampshire, and his final appearance here at Chelmsford for Essex. Looking to sign off in style. So I'm in slightly two minds about if Essex win this game and more or less nail down second place as to whether he should play at Northampton or whether they might give somebody else one of the younger players a go. But I think he's playing now quite rightly, because obviously the championship is still at stake. But this is outside the off stump and on its way through to Brown. I suppose if Essex win, then the championship, even if Surrey win, will probably still be open. But there could be a scenario where Essex realistically can't win the championship because Surrey just need a few bonus points, and then there might be another scenario in play there. But if both sides win, chances are we'll go to the last round. One outside the off stump, and this one from Abbas is again outside the off stump and left alone by Lawrence, with a meaningful leave of the bat, making it very clear he wasn't going to have anything to do with that one. There's a little bit of drizzle in the air, we can see it on our window panes. 73 for 2 with 4 runs added since lunch, 23 to Lawrence and 46 to Wesley.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, really. I suppose if you guys are guaranteed second place and that's it, going into the last round.
It occurs to me though, of course, if they win this game, they do still have a chance probably of winning the championship, so he probably would, unless something bizarre happens in terms of the bonus points. And Surrey are 22 points ahead, doesn't need 2 bonus bowling points, and then you can forget about it. But I can certainly see why he's playing here. It's still a live situation, 18 points the gap.
You've got 1 or 2 youngsters, haven't you? I was quite impressed with that Noah Thane during the 50 over competition.
Indeed, I think he's involved with the England under-19 game that we're keeping an eye on.
They started a 4-day game on Saturday, didn't they?
Yeah, 2 for 34 in the Australian second innings. and he got 2 for 47 in the first.
Barker's round the wicket to Wesley, and not sure what happened there. Did he just pull out of his stance just as Barker was about to bowl? He was.
Might well have been. But his main contribution, there was a pair of 88s for England under 19 in the first innings from, and we've got a bit of being a Hampshire-Essex combination, because Dom Kelly got 88 and so did Noah Thane. So he's actually been, perhaps as expected, been making a bigger contribution with the bat, even though he was batting at number 8 in that innings.
Okay, that's a bit low for him, isn't it? Here's Barker round the wicket, outside off stump.
So actually, I didn't spot him actually when we were looking at the England innings earlier on, because I was assuming he'd be batting in the top 6, but no, he came in down there at number 8 and made 88, as did Dom Kelly. So they must have shared a pretty big partnership there. So yeah, he's done very well with the bat in the game and chipping in with wickets. Benkenstein also playing in that game, and Charlie Allison, so quite a lot of interest for both sides.
Barker comes in again, round the wicket again to Wesley again. He's quite wide, doesn't have to play.
Yeah, you feel as though we're sort of waiting for the inevitable with the rain, depending on which radar you go for. I mean, certainly it's not looking good after 2 o'clock, and it's just a question of whether the rain holds off between now and then, but it doesn't look especially encouraging, the forecast, and certainly for tomorrow as well.
Well, if this wicket does turn, then I suppose at least he prolongs the game. Otherwise, I think if the sun was out by day 3, we'd probably be finished. Here comes Barker, fullish, driven, not timed, up to mid-off.
So I think, Chris, we covered your email regarding your status as Ray East's paperboy in 1978 in Braintree, or out there in Wrexham. And yeah, Jordan Cox effectively replacing Dan Lawrence, and perhaps having an effect on the decision to release Will Battleman. It's an interesting one. And you say we're expecting the wicket to turn this game. You say Simon Harmer hasn't this season always taken the wickets we anticipate on turning pitches. But he hasn't played Hampshire here yet.
That's right, no. Hampshire will all get him back in form, that's for sure. Kenny's wide, Wesley doesn't have to play.
It's an interesting one. We'll look at the stats on that, Chris. I mean, he had a quiet first innings last time out against Middlesex, but the thing we've learned about Harmer is even when he has sort of very quiet starts to the season, he's capable of turning it round. Was it last season where he was averaging something like 60 after the first couple of games, 60 runs a wicket, and he quickly turned it round. Come back to that.
Yeah, he's already taken 50 wickets this year, so it's not bad. There's a drive up to mid-off. Vince shapes to throw and decides against it, and actually hits the stumps in the end at Ben Brown's end, 74 for 2. Has
he been worked out a little or given the extra respect his bowling deserves? He's been given plenty of respect, we know that. I think it's hard to sort of make a case for that, but obviously he's still done pretty well here at Chelmsford, and has had good performances away from home as well. And you say that perhaps it's the batsmen have taken chances against the bowlers at the other end and lost their wickets, so benefiting the Essex bowlers such as Critchley in particular, Walter and Sam Cook. Yep.
So it's Wesley on facing now, isn't it? It's outside the off stump, and he actually is playing and missing at that one end of the over, and it actually is 73 for 2. Where Barker completed 9 overs, 1 for 7.
But I think it's fair to say that Simon Harmer's very much played his part in this winning run for Essex. I mean, the snag they've had, Essex, and why they're not winning the championship. Kevin had a bit of bad luck with the weather early on. They did well against Surrey the only time they played them. They had the better of that game, and Surrey were clinging on a bit at the end. But they lost to Warwickshire and had the worst of a draw against Notts, and they just struggled to sort of get the right balance of the side. They I think they rightly played 4 seamers, away from home in May. You probably need to do that, particularly those sort of venues as Abbas bowls. And it's a good delivery, which is playing a miss. So the off stump from Lawrence, a nice piece of bowling from Abbas, but they couldn't. Whereas last year they went to venues like that with just 3 seamers, and obviously it's wear and tear on the seamers. Not good. They went in with 4, but they weren't getting runs at 6 and 8, and that was critical. They weren't getting the runs from Doug Bracewell at 8, which his first-class career average suggested he would get. So that was a bit of a problem, and it might be that little period in with a bit of bad luck from the weather and also those games there in May, which might make the difference in the final analysis, as Abbas bowls and clipped away nicely by Lawrence, who's just starting to find his feet, just wide of mid-wicket and collects a single, 74 for 2. But they have been obviously imperious since then. They've obviously beaten Hampshire at the Aegeus, which they don't often do. Obviously that game getting Hampshire a little bit of a minor rap on the knuckles with the 3-point deduction, which thankfully from Hampshire's point of view isn't going to make too much of a difference this year. Had they won that match against Essex and had a points deduction, then it could be rather significant. But yeah, I mean, of course the pitch here last year between the two sides, James Vince wasn't very enamoured with it, was he? So we've had a little bit of a history in recent times of not playing these contests on shirt fronts, which is, I think, fair to say. 74 for 2. Here's Abbas from the Hayes close end in the gathering gloom. In fact, it's been there all day actually, and that's left alone by Wesley outside the off stump. It's almost as if the players sense that we're going to have a bit of an interruption in the not too distant future. But certainly, they've got the Paul Walter coming back in the side. He really balances the side very well away from home, where you need someone who can bowl full seam. He hasn't bowled a lot of overs, but having him in the side has made a difference. I think on this ground you probably only need 3 seamers most of the time on a typical Chelmsford pitch. But certainly he's played a big role in balancing the side. As Abbas bowls, and this is just steered down towards backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, they're not that far away. Kevin, I do think they'll give Surrey another good run for their money this season. Of course, the side that got stuck in the starting blocks, who were the Cricketer magazine's pre-season tip, Lancashire, they just got stuck in the starting blocks. They've looked pretty solid, but they couldn't win a game for about 6 matches.
That's right. Loads of draws, weren't they, first half of the competition? But no, again, you guys here have just got a great record, haven't you? Won your last 4. You're actually unbeaten in total.
This one's outside the off stump and left alone. And thanks for Tandon Nash about just Ishan Kelly was the release player that we hadn't mentioned earlier on. Thanks very much indeed. So that one outside the off stump, and I say not a lot happening at the moment, as if we're sort of waiting for the inevitable with the weather. But of course we tend not to need full 4 days of playing time here at Chelmsford to get a result. But it could get quite tense, these 2 games. Northants can make a decent fist of it at the Oval in this first innings. It could be very interesting on Friday afternoon if we've got a possible win and a possible draw at either venue. As that one's played off the back foot, or Hampshire will be hoping for a possible defeat in the terms of Essex, but we'll see what happens. Wesley with that defensive shot off the last ball from him, 46. Lawrence on strike, 24. 74 for 2. It was 18 for 2 after the early loss of Cook and also Nick Brown.
Yeah, it feels very much as though we're playing for 3rd place, to be honest.
Yeah.
And again, having never really looked as though we were ever really going to challenge for the championship, is actually not a bad effort. I mean, that would equal our, highest place in the last 4 or 5 years. So it won't be a bad effort, but I think it'll still feel, come the end of the season, a little bit disappointing.
And also the sense that perhaps Hampshire haven't got quite as close as they have done in a couple of the recent seasons. Obviously they were right in contention until Kent sort of upset their whole September last year, of course in 2 competitions, which I'm sure quite forgiven them for.
Barker to Lawrence, that is wide. Ben Brown's diving in front of the first slip there.
But obviously they got about as close as any side can possibly get with that match at Liverpool, which sadly was never shown on live television. It thoroughly warranted it, but I suspect because it was at Old Trafford rather than Liverpool, it wasn't given the TV treatment. But what a match that was, and what an ending it was. And I wonder, will that be as close as Hampshire get in this era, or is there another potential close run thing with this side still together?
Well, I mean, you never know, do you? I mean, that's one thing. There's Barker around the wicket again. He's walking into that, and he's got a leading edge. Trying to flick that away through mid-wicket, that's worked up towards extra cover. You just never know. It's difficult to tell, but if you had to really sort of make a prediction, you would say that perhaps the last couple of years have been our best chance.
Yeah, you file Essex with Somerset, possibly up until about 2 years ago, and Lancashire as sides who all had the capability of winning the championship in the last 5 years, and perhaps have not quite managed to do so. Somehow Warwickshire got over the line from nowhere in 1 year.
Where did that come from?
And that was in the conference season.
Yeah, outside the off stump, left alone.
and we made them. I think we're in the same. Essex were in the same conference as them and let them through, or something like that. I can't remember what actually happened there in the end, but yes, it was all slightly bizarre. You had Somerset deliberately losing to Hampshire, wasn't it, or not trying to beat Hampshire to get Hampshire through in one match. It was all very odd. Yes.
I remember saying at the time,
we had 12 meaningless. 12 meaningless September for 12 counties.
Yeah. They actually wanted to let Hampshire through, and you think, don't do that. That's not great. Not because it was Hampshire, because it's just not outside the off stump. Again, it's left alone. I don't know. Once you start doing that, you sort of lose momentum, and you start having muddled thinking.
Well, you could say Somerset have never recovered in red ball cricket since.
Well, there you are.
You can mention that to Anthony when he's next year. Yeah, but yes, it's been. Say again, the season has shot along, hasn't it? I must say, I'm disappointed for Hampshire on Saturday, but again, they had a very good season in that 50 over competition, and a pretty solid season in the Blast as well.
Yep. Here comes Barker. That's flicked down to a fine leg by Dan Lawrence. It moves on to 25, and the total sedately moves on to 75 for 2. And how many overs are we over in the 33rd here?
Just my impression, sort of watching Hampshire from afar in the first half of the season, is it was not quite flat track bullies, but when you have the weaker sides like Northants look very comfortable, when you have the slightly stronger opposition, look not quite as convincing. And of course that's what the difference has to be next year, to win a game against the head, if you like, against particularly away from home against one of the fancied sides.
Oh yeah, no, they admit it. They admit it that they're beating the sides below, and what they aren't doing is beating the sides level or above, and that's the difference between winning and losing the championship, isn't it? We want to lose it, but there's an edge. Oh, and it's just fallen short of backward a point, or has it? Did it carry? There was a drive there from Wesley. It was a leading edge, and it's Fletcher Middleton there, backward a point, diving to his left. Did that carry? A couple of players have still got their hands on the back of their heads.
We haven't got our replays available at the moment, but I tell you what, that wasn't far away. It didn't quite control that one. The umpire's just having a chat about the rain. It's spitting with rain at the moment. I think we're just going to carry on for the time being. Got a couple of emails while Kevin is going to do an update for Radio Salem. We are still staying out there. Michael, there is some rain in Spain, you say, so I know there hasn't been a lot of that actually in the last couple of months, so that's in a way good to hear. Could you explain something to me, international cricket? Why is the team called the England but not England and Wales? As a controlling body is the England and Wales Cricket Board. So a bit of an anomaly, you think? So that's an interesting one. But yes, I think they've had to, I suppose, get the odd game at Cardiff just to make it to point that it is England and Wales. I think we had one of the one-dayers was at Cardiff, wasn't it? 7 and 1 England lost, mind you. It was Abbas bowls and large plays up towards mid-on. There's Keith Barker, and there is no run. And Jeff talking about we tried to sort out or minimise the effects because of the wind, which is actually just dying down a little bit. It was 45 miles an hour this morning, but it's dying down a little bit now. And yes, Dick was reading an email earlier. It says, Jeff, comparing it with the sound of a constant nuclear explosion, and the howling of the wind ceased, and you've now got the BBC online and live stream outputs out as one. So hopefully that sort of things out for you, Jeff. I know that was a bit of a problem with the howling wind earlier. 3 slips waiting, and that one almost flicks the pad actually of Lawrence as he's leaving it alone outside the off stump. Might have just cut back into him slightly from Abbas. But these two looking fairly settled, bar for the fact that Wesley might not have been far away from playing 1-2 back into the hands of backward point. Not sure, we just bounced in front of the fielder. But a bit of an escape in the previous over. He's on 46, Lawrence 25, 75 for 2. It was 18 for 2. And Gordon on the emails, Gordon Taylor, nice to hear from you. bbcsxcricket@gmail.com. 2 slips and Vince is a wider third slip. I think it's still spitting with rain. Lawrence comes forward and plays bat and pad together up into the offside, and there's no run. Now I mentioned that Aaron Nijar is on loan with Kent and looking for confirmation of the Kent side today to see if he's in there. I think a spinner at Taunton in September. You'd fancy his chances, but you hope that Nijar's taken up by Kent, as Matt Quinn was. You feel a bit sorry for Will Battleman as he stood in for Adam Rossington quite a bit during the season and did pretty well. Hope he finds another county, and that may well develop his talents. Yes, Jordan Cox might well be the issue there, Gordon. I think a lot of Essex supporters just feel a little bit of sympathy for Will Battleman, but are confident in his future. As this is a delivery which Lawrence comes forward to and tries to play it wide of mid-on, but doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, and plays it straight out to Barker, and there is no run. So certainly it's always a sad time when obviously players aren't retained, but it does, I guess, provide opening for other players as time goes on. And Feroz Kouchi, I know, is a name that's been mentioned a couple of times as to the fact that he's a bit unlucky not to have got into the side in this particular run of games in September. Maybe there's still an opportunity for him at Northampton. Just fancy there might be a change of at least one change at Northampton. Misses attempt to cut the ball away, and I think it might have come off the bottom of the bat and the body there and gone through to Brown, but it was I'd like to see a replay of that, but certainly that was very uncomfortable for Lawrence. He was going on the cut shot, and I just wonder whether it's actually also sort of bounced off maybe the thigh pad or something and gone through to Brown on the bounce, but he's certainly was attempting to force that away off the back foot and didn't make any contact. So keeping an eye on that England under 19 against Australia with a bit of Hampshire and Essex interest. Another good delivery. That's a no ball from Abbas, but an effort ball, and it went by with some pace actually. That through to Brown, going about chest height. Very, very good surprise delivery, that one. That game going on at Northampton, where Essex will be next week, and the weather forecast looks terrific. It really does look very, very good at the moment, with lots and lots of sunshine symbols on the forecast for Tuesday to Friday inclusive. I can tell you it's raining at the Oval. Can it rain there for 3.5 days, I wonder? Probably not, but Northampton 82 for 2, which is okay. Hassan Azad 35 not out. Here's Lawrence coming forward, playing back down the pitch, and picked up by Barker and his follow through, and there's no run. 77 for 2, 46 Wesley, 25 Lawrence. Cook out for naught, and earlier we had Brown out for 3, and it was 18 for 2 at one point. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent online via the BBC Sport website and app. We've just got a big threat of rain this afternoon. We've got had a little bit of a shower, which was forecast, but they played through that. But the main threat of the weather is after about 2 o'clock is what we're expecting. It could be a little bit more dicey. Just having a good run through of one of our radars. Yeah, it suggests that we'll be doing quite well to miss the rain after 2 o'clock. So it could be a little bit of an issue then. So 2 slips now. Barker is going to bowl. So one of the issues, of course, for Hampshire, with of course the rain falling, is that they like to put in the bowl with spinners, but it might be quite awkward for the spinners at the moment to grip the ball with dampness out there. Barker bowls, just played off the back foot towards backward point. There's Fletcher Middleton, and there's no addition to the score, and it means that Wesley has been slightly becalmed actually on 46, remains where he is, but he continues to have a very fine season indeed. And I was slightly surprised to read that it was actually only the second time he'd reached the landmark of the 1,000 runs. He actually got well past it in 2016. And here's a good delivery, and thought it was going to be a sharp for LBW there from Barker, but it wasn't to be. Maybe going down the leg side, but a bit of a nice shape to that delivery, which certainly might have produced a shout had he been more confident of it, but it was certainly one that beat the attempted flick through mid-wicket. Wesley averaging 49 at the moment, and if he gets to this 50, it'll be his 4th. He has 300s. And 5 Live Sports Extra, with the news, of course, that we've got rain at the Oval, have joined us here. Well, we might have rain fairly soon, mind you, as that's played defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But our Sports Extra listeners have been hearing that Northampton have been making a pretty good fight of it at the Oval so far, and here it's been a pretty good tussle between Essex and Hampshire. It's a used pitch, both sides wanted to bat. Essex were happy to take on the threat of Barker and Abbas early on, but were actually unsettled with 2 quick wickets. Alistair Cook out in the second over to Abbas, and then A very probing spell from Barker, accounting for Brown, edging one behind for 3. And here is Barker back on after lunch, bowling, and that's outside the off stump. And goes through to Brown without a shot being offered. Ben Brown, that is, but without a shot being offered by Wesley, who started very fluently but has become rather becalmed on 46. And Dan Lawrence, playing his last championship match at Chelmsford for Essex, is there on 25, and it's 77 for 2. It was 18 for 2 at one point. But like at the Oval, of course, we're not that far away here at Chelmsford. We've got a threat from the weather this afternoon. It has just started to spit with rain again, and we've had some strong winds this morning as well as Barker bowls, and that's clipped away. That's an over pitch ball clipped away for at least 2. It's going out. In fact, that's going to go all the way to the square leg boundary. Nicely timed, and we were just mentioning he was becoming a little bit becalmed, Tom Wesley, but he got basically a leg stump half body there from Keith Barker, and he's put it away, and he goes to 50 for the 4th time this season to add to his 300s. And one thing just to mention to our 5 Sports Extra listeners is he reached 1,000 runs for the season for the 2nd time in his career. First time he did it, it actually brought about England selection the following year. We don't think that's going to happen this time, but it's been a very good campaign for him. 81 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a tough time to bat as well in these conditions. He's played well, 99 balls and 9 fours in that half century.
2 slips waiting as Barker bowls. It's outside the off stump and left alone. Kevin James with myself, Nick Gledhill, and Dick Davis will be back with us shortly, unless the rain gets here first, because certainly the threat is very much there. And as I say, it will be an interesting one for Hampshire, who probably like to bowl their spinners this afternoon, but if they've got a sort of a wet ball to deal with, which might be the case if they're playing through these showers, it could become a bit of an issue. 50 to Wesley and 25 to Lawrence. 81 for 2 of his partnership so far, worth 63.
Yeah, it's the Dick and Nick show here at Chelmsford with me in support. And yeah, Hampshire playing the extra spinner today with Felix Organ coming into the side. James Fuller, who's perfectly fit, just making way. But the few overs that we saw from Liam Dawson before lunch and the 1 over from Felix Organ doesn't seem to be too much in this pitch for them at the moment. Here's a pass then from the Hayes close end bowls outside the off stump to Down Lawrence, who watches that one go by. But yeah, Hampshire spoke to them actually straight after the toss. They were desperate to win it, as I'm sure Essex were as well. And I don't know, maybe these overcast conditions might just sort of becalm the pitch a little bit in terms of maybe if there's any chance of spin. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly nothing in the few overs that we've seen at the moment. But it is very bleak out there as Abbas comes in again and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence drives up to mid-off.
Yes, we are the last match standing at the moment, actually, because not surprisingly, with rain into the Oval, it's also raining at Lords. So Middlesex 74 for 5. So it's been a good day for Kent, even though they haven't got on the field yet. With Middlesex struggling in that one against Warwickshire. So no, nothing yet in the Division 2 games. Nothing at Old Trafford. Nothing at Taunton. So it's very much us on our own here at Chelmsford just at the moment, but maybe not for that much longer.
Just 10 minutes lost, wasn't it? Coming up to 11 o'clock this morning. That's all we've lost so far. As Abbas comes in again and bowls. Again, it's outside off stump. We've already had 1 ball change straight after lunch. 73 for 2. I do detect that this ball is actually bouncing a fraction more, maybe just going through a little bit quicker.
There was a delivery from Abbas that was of genuine pace against Lawrence, wasn't there, which took him by. It was a no ball, mind you, but it was a very good delivery, and it might be that Vincent, who was very much there supervising the ball selection there with the umpire when they changed the ball, he might have picked a good one from the Hampshire perspective.
Seemed very keen to be alongside the umpires as they were choosing. 63-run partnership throw between these two, which is a very good one considering the conditions. As Abbas bowls again outside the off stump, and again Lawrence leaves that one alone. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say we had those high winds this morning. They are forecast to drop. They were 45-mile-an-hour winds. They are forecast to drop. It's still very, very blowy out there. The trees moving to our right, and to say it's not a bumper attendance here at Chelmsford by any stretch of the imagination. It might have increased a little bit just in the last hour, but nothing like the number that you normally get in the members area here on the first day of a championship match.
There's some hardy souls out there, isn't there? I don't think weather would put them off too much. The ones that are here is it's a little straighter, turned away square on the leg side. Now Lawrence has run the first one quickly. He's hoping to get 2, but that's a fairly short boundary away to our left, away from the pavilion. The wicket is a little higher up the square than perhaps I think I've got used to when we've come here, but even so it's closer to the It's not as close to the pavilion anyway. A bit more of a hit required away to our right. 82 for 2, the Essex total.
Yeah, certainly the two flags are blowing very evidently. You see on the side of the pavilion here.
Hampshire and the Essex flags. What's that flag down here in the corner then? Away to our left.
I think it's a sponsors one.
Oh, is it? Oh, we won't mention that.
Yeah.
No. It's a flag. So that's down the leg side. Great diving stop from Ben Brown. Horizontal, taking that two hands. Great athleticism. End of the over. 82 for 2. Abbas has completed 12 overs. Has 2 maidens. 1 for 31.
I'm just looking at one of the cricket websites, and it's got a story saying a thorough, fair and insightful review of the Asia Cup. Well, I can do it in about 2 seconds. Basically, India were far too good, and Pakistan were a bit disappointing. But yeah, the India World Cup in India, of course, coming up, and of course we've got lots to look forward to there. As England, well, perhaps the word brutal was used by a couple of correspondents with ditching poor old Jason Ward. I'm a bit sorry for him because he couldn't actually play in those games against New Zealand, but obviously they wanted Harry Brook to be involved, and it was as if they made a mistake at the start. I thought, how do we get around getting around this mistake? Oh, we'll just announce it a couple of weeks later. But yeah, it's a lot to look forward to there. 82 for 2. I'll do one more over, then bring Dick back in as Keith Barker bowls, and that's just played up into the onside by Lodge, who settled in after a rather sketchy start, but say it is his last championship game for Essex at Chelmsford. We were just looking back earlier on one or two from the past, thinking about a famous innings he played here early in 2017 season against Lancashire, and of course he'll be joining Surrey for the start of next season, and hoping that maybe that offers a sort of a help in restoring his England career. As Barker bowls, and outside the off stump, and there's no run. But the honest truth, I think, Kevin, is I cannot remember a more clear-cut example of one player having so much impact on another player's career, and that is Harry Brook and Dan Lawrence, because effectively Brook has taken that place with the. I know Besto was injured. There was an injury, wasn't there, and for a while, but you know, Brook just came in and just made an unanswerable case. I'm here to stay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would have that guy anything to do one day as he'd be in my squad.
Absolutely. 82 for 2. Barker bowls. Lawrence just playing it up into the offside, and there's no run. So the problem is the old no vacancy sign has sort of gone up, barring injury, hasn't it? With the England side looking fairly settled. Obviously, Ollie Pope having his injury problems, but he's very much the first pick when he's fit. And of course, the rest of it looks fairly solid with Root there and Stokes.
I mean, the one guy
and Harry Brook.
I think the one guy you'd say whose position was vulnerable would be Root.
Well, that's an interesting one. I'm interested to see how he gets on against Ireland tomorrow. 82 for 2. As here's Barker going around the wicket, and that's played away off the back foot. Nice looking drive. That actually is the best timing of the day from Lawrence. It's gone straight to the field. It's a beautifully timed shot, but straight to cover, and there's no run. So it's still 82 for 2, but yeah, I want straight to Nick Gubbins. He's back in the ranks now with James Vince, of course, captain in the championship.
Yeah, I spoke to him after Saturday's final. Nick Gubbins, naturally very disappointed with that result.
Yes, it's hopefully got over it now as Barker bowls. Played up towards short mid wicket. Everyone's saying it's good for the game, of course, Leicestershire winning, and I think everyone sees that, but disappointing from Hampshire's point of view. And I must say, I thought Lewis Hill, that was a good spot at the toss. Both sides, I think Leicester wanted to bat, Hampshire wanted to bowl, but I think he said he thought the pitch would get more difficult to force the pace on. It looked like a used pitch, a very dry pitch, and that was a good call because it was difficult for Hampshire to make progress towards the end of that game. And turned out to be a very good call from him to take the risk of batting first. Looked like it, of course, it had gone very wrong, but Swindle's made it otherwise. As here is Barker bowling, and that's just a little check shot back down the pitch from Lodge. So I'll bring Dick Davis back in and leave you on for a little while longer. Maiden over from Barker, and 82 for 2 with 50 on the board to Tom Wesley. It's 4th of the season with the 300s. 26 to Dan Lawrence, and these two have taken it up for 18 for 2 and building a useful position for Essex. And obviously this must-win match.
Yeah, 64 runs unbroken for the third wicket. It's slow progress. It's been accurate bowling, and in these conditions, difficult to get away. The batters are looking to leave the ball as much as anything outside the off stump. Quick on anything that's slightly too short or slightly over pitch, but Hampshire haven't served too much of that up. Abbas 12 overs 1 for 31, the most. 12 overs 1 for 31. Barker 12 overs 1 for 12. And Abbott, who's back on at the Hayes close end, 6 overs, none for 16. Those are the seam bowling overs we've had so far. And as I mentioned before lunch, as Dick Davis comes in alongside me, that Kyle Abbott, incredibly this year, has yet to take a 5-wicket haul, which is very unusual as he comes in. And next door, there's the first of them, is straight to James Vince at third slip. Well, just as I speak and just as Dick Davis joins us, the third wicket is down, and it is Tom Wesley who's out for exactly 50.
It's my fault, everything is.
Better get off.
Yeah. I'll just fish out my scorecard, which I think is buried there.
So that was, he went for the drive there, Wesley. He was induced into driving, and he went quickly to Vince, who took that round about sort of thigh high, just to his left, went very quickly. And Vince held on to that 2 hands, didn't look a problem at all. 102 balls for his 50 with 9 fours, Tom Wesley.
Yeah, a good knock, particularly in the circumstances, really. It's not easy batting out there. Well, it's not easy. It's not easy playing cricket under these conditions. It's certainly not easy umpiring. I often feel sorry for the umpires under these conditions.
Yeah? Do you?
Yeah.
Because they've got to stand there and free. Well, it's not cold out there, is it, I suppose?
Well,
they get well paid for it.
Yeah, they get paid for it, but it's still, I would have thought it's a pretty drafty. No, it is a bit nippy out there. I'm sure. Well, I haven't been out there, but
I thought you went into town.
I did, exactly. Well, it wasn't very.
What were you, undercover the whole way?
Most of the way, yes. The various shopping malls and things. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But it's not ideal cricket weather, is it? I mean, it's the scene out there that you would expect to see a cricket ground in November.
Yes, exactly.
So new batter is Matt Critchley,
who's had an excellent season for Essex in his second season for his adopted county.
It's been a good move, hasn't it, from Derbyshire?
It's been a very good move. I can't think of a better signing that Essex have made. From another county, obviously, there are overseas players are exception, but I can't think of them since maybe the likes of Irani.
Here's Ronnie Irani. Outside the off stump, he's a legend in these parts. Doesn't have to play at the first ball.
Yes.
Ronnie Irani, I remember one night on T20 evening, Friday night here, which was always special, coming here on a Friday.
That's one word for it.
And Ronnie Irani, I think, either took a wicket or took a catch to nearly end the game, or obviously kill the game and put it in Essex favour, and he did a lap of honour with the ball held aloft, and the crowd rose as he went past each section. It was like him ahead of a Mexican wave.
Yes, he certainly loved playing to the crowd.
He did. 82 for 3. Here's Abbott's bowls, and outside the off stump again. First 2 deliveries, he's not made the batter play. So Critchley's playing in his 13th championship match, 340 runs at 21, which suggests, well, batting wise, Dick, I have to say I might have to challenge you a little bit on that. Well, that's his bowling. What am I talking about? That's his bowling. Let's get his batting. Critchley. So I was just picturing in my mind Ronnie Irani running around the pitch again. 870 at 41. Yeah, that's better, isn't it?
And that's only the championship, isn't it?
That's only the championship. Yeah, well, we know how destructive he is. He did. I remember here last year in the T20s, him and Michael Pepper.
Yes.
Destroying Hampshire in the T20 game here in the group. That's pushed out to extra cover, no run. Yes, so he's. You're right with the bat, very good, and with the ball, which I read out earlier. Apologies, wasn't concentrating. Still, that picture of Ronnie Irani is in my head.
Oh dear.
I know. Well, it is. It's going to haunt me for the rest of the day.
It will, at least.
Yeah. And 16 wickets at 21. That's better. Yeah, good all-round season in the championship. You're right. So 26 here to Dan Lawrence. He's taking his time. Alistair Cook for no score, Nick Brown for 3 and Tom Wesley for 50, the 3 batters who are back in the warm pavilion. There's Everett bowls and nice drive, Critchley just wide of mid-off, they'll take a single. And he is off the mark at 83 for 3. First wicket in this innings for Kyle Abbott, and Abbas and Barker taking the wickets before lunch. Hampshire making the one change to this side. Felix Organ coming in for James Fuller, who's just been left out really. It's a tactical change because it's a used wicket. Hampshire expecting it to turn, as I'm sure Essex are. And Essex unchanged from the side that beat Middlesex here. Unbeaten at Chelmsford. Oh, Essex this season. Last 4 games here in the Championship, all won. First 2 games against Lancashire, Surrey, drawn. As Abbott comes in, it's pushed out. Good fielding by Fletcher Middleton at point. You're reading some emails there, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've won 6 on the last 6 Championship games, so they're banging form in this version of the game. The Grumbler, who writes an excellent podcast every week. I think that's the word for it. I don't mean week, I mean podcast. I was disappointed to see Buttleman go, but then I went to the seconds at Merchant Taylor's last week and saw McKenna. Looks excellent with the gloves. All right, thank you. Also, this is the end of an era. It is the last home appearance of Lawrence and Cook. Yeah, it could well be. It's that sort of time of year, a bit nostalgic, and yeah. But we have to look ahead, not look back. Stephen from Southend.
You said that as though, I don't know, you said Southend. Oh.
Well, I've lived in Southend since I was 4. Well, the borough of Southend.
Yeah.
So, you know, in those 20 years I've become pretty close to the place.
Good.
Except for my maths. Thanks for the great commentary. I'm listening in the garden, having locked myself out of the house and now waiting for the missus to return home. Hoping the rain stays away from both Southend and Chelmsford. Come on, Essex. You've not got a greenhouse you can shelter in, or a shed, or a coal bunker? As Dawson moves in and bowls. It's just played defensively by Critchley.
Well, presumably he can't get around the back if he's got no keys, unless he climbs over a fence.
No, you're right. Yeah, you see, I never listen to what I'm reading. Let's just nudge down to third man. But it's, on the other hand, the title of his, the subject line of his email says, listening in the Harden rather than garden. I assume it's a misprint rather than some obscure reference to Southend. As Dawson moves in, left arm round the wicket, bowls, just worked away on the onside quietly for a single to Lawrence. And Dave emails from, really enjoying your call while at work in the almost equally bleak Barcelona today. Well. Is there any chance of Liam Dawson getting recalled to the England squad, even in white ball cricket? As it is he, Dawson, who moves in and bowls. That's worked out to mid-on, but with enough force behind the ball not to accommodate the taking of a single. And as a leggy myself from Australia, who do you guys think is the most promising young spinners in England, brackets and Wales? Anyone you think is in line for an imminent England Test cap, as that's played out for a single? The score moves on to 85 for 3. So, well, as regards Liam Dawson, I'm not in a position to say. My learned friend and colleague is in a better position to comment. I'll ask him at the end of the season. Not the end of the season. Well, it could be. Yes. Hello, Kevin. It's Dick Davies on the phone. I just wondered what you thought of Liam Dawson's chance of getting into the England squad.
That'll probably be after the squad's picked anyway.
Yes, that's played out for a single at the end of the over. So yes, is there any chance of Liam Dawson getting recalled to the England squad, even in white ball cricket, is the question?
Well, I think there's a massive chance, isn't there? I mean, he's the most talked about spinner, I think, for the last couple of months, with his performances, both ball and bat. I don't think there's too many others that have made a claim as strong as his. Whether, of course, they go down that route or not is a different matter. But others, I suppose Rian Ahmed's not a million miles away.
No.
If you're talking of young spinners.
No, he's had
Jamie Smith always seems to get featured, doesn't he?
Yes.
In various chats and articles. Outside the off stump, left alone. Started a new over from Abbott as Lawrence faces.
Yes, Rian Arkwright has had a remarkable rise, hasn't he? I mean, he's still only about 18 or 19, isn't he?
Something like that. Played a bit for the Brave in the 100. I don't know how much you followed the 100 there, Dick.
Yes. Well.
Yes. Does that mean yes you did?
Do I?
Yeah.
I sometimes watch some of the games on television.
Yep.
Yes. But I find I do lose interest.
Really?
Yes, because...
Here comes Abbott. Forward. Pushing that up to mid-off is Lawrence.
It's a bit like when I watch an IPL game on television. I watch a bit of it, but not a lot. For both exactly the same reason. I couldn't care less who wins.
Right.
And whenever I go to any sporting event, I mean, I'm not a fanatic, you know, dyed-in-the-wool supporter of any particular team. Obviously I want Essex to do well, but, you know, nevertheless, if there's a game involving Essex, obviously I want them to win. But, you know, with franchise cricket, I could not care less who wins, and that takes a lot off the game to me.
Abbott. That's another good length ball, which is pushed up to mid-on this time. So you don't support your local team in the 100?
What local team's that?
Well, you've got a local team.
Well, tell me who they are. What's their name?
Well, you're obviously not, because you don't know who they are.
Well, I mean, I know there's a side based at the Oval and there's a side based at Lord's.
Well, the side based at Lord's is your local side.
Well, are you talking geographically?
Well, not necessarily, but in terms of the area that said franchise covers, franchise being, you know what I mean,
yeah,
covers your area.
Yeah.
Here comes Abbott and bowls. So by definition, as that's worked up to mid-on, they become your local side.
Very well, but the answer's still no.
Right. Okay.
But some of them, one or two of them, played for the Welsh Leagues or whatever they're called, and I think somebody from one of the northern sides. They were dotted around a bit, the players.
Yeah. What, the Essex team?
The Essex team, yeah.
Yeah. I can tell you actually in a minute.
Well, yeah, all right.
If you really want to know, would you like me to?
No, but listeners might want to, even if I don't.
Here comes Abbott again from that Hayes close end, and he's bowling again. That's a nice drive, but it's only as far as Abbas up at mid-off. So 6 players were at the 100. The man batting now, Mr. Lawrence, was one of several that played for your local side. Adam Rossington being the others, Michael Pepper and Matt Critchley, who's at the other end. So you've got 2 players in your local 100 franchise that are out there now playing for Essex.
I'm ecstatic.
Paul Walter, Manchester Original, Sam Cooke, Trent Rockets. There were your 100
Thank you.
representatives there. Is always playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a cracking ball to finish off the over. Lawrence drawn into that forward defensive. Ball goes past the outside edge, 87 for 3.
But next year they're just as likely to be playing for somebody else, aren't they?
Well, yeah, if they're picked up in the draft, which I'm sure you follow quite closely.
Well, fairly. Anyway, yeah, how would that start?
That could be your reading during the winter, you know, to catch up on the 100.
Yes, thanks, Kevin, very much for that suggestion, which I shall put on the back burner, I think the phrase is. But not on the eye-level grill. As Dawson moves in from the Hayes, not from the Hayes close end, the river end, bowls, and has just played defensively. Named after the River Can, which flows just behind us and right through the middle of the city of Chelmsford. And over a bridge over which I walked at lunchtime when I wandered into the city. And I wouldn't have been surprised to see some ice on the river.
Really?
Yeah.
It was that cold?
Well, I was that cold.
Oh, right.
That's played out in the cup as no addition to the score. Of 88 for 3. Sadly, we've lost our online coverage in the commentary box. we still have the well-appointed scoreboard, and that's swept away for 4. Good-looking shot by Lawrence down towards the sycamore tree. Not yet in its wearing its autumnal coat. Still I'm not sure if these are new spots of rain on the window or...
A few are new.
Yeah, I think a few. I think I can identify some as being new spots on the pane. As Liam Dawson, I don't know him well enough to call him Liam, Lord. Don't know him at all. Although he did play for Essex one season. That swept away for a sweep, and 4 more runs.
It's 2 good sweeps.
Yeah, he was on loan to Essex, wasn't it? Quite remarkably, really, that he couldn't get into the Hampshire side. Oh, well, how long ago would that have been?
About 2015-ish, 2014, 2015. I mean, it was a period of time where he was a little bit in and out the side. I mean, now he's become the all-round package and consistent, which is exactly what you want to be as a professional cricketer.
Yes.
I think he might agree. He might not. That maybe that wasn't always the case in the past. He's been a good player ever since he came into the first team.
Yes.
But maybe there were just little periods where maybe the bowling wasn't quite as top notch as it might be, and a little bit with the batting. But right now, they're both a pretty good order. That's for sure. It's a great sweep shot. There's 2 good sweeps in this over. Ooh.
Well, they don't seem to be able to find the ball. They certainly didn't go out of the ground because it only went for 4. But I think it might be under a stand at that far end, and there are 2 fielders now forming a search party for it. So while we're talking about, somebody asked who the potential spinners around the counties. I mean, has Mason Crane gone off the boil a bit?
Doesn't play so much.
No.
Played Saturday's final. It's been he mixed his London Spirit, your local side's commitments in the 100. With a few 50-over matches as well. He's played a couple of championship games this season, but yeah, I mean, well, the trouble is when you've got Liam Dawson, I mean, how many teams go around with 2 spinners? All right, they're playing 2 spinners today, but it's a little bit different. But so once you've got your main spinner, it's then difficult for your second spinner to be playing regularly.
Well, Essex managed to accommodate Critchley as well as Harmer, but obviously, the very fact that he's batting at number 5 and Critchley's a more than handy middle order batsman, whereas Mason Crane is very much lower order, isn't he?
Yes. Oh, we finally got the ball back. We're not the only Division 1 game going on right now.
Where else?
Somerset Kent are playing now. Somerset 15 without loss. That's down at Taunton, isn't it, that one?
I would imagine so.
It is, yeah.
They don't play many other places, do they? Where else does Somerset play?
No, I mean, it might have been at Canterbury.
Oh, I see. Yes, I beg your pardon. Yeah. Oh, when another wicket goes, and Lawrence pushes forward. Outside edge, the left armour. Yeah, it's a leg break to Lawrence. Gets a palpable edge and a fairly straightforward catch at first slip. And Essex are 96 for 4.
Yeah, another sharp chance by James Vince. That's 2 catches behind for him since the break. And a little worrying is that's just turned a fraction off a good length.
Yes.
I say little worrying. It depends on who you support and whether you want to see this game go the full distance, because that has already just turned a bit. 103 balls for his 36, Dan Lawrence.
Yep, turned and bounced a bit, would you say?
Yeah, well, Vince took that comfortable height, wasn't it?
Yes.
Comfortable height.
Because, in many respects, bounce is almost as big an ally to a spin bowler as actual turn, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, you need it.
If not more so,
yeah. You need it. You got both, then you are...
Well, yes.
You're rubbing your hands, saying a minimum of 5 wickets here, thank you.
Yes. So Paul Walter, who received his county cap at lunchtime in a small ceremony on the outfield.
And interviewed.
Yes.
Like that touch.
Makes his way to the crease. Takes his guard from umpire. Oh dear. Shaughnessy, I think, this end.
In fact, he wasn't the only one. Was it Adam Rossington?
Yes.
And I think, was there one other? Critchley, yeah. All got interviewed as well, which was nice, wasn't it, really? So what does it mean? Was it the question? What does it mean to you to get your cap? Fine bunch of players, great dressing room, was the answer.
Yes.
Stopped me in my tracks. I had to listen, I hung on every word.
Oh dear, they're so well media trained, aren't they? We ask our inevitable cliche questions, they give the inevitable cliche answers. We call it the bland leading the bland. I mean, that was one of the reasons why the fans, the media, everybody except the committee room and one or two in the dressing room loved Stuart Law. He was never predictable in what he said.
No.
Didn't do him any favours in the long term as Dawson moves in and bowls, and that gets the better of Paul Walter, the tall Paul as he's known for fairly obvious reasons, and it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, and Stuart Law also won the acclaim and support of the supporters and media at when he went up to Old Trafford, but not so much of the committee room. He said what he thought. Great man, though.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say I know him very well. I know him reasonably well, and yeah, always having interesting chats when I catch up with him.
Yeah. So even the scoreboard's gone down now, isn't it? Oh, where's the didgeridoo dials? Nick got it.
Yeah, it's gradually everything's closing down in this box, which is a little bit of a worry. Here's Abbott. It's 96 for 4. He's wrapped on the pad. Is Matt Critchley, half shout from behind the stumps. I'm sure there was too much from Abbott. So yeah, the picture screen next to me is gone. Oh, the TV's back at the top.
Yeah, 96 for 4.
Got to a point really where I was going to say to you, just close the lights, put the lights out, Dick, as we go out.
Yeah, put the
We're
cat out.
in there.
Put the cat out and the milk bottles. Milk bottles, that's an old fashioned.
Milk bottles.
We still have a milkman deliver every day.
Do you?
Not every day, 3 times a week, yeah.
That's nice.
Milk person.
Yes.
As, no, it's you, sorry.
It is. Length ball to Critchley. He's playing that into the ground. Goes up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Do you know, I can't believe that so far today we've only lost 10 minutes.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, if it took a couple of hours, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, I agree. We're teetering on the edge and have been.
Yeah.
Virtually the whole time we've been playing. They've played through a little bit of rain, that's for sure. But the umpires, to their credit, have kept the players out there. The players don't look like they've minded too much. As Abbott comes in again at 96 for 4, bowls to Critchley. Critchley leaves that one alone. Outside of the off stump, Abbott's picked up just the 1 wicket, the first wicket after lunch. Wesley driving hard, quick edge, straight to Vince, a third slip. Held it around thigh height. Went for 50 and down and on for 36. That was an edge to Vince at first slip.
Yep, 4 wickets, 4 bowlers have taken them. Barker, Abbas, Abbott, Dawson.
Nicely spread around. But you do think that the spinners will start to take over as we go through the 4 days.
Yes.
As Abbott comes in again, he's wrapped on the pad there. Abbott just looks like he's found a little bit of rhythm and he's found a spot which is just causing 1 or 2 problems. She's on 4. Well, it's nice to be accompanied by some other matches that are going on. I always get a bit worried when we're the only one. If I'm anywhere in the country and we're the only one, I feel the pressure. Because everybody's, even if they're not particularly wanting to listen to this game or watch the game, then people are tuning in because it's the only cricket.
Yes.
So there is a certain pressure that comes with that. Whereas now we're spread a little bit. As Abbott comes in and always wrapped on the pad there again, coming forward. Somerset 35 without loss now against Kent. So there is another option. Division 2, well, They really are struggling to get going. The 3 games there have yet to. Batting has looked a little difficult throughout the day, although...
Oh gosh, yes. We've had nearly 42 overs for 96, so that's about 2 1/4 an over, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, 2.3, it has the rate up.
Oh, there it is. Exactly 2.3. It's not been the easiest of watching. Certainly not too many shots to get too excited about, as which is forward. Sometimes with the batters coming forward, they just want to see the ball hitting the bat rather than anything else. End of the over. 9 overs, 2 maidens. That's a maiden over for Abbott, 1 for 17, which makes that partnership, what was that, 64, wasn't it, for the 3rd wicket?
Yep.
A particularly good one between Wesley and Lawrence.
Yeah, I've had an email from Jerry in Blackpool, whose acquaintance I was delighted to make when we were up there. He says, "Good afternoon, Dick and Kieran. Here in Blackpool, it's rained more than it did even on the first day at Stanley Park when Essex were there." Well, that is saying something. That's of biblical proportions. The wind sounds familiar. Lancashire should be playing this week, but so far both days have been washed out as Dawson moves in and bowls. And that's just played, or rather playing a miss by Walter. One memory is of a youngster going up to him. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed out a paragraph. Come back to that in a moment. As Dawson moves in, and Walter, an appeal, fairly optimistic for LBW. I'll come back to your email, Jerry, at the end of the over. There's not much opportunity when there's a slow bowler bowling. That's Dawson. Left arm over the wicket to the equally left-handed Walter, and Walter's not having a very happy time there, trying to whip that away through his leg side, and another appeal for LBW.
Essex are getting very, very stuck at the moment.
They are, aren't they?
Dawson's bowling well. And what would make this game interesting is Essex have only made us 160, 170 in their first innings, and Hampshire then started to make a good reply.
Yes. Dawson in again to Walter, and still Walter pursues this attack of trying to sweep or play away on his leg side, and well, he's half successful in as much as he makes contact with the ball but doesn't pick up any runs.
The 2 o'clock rain is round about with us at the moment, drizzle certainly.
Yes, and it's forecast to get considerably harder as the afternoon wears on. That's just played defensively and correctly. Dawson moves in again to Walter. Walter has whipped that away through the leg side, well not through it but deep into it. They take a single down deep mid-wicket. End of the over, so Walter will retain the strike with a 6 on 97 for 4.
Yeah, and Kevin mentioning that we are not alone now, because Somerset and Kent playing. Somerset 36 for no wicket having been put in at Taunton. No Aaron Nijar in the Kent side, but Kent and Middlesex are separated by 2 points going into this round of games. 74 for 5 Middlesex at Lords with rain there, and Northants 82 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. Also rain there. Nothing at all today at Old Trafford. That's gone for the day. Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, and I think we're still waiting for any developments in terms of play in our Division 2 games, where basically still nothing yet in the 3 games going on today, all of which have got some sort of relevance. And here it's certainly drizzle falling at the moment as Carl Abbott goes around the wicket and bowls a pacey delivery, and it's beaten Walter outside the off stump. So certainly Hampshire have certainly bowled well in this period. They've really kept it tight. Wesley just lost a bit of momentum, I thought, Dick, after a very fluent start.
Yes,
and,
indeed.
Lawrence, he battled hard, but you got a feeling it was sort of building towards something very substantial. When, unfortunately, from his point of view, he got out. He'd done the hard work, so to speak. But now it's a rebuilding job between Walter and Critchley, both of whom, of course, were in that group who got caps today. I think Rossington was the other one, wasn't he?
as Abbott bowls, and Walter just plays that defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Gone.
So to get back to Jerry's emails, it says that only an opportunity when there's a fast bowler bowling. Your mention of Ronnie O'Reilly and Kevin's comment about him playing to the crowd is certainly true, as I well remember from his time at Lancashire. One memory is of a youngster going up to him and asking for his autograph rather than just signing. He said to the boy, "Yes, I'll give you mine if you give me yours." And as for Liam Dawson, I did agree with Mike Atherton's recent comment that he would have picked him to replace Jack Leach at the outset.
Yeah, very, very interesting comment that, as Abbott bowls and played from the crease by Walter up into the covers. The problem for Dawson is he's not viewed as a sort of a natural baseball fit in terms of his typical approach as a batsman, although he can be very fluid and attacking, as we've seen in one-day cricket. Although, yeah, you could argue that picking Moeen Ali when he obviously wasn't completely fit and he had that sore finger was a bit of a gamble, and that Dawson might have been a perfectly good safe bet.
Yes.
Contributed something down at number 8. Didn't really matter sort of down there how quickly you score, surely. As here is a good delivery which has beaten again Walter outside the off stump and goes through to Brown, and really Essex are very much restricted in what they can do at the moment in this drizzle, with Hampshire bowling very well and just looking as though they've got a potential avenue to maybe bowl out Essex relatively cheaply, and that would throw the cat among the pigeons to a certain extent, because obviously what Harmer does like, and what he has had actually in many of the recent games at Chelmsford, is big Essex first innings runs.
Oh yes.
And that's obviously made a key difference. Essex have had some big first innings leads and big winning margins, of course, in this excellent winning run that they've enjoyed. As Abbott bowls again outside the off stump, and left alone and goes through to Brown. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, 5 Sports Extra have been with us, and also of course online via the BBC Sport website and app, where Nick Leadhill, Dick Davis and Kevin James watching the opening day, a drizzly opening day of this penultimate round of championship matches of the season. Essex and Hampshire meeting for the umpteenth time this season. I think the current record is 3-2 Hampshire in the multi-format series, Nick, but this is the last game and perhaps the most important. 97 for 4. As Abbott comes around the wicket and bowls, and that's just played defensively by Walter up into the offside. Yes, 2 group wins from a T20 for Hampshire and a group win in the 50 overs, but you could argue that Essex have won the more important ones, the semi-final of the T20 and of course the championship match at the GS Bowl, which saw Hampshire docked 3 points due to the nature of the pitch. A maiden over, 97 for 4, with 1 to Walter and 4 to Critchley.
Jerry continues, I would like to think that he Liam Dawson will go on the tour on the winter trip, because Moeen has already declared he'll not tour after this trip. Good to hear you, and again, and Kevin, who I did know when he was playing for Hampshire. He said, I did enjoy your hesitancy to comment on your local 100 side. Kevin could not get you to comment. No, it's my civil service upbringing. Best wishes for the winter and hope to see you next season. Regards, Jerry. Yeah, well, thanks, Jerry. Reciprocate the feelings there. Andrew emails. Great commentaries always. He says, loving Dick's enthusiasm for the competition that shall not be named. Andy in Chesterler Street. As Dawson moves in and bowls, and that's played out to the offside. Thanks, Andy, very much. Also, I haven't forgotten that should we be at Durham next year, and presumably Essex will, since Durham have now been promoted to the first division, then yeah, I may well take you up on your guided tour of the high spots of Chesterler Street. Dawson moves in again, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who just dabs on that very tall man. And
they'll hold their own next year, Dick, with winning this Division 2 by such a big margin. Powerful batting lineup. Good to see them back.
Oh yes, they've had a rough time one way or another. Overpitched, and Paul Walter just stood and played through the line and just evaded the man at mid-off. it went through to 4-4 runs down to just below us.
Yes, and my favourite northern venue, Chester Street, so look to see if Essex get a game up there next year. Yeah, certainly among the northern venues, I do like it, and I remember going there the first time I felt normal, actually, in terms of a cricket ground after COVID.
And let's just dab down to short third man, where fielded by Keith Barker.
Yeah, Essex played there, you might remember, I think it was in the 21 season when crowds had just started to come back into the grounds, and it just felt nice and relaxed. Obviously a big ground, which obviously helped that sense, but it worked very nicely.
Yes, that's whipped away through the past the mid-on to long on, backing him up, and they go through for a single.
You remember how difficult it was here to get things organised because of the shape of the ground in many respects, Dick. And of course, it wasn't a very comfortable time for the spectators who did come in. There was a big contrast with a big venue like Chester Street, where there was plenty of space, and it worked very well there. But yeah, so good to see Durham back. Having done all that talk up, we'll probably find we've got one match against Durham. That'll be at Chelmsford.
Yes, yes, quite. As Dawson moves in and bowls, and that scuttles through a little bit, but it's played diligently by Critchley, gets head over the ball, and no addition to the score of 103 for 4. Kevin says, enjoying the informative commentary as always. He enjoys my reference to franchise cricket. And he says he rarely watches it for the reasons given. The reason I gave, which is a purely personal opinion, is that I attempt to watch a game and couldn't care less who wins, because it's franchise rather than representing any particular legitimate area, or rather any legitimately representing any area. If the ECB had pumped the same amount of money into the Blast as they did to the 100, not to mention marketing and making some matches free to air, then there would have no need of all this ridiculous form of cricket which has interfered with the county game. Come on, Essex. Thanks, Kevin.
Abbott bowls, and Walter just steers it from the crease, backward a square on the offside, and there is no run.
The views expressed are those of Kevin, not by BBC in any shape or format.
Toby Abbott there completing the fielding, one of the emerging Hampshire batsmen. Look forward to seeing him later on. They got quite a batting pack side with Tom Prest playing instead of James Fuller. James Fuller very much capable with the bat, but lower down the order, whereas Prest you'd expect to bat him in top 4. Well, I'm interested to see where he does bat, because we've got Gubbins and Vince also in the side. It might be bats at 5, we'll see, as this is outside the off stump and left alone by Walter, but Hampshire be fairly pleased with the way this is panning out at the moment. There was a good stand between Lawrence and Wesley. Either side of that, they've had a couple of 2-wicket bursts, 103 for 4, so the innings is pretty much at a crossroads at the moment. We're in the 46th over. It's been very hard work for the Essex batsmen against a pretty accurate attack. It hasn't offered much, and of course this is very much a must-win game for Essex in terms of keeping in some sort of contention for the championship, but it's a nicely poised game as things stand. Here's Abbott. And this is just played again without too much movement. Of course, the tall man doesn't have to go very far. Walter just to get to the pitch of it and just play it away into the offside. Looking at my radar, Dig, we might be a little bit fortunate, because there's the rain to the south that's affected Lords and the Oval, and the rain to the north. We might just all be squeezing between the two here at Chelmsford, so that's why it's not sort of rained properly yet. 103 for 4. We do expect quite a lot of rain tomorrow. The forecast is going to have to be very wrong tomorrow for us not to get an early finish. We shall see. As here is Kyle Abbott again, bowls again, very accurate, typically accurate from Abbott, and just played defensively, just a couple of yards really up into the offside by Paul Walter. Essex digging in here, realising that part of the game plan, of course, is to get a decent first innings score themselves, and then of course look to get a reasonable first innings lead. I mean, at the moment the prospect of being able to bowl Hampshire and get them to follow on, that's a long way away, so you're looking really first of all at least getting a bridgehead in this innings, getting a decent score, and then getting some sort of first innings lead where you can then increase particularly Harmer's influence on the game. 3 slips waiting, and that's outside the off stump, and again left alone by Walter. Yeah, I get a feeling, I mean, next year's going to be really odd, Dick, because we've got this T20 World Cup in the month of June, which means there's going to be no international cricket in the month of June, and they're splitting the T20 up into bits instead of playing it all sort of in one batch as we had really this year. My understanding is the T20 final will be at this time of year, or maybe a little bit earlier, but certainly late August, early September. So it's going to be odd how they sort of fit all the one-day cricket in, all the limited over stuff in. It's going to be a bit of an anomaly next year, I think. But we'll see how it pans out. Here's Abbott again, up to the wicket, bowls, and it's again outside the off stump, and there's no run. But the only thing I've sort of found unsatisfactory, I think ECB done a pretty good job with getting cricket in June and July, and Essex of course have taken full advantage. They've won every game in the Championship in June and July.
Yes.
But the one problem I still have is this long period of inactivity for the counties from late August until, well, in the case of Notts and Kent last week, but everyone had sort of like, more or less everyone had 10 days of doing nothing, didn't they, in terms of the counties after the last round of 50 over games. They need to find a way of starting this last period of Championship cricket 1 week earlier. That's I think one thing to look for going forward. 103 for 4.
Yes, and it's of course the peak of the holiday season, isn't it? As well?
Yeah, last week of August. I mean, I think try and find a way of starting a round of Championship matches on that Thursday after you got rid of the finals for the 100. Must be a way of doing that.
Dawson to Critchley. Critchley goes on the back foot, plays it out into the covers for single, down to deep cover, fielding in front of the public enclosure, which by no stretch of the imagination is well occupied. There are a few hardy souls there, but you need to be a hardy soul to sit out there. And that's just played defensively by Paul Walter. Yes, I mean, just looking at the flags by the pavilion, there's quite a stiffish breeze as well. So yeah, out there amongst the elements, it's probably not all that pleasant. As Dawson moves in over the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who gets an edge for 4 down to, well, behind the keeper really. Long stop. Oh no, he doesn't get an edge. Beg your pardon. And buys are indicated, so that beat everyone. But it's still 4 in the book, and 4 valuable runs. 108 for 4. Essex having won the toss at about 10 o'clock this morning, usually about half an hour before scheduled start of play, or likely start of play. A lot of these games that should have started today, they wouldn't have even had the toss.
We do have one other game that's got underway in Division 2, which we'll mention at the end of the over.
As Dawson moves in again and bowls, and that's just played defensively again by Walter. Yeah, but yes, if it's really bad weather, then yeah, I say they don't toss because, well, for fairly obvious reasons. The conditions at, say, September 10 o'clock in the morning, and then they don't play at all on the first day. They could have changed enormously by 10 o'clock a day later, or 10:30 as Dawson moves in and bowls. So that's just played out quietly. So at some stage, the umpires who have numerous things to consider, at some stage early in the day, they have to consider whether it's worth having the toss or whether it's correct to have the toss or not, because you can't undo it once it's done. That's it. And that's played away backward of square on the offside. Go through for 2 runs. What I don't know, one of the many things I don't know, once the side has won the toss, do they have a certain fixed time in which to say what they're going to do having won the toss?
Do they have to announce it to the opposition captain at the time? I think that's the same. That is,
yes.
You can't say, "Oh, I'll wait and see what the conditions are like." But I don't think that would be an interesting innovation, mind you. But I've won the toss and I reserve judgment until we know when we're going to play. So that would only come into play if you had a toss and then rain, because obviously when you make the toss, you do so half an hour before the start of the game. So we do get instances, don't you, of the toss being made and then the rain coming, and perhaps conditions being very different on the following day.
Exactly, yes.
So that's an interesting one. Anybody know the answer to that? Then do let us know. So we've got one game going on in Division 2. Started between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Just worth mentioning situation in Division 2. So Durham are away and clear and promoted on 198. Worcestershire 154. They're playing their penultimate game. Leicester 133, so 21 points behind. And then, well, you can forget about Glamorgan because they've only got one game left. They're on 131 as Abbott bowls, and that's driven nicely by Critchley down the ground. He might have just got a hand to it there, Abbott, but it's going to be stopped. And if he did, that's probably the reason why it has been stopped. They're just going to get 2 runs rather than 4, because it was very, very nicely timed indeed. And Sussex, after that 12-point deduction, who were right in the hunt. Well, they've still got a chance, but the problem is now they're 30 points behind Worcestershire on 124. So it really is Worcestershire's to lose the promotion now, but they can't get on the field yet against Durham. Leicestershire, who need to beat Yorkshire, they are underway, and Yorkshire are batting in that one at Leicester. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to field, obviously the pitch having been under covers, and Yorkshire are 9 for no wicket in that one. So early wickets will be the order of the day for the Metro Bank One Day Trophy winners, to see if they can make it a splendid double over the next couple of weeks. But Worcestershire in the box seat, and even more firmly after that Sussex points deduction. Abbott bowls, that's outside the off stump, and on its way through to Brown. So I have to say, from travelling spectators' point of view, if Leicester has its charms. I certainly used to enjoy going there in the past, but of course Hove were popular venue to go to, but Essex will have a chance to go to the T20 obviously, but Worcester, it'd be nice to have Worcester back, and of course we've mentioned Durham already, so it'll be interesting to see which of those sides emerge. But I certainly think Worcester are favourites, Dick, in that division.
Yes.
To go up with Durham. Here's Abbott. Used to be a bit of a yo-yo side, but they've stopped yo-yoing in the last few years. They've been stuck in Division 2. It's a short ball and pulled away by Critchley. Really was untypical from Abbott. It was far too short, and he really just had to find a huge space through mid-wicket, wide of Barker, and away for 4. That was a rare gimme, really, from the point of view of the Hampshire bowling. 112 for 4, 116 for 4 with that, and Critchley goes to 12, the player of the season. I think fairly undisputed. Really has had, as you mentioned, a very, very good signing. Didn't quite see the best of him in red ball cricket with the bat last year.
No.
I can't think of anyone seriously challenging him for that mark. He's had such a great season with the championship with the bat this year, and of course you add what he's done in the white ball in the T20, pivotal role in getting Essex to the finals day. As he goes on the pull here, and that's a good looking shot, nicely placed. It's going to be stopped out on the deep square leg boundary. A sprawling stop saves a couple of runs, but Critchley is getting Essex moving here as Albert completes the fielding. 4 and a 2, and it's 118 for 4.
And I was saying when I was on with Kevin that I can't think of a signing from another county as good as Critchley.
No.
Until we have to go back to Irani, I can't think of anybody in the intervening years that's been as good as or successful as either of them.
Yeah, and the key thing for me is particularly when Essex are playing at Chelmsford. I'll come back to that after this ball from Abbott. He bowls, and that's clipped away. It's a attempt to clip the ball away down to fine leg. In fact, doesn't make any contact. It's gathered in by Brown. He probably feels he's missed out there. It's not been the best over from Abbott. That was on the pads, and he probably felt Critchley he could have just leg glanced that for 4, but he missed out on it. 118 for 4. Critchley's ability with the ball as a genuine frontline spinner means that Essex, the most of the season, probably arguably all of it, can comfortably go in at Chelmsford with a three-seamer attack, knowing they've got Harmer and they've also got Critchley.
Yes.
Whereas away from home, I still think it's a different story. You need that four-seamer option, and that's where Walter is so important in balancing the side away from home. 118 for 4. This is in the air from Critchley. He's got quite a lot of bat on it, but it could be a catch. A deep square leg, no, just bounces just short of Albert. He wasn't in control of that. No, Albert, who's bowled an indifferent over, dug that one in. Critchley went on the hook shot, and it's just bounced short of the man at deep square leg. That could easily have gone straight to Albert, and a little bit of an escape there for Matt Critchley. That certainly wasn't controlled. He'd had a profitable over, but a little bit fortunate right at the very end of it there to get a single rather than be out of that final ball. He's gone to 15. Walter has 8. It's 119 for 4 after Essex won the toss and chose to bat.
And Critchley's bowling has probably come on in leaps and bounds by being in the same side, the same dressing room as Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, and the thing is, we're seeing them bowl in tandem more often now, and
yes,
you know, because of his qualities and the fact that he can do an effective job. And you know, there was an email earlier on, I don't know if you saw it, saying, has Harmer gone off the board? I think it's just more the fact that he can share the load a little bit more, the workload with the likes of Critchley.
And of course they turn it in opposite directions.
Yes.
So Dawson continuing from the river end. Moves in now, off 3 or 4 walking paces. Bowls, and that's hit hard, high, and straight back over the bowler's head for 6 runs.
Wow. There's a counter-attack from Critchley. We're saying Essex at 96 for 4. Well, 96 for 4 for quite a long time. Well, not really going anywhere, but Critchley is putting that right now.
Yes, now got 21 off 26 deliveries. And the man at deepish long off now gets pushed back onto the boundary. And that's a good looking shot, just driven out straight, but only a single accrues.
Yeah, I think he was averaging around about 20 last year, wasn't he? Critchley he was one of a number of players who were averaging far below their normal career average, and he's put that right this year in no uncertain terms in the championship.
Dawson to Walter, and Walter goes for the big hit now and has pulled it off with a boundary for 6 over deep mid wicket. So it's as if they've suddenly decided they're going to accelerate.
Yeah, just realising that they weren't making much progress, and they've certainly put back to ball in the last couple of overs. Yes, Critchley now averaging 42.
Yes, he averaged 22.3 last year in the championship.
Yeah, what a contrast.
Almost double.
Walter just perhaps feels he's due a big innings. He's averaging 25.5.
Yeah. Goes forward there and just played defensively. Picked up short leg, building, well, even closer than normal it would appear to a man of Walter's dimensions. Dawson again to Paul Walter. Oh, an appeal for LBW, and he's plumb. He's LBW. I don't think he can have much argument about that. And similarly, I don't think the umpire had much problem coming to a decision. So Walter is out for 14, LBW to Dawson, and Essex are 132 for 5.
Well, incident-packed period of play in the last couple of overs, in contrast to what we've seen before. But yes, our replay screen has gone on the blink for the moment, because I'd like to have seen a replay of that. I've got a feeling that was one that didn't turn, if anything else, but certainly it beat the defensive shot of Paul Walter, and 132 for 5. Critchley obviously quite important now that he's actually got in. Adam Rossington, of course, plays in a naturally counter-attacking style, but of course Rossington now he still not quite delivering with the bat in the way that perhaps we know he can do in the championship. It could be a good day for him to play a significant role. He's going to want to improve on that average of 19 that he's got this season, Rossington, and of course we've still got Umesh Yadav, who's looked fairly useful last time out, and of course the redoubtable Cook and Porter, who certainly can, as well as Simon Harmer, who we haven't yet mentioned, who of course has had a pretty decent campaign with the bat averaging just on 35. So still batting to come, but it's going to be Adam Rossington coming in next.
Yes, former Middlesex and Northants.
Yeah, in that order.
In that order, yeah. right-handed batsman. Takes his guard from the umpire.
Yeah, top score of 39. Normally, of course, you do want a lot more from you think about James Foster and what he delivered with the bat. But of course, he has again had his moments in the white ball game in particular, and has always looked had a pretty good 100 as well, we have to say.
Yep, Dawson to Rossington, goes forward solidly. Just placed it out into the covers, end of the over, and so Dawson the only one with two wickets to his name. He's taken now 2 for 55 in 12 overs. Got a bit of stick in that over as well, averaging 4.6 runs per over, and Critchley's on 22 off 27 deliveries.
So Adam Rossington, it's fair to say, in the championship with the bat has not really delivered quite as Essex perhaps would expect, given his career average, which is 33 in first class cricket. So there is room for him to develop and improve, and perhaps gets a good run of championship games and finds some form next year. Essex might see the best of him in that respect. 132 for 5. 2 slips now. Still, I say, I got a feeling we sort of got away with it weather-wise in that little period, because there were sort of 2 areas of rain, one going to the north and one going to the south, which just about eluded Chelmsford, but certainly will do well to get through the rest of the afternoon unscathed as Abbas bowls, and that's a nice flowing drive from Critchley, but straight to cover. I think it might have just bounced awkwardly and hit the fielder on the chest. That's Nick Gubbins there. It looks a little bit discomfort. So he just got an awkward bounce there. Just clutching his chest momentarily, but I think he's okay. But yeah, so there's plenty of rain around the country today, but Chelmsford is remaining largely immune from the worst of it. But just as I'm talking, it's starting to spit with rain again, as Critchley looks to try and work it away into the onside. It's a good shout, that, from Abbas, LBW, probably going down the leg side, but he was quite confident with that, and if they get Critchley now, that'll be a very big wicket. But and particularly in a period where we might just, as I say, we've been getting away with the rain so far, but it just has started to rain again, and rain is a ever-present threat. That obviously wasn't too far away from LBW. 132 for 5. Yeah, there's certainly still more rain to come, and we've got a bit of rain at the moment, but the umpires have done a pretty good job, because on another day I think we could have actually spent quite a lot of time off the field there if the umpires had been a bit more fussy. Oh yes. But they've done a pretty good job. They did take the players off when they probably had to, with that very squally shower and the gale force winds at about 10 to 12. That's outside the off stump. Was it 10 to 11 actually? But that was a very sharp shower, but that was outside the off stump and left alone.
Thanks, Andrew, for sending us Law 13.5, decision to be notified. As soon as the toss is completed, the captain of the side winning the toss shall decide whether to bat or field, and shall notify the opposing captain and the umpires of this decision. Once notified, the decision cannot be changed. So, yeah, so that's it. Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew, indeed.
Rain that's hard enough potentially to bring the players off now, as there's a pull shot from Critchley, and that's on the bounce and well stopped down there at fine leg, because that was travelling. There's just going to be a single, but he's very much on the attack, Critchley, and he goes along to 24. Bring Kevin back in just a moment. 133 for 5.
Yeah. Christopher puts forward the name of John Childs as a very good signing for Essex, but therefore...
From where? Now, where was that from?
Was it from Gloucestershire?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Gloucestershire.
And Childs and dearie me, Peter Such, their names are often linked.
Yeah, with good reason, of course, the effect that they had as Abbas bowls, and Rossington just plays defensively up into the offside. There's no run. 133 for 5. It's raining at the moment.
But John Childs would have been before Ibrani, wouldn't he? I lose track of...
Yes, so the Charles, you're looking at that early 90s, aren't we? Championship winning era, from memory. And Ronnie Irani just going on a little bit beyond that. I'll be looking it up in a minute to see if I got that right, but certainly John Charles was involved at that time as Abbas bowls, and Rossington just plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. let's get the right one. I've got a choice between, on Wikipedia, John Charles brackets murderer and one cricketer, so I've got to get the right one.
Yes, I think so.
Otherwise I might have some very, very unusual stats for you.
Well,
no, so yeah, he played a terrific role with Essex. Played a test match, played a couple of tests against the West Indies in 1988 against what was still a very strong West Indies side.
Yes, he was in the side where Essex had 4 players in the England side, in the England Test match side.
Yeah.
Pringle, Foster, and presumably Gooch would be the other one. Yeah.
That's right. That's in '88, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, against the West Indies. It was a good memory, that.
And by his own admission, John Childs says he probably wouldn't even get in the Essex side this year, nowadays, because whatever his bowling skills were, he was one-dimensional. Couldn't.
Well, he is 72, so you know.
Well, yeah, I meant yes.
Shall I carry on this over while Kevin comes in?
Dawson moves in and bowls, and that's worked away for a single. Yeah, I mean, as by his own admission, John Charles could only bowl a bit, as he typically modestly said. He wasn't a very good fielder, and he wasn't at all a very good batsman, and nowadays you have to be able to do at least 2 of those 3 things, preferably all 3.
So 134 for 5. It's definitely drizzling quite steadily. I think the umpires are going to probably start to get a bit twitchy in a moment with this.
Yes, as Dawson moves in round the wicket, and Rossington plays that studiously, just playing it out to square on the offside for 1 run. Yeah, as soon as this over is completed, I'll make way for Kevin, but his stint may be fairly short.
It might already be over.
It might already be over, yes. Cut off in his prime before it even took root. As that's just played out with a flourish, and straight to short mid-off, or short extra cover, level with the stumps at the bowler's end anyway. No addition to the score of 135 for 5. Dawson in again, played with total defence. Quite a tall man, Critchley, so he can get to the pitch of the ball generally. Of quite athletic build as well. And Dawson pulls out of his approach for reasons best known to him. I think the batsman was ready. Moves in again. Busy cricketer, gets about his business quite quickly when he's bowling. Bowls now. Critchley's played that out to long off, and they go through for a comfortable single. 4 deliveries of this over. Nay, 5 of this over gone. So immediately this is over, I shall make room as Dawson prepares to bowl the last ball of the over to Rossington, who waits for that to come onto him and nudges it down to 3rd man, and there's a fielder in pursuit, but he timed it well, and so it crossed the boundary for 4, which moves Essex on to 140 for 5, and after a few more words from Nick, he'll be joined by Kevin James.
Yeah, Kevin Hand is probably having an early tea, as they are at the Oval. Middlesex and Surrey, those games have gone to an early tea. Just wanted to mention the England under-19, Australia under-19 game at Northampton, where England under-19 need 268 to win their 5 for no wicket, so we'll keep an eye on that in terms of Luke Benkenstein, Charlie Allison, Noah Thane and Dom Kelly, as and when they are involved. So that one nicely poised and seems to have been largely immune from the weather. So early tea at Middlesex, early tea at the Oval, early tea I suspect at Chelmsford, because almost as we were anticipating, the players are going off. That drizzle has just become a little bit too prolonged, and the umpires perhaps realising that it is 10 to 3, and they've got that option, of course, of not losing time if they go off now, and perhaps sense that that is the best course of action at the moment. So Kevin will give us a brief comment, I think, on how things are looking. It's been a lively sort of half hour with Matt Critchley taking the attack to Hampshire, but Hampshire, on the other hand, have managed to grab 3 good wickets since lunch.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Having the ball change at 73 for 2, almost immediately brought Tom Wesley's wicket, Kyle Abbott. But I think probably more telling is the fact that the last 2 wickets have fallen to Liam Dawson.
Yes.
Which might be an indicator as to how maybe this game will start to change.
But one thing Hampshire will know is if they can get rid of Essex for say less than 200 and make a decent start, because they've got a batting pack side. I was talking about where Prest would bat with obviously Gubbins and Vince. They've got Albert in the side as well. So and Middleton. I mean, who will open with Middleton? Do you reckon?
Toby Albert.
Toby Albert. So Prest presumably bat at 5 with Gubbins at 3 and Vince at 4.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's quite a strong top 5 in turn. So you've got a situation where one thing that Hampshire can do is if they restrict Essex, then they might be able to restrict the attacking fields at Harmersets if they can make a good start themselves. That's a long way off, but maybe an interesting dimension. Very important for Hampshire not to let Essex get too many runs in this innings, I think.
Oh, definitely. I mean, both sides wanted to bat first. I mean, that's where perhaps the best of the conditions will be. But I'm just wondering actually how much this rain and the damp conditions might actually have a bit of an influence as well.
Yes, that's another factor. So there we go, 140 for 5. I think we can more or less assume that they're going to take tea now, which they can do, and we can join the Oval and Lords with an early tea. So Essex 140 for 5 as things stand. Just to recap on the dismissals, Alistair Cook was bowled by Abbas in the second over of the day for 0. Nick Brown was then caught behind. Very probing spell from Keith Barker where he sort of worked Brown over a little bit, got rid of him for 3, 18 for 2, then a good stand of 64 between Wesley and Lawrence, dominated initially by Wesley, who made 50, his 4th of the season, to go with 300s, 9 4s in that, and then he edged Abbott in a good spell from Abbott to Vince at 3rd slip, and Lawrence was also caught by Vince off Dawson for 36 and Walter LBW to Dawson for 14, alluding to those last 2 wickets that Kevin was referring to, both going to the left arm spinner, and there were more wickets falling to spin in the course of this game. Barker 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 12. Abbas 13 overs, 1 for 32. Abbott 1 for 26, and that included 1 expensive over, very tight apart from that, missed 12. Dawson 13 overs, 2 for 62. There was a bit of a counter-attack by Critchley, and Felix Organ bowled 1 over before lunch for 3. Rossington at this stage has got 5. Critchley has 25 from 35, and Essex is 140 for 5. The rain might just have eased off now, or just be easing off now, but I can tell you it is tea, and that's no surprise. We're going to have a break now, and then we'll see how the conditions are looking in about 20 minutes time. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll give you an update around about 3:15 on how things are, and if it haven't restarted, we'll let you know at that point. But it is now tea here at Chelmsford, early tea with Essex 140 for 5.
Apologies, 44 overs remaining today.
This is Nick Redhill here with Kevin James and Dick Davis, and welcome to what will be the final session of this opening day, which we are pleased to be announced will at least get underway. We don't have the entire session, but we are going to start at 3:35, meaning we've lost about 20 minutes of play, and it means we've only lost about half an hour in the entire day so far. So it's certainly been a lot less than it might have been, and theoretically that can be made up with the extra half hour this evening. But if the cloud cover remains as it is, then light certainly is going to be a problem as time goes on. And I would be very surprised if we had, say, a full 2.5 hours cricket in front of us, but certainly there could have been a lot less than we've actually seen today, and indeed we've seen rather more than they have in some of the other games in both divisions in actual fact. So 140 4-5 is the Essex score, and we saw an interesting change of approach just before tea with Matt Critchley in particular going on the attack against Kyle Abbott and Liam Dawson. Essex did lose the wicket of Paul Walter to Dawson just before the rain break at about 10-3. So it means the innings is at a bit of a crossroads with Critchley on 25 and Rossington on 5. And I suspect that they might have to sort of take what they can get in terms of batting points in this innings. Obviously they could still make a very significant score, but the odds are against that at the moment, certainly with Dawson starting to get some success. And it may be that they might target something like 300 perhaps and get there perhaps as quickly as they can. And if it means that they don't get as many batting points as they'd arguably would like, they want to get a total that they feel will bring their bowlers into the game and allow their bowlers to dictate as time goes on. So this will be an intriguing session, because of course it could go the other way. Hampshire will be looking to try and knock over Essex for certainly less than another 100 runs. Welcome back to Kevin James.
Yeah, thanks Nick. Now, I mean, at the end of the day, with both sides desperate to bat first, it's all about the first innings.
Yeah.
You've got to get as many as you can. This innings is theoretically the best time to bat in the game, so Essex got to get as many as they can.
Yeah, they might feel that it might just settle for 300 from here, because I think they're going to try be a positive approach.
I think they'll do unbelievably to get 300.
Yeah, they certainly would. I mean, Abbas bowls, and that's played off the back foot and goes past backward point. Well, that's a good start in the attempt to get that, because he's beaten the fielder's dive, Middleton. He's been chasing it back to the backward point boundary, and they're going to get back for 3 runs. But if Critchley were to stay out there, it would certainly make that much more feasible prospect, because he is obviously looking to try and play positively. He's got gone from 25 to 28 in 36 balls. I think they obviously batting points are a big factor when you get into the last couple of games of the season, and you've got a side that's 18 points ahead of you, and you can't really afford to give away any ground at all. But they've also got, I suppose, to look at, with the pitch offering them certainly a bit to Dawson now, if they carry on the approach they had before, are they sort of going to grind to a halt a little bit, as they were threatening to, as Abbas bowls and it's played by Rossington up into the covers and there's no run. So obviously they want to get 250 minimum, because that will give them a batting point, but 300 might be a little bit too far away. But if they were to get there, I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that from here.
That's for sure. Yeah, no, it's it's a lot to get another 160 in these conditions. No matter how well.
But this is the thing, which is why this batting points thing is so dark, because it doesn't take into account the sort of conditions you find in English cricket, particularly at either end of the season when most of the games tend to be played. As Abbas bowls, and off the back foot, there's a good forcing shot by Rossington for 2. It's going up towards the deep cover boundary. They'll consider a third, because the fielder just gets to the ball now and will throw it in. And indeed they will get back for what will be the second 3 of the over. So that is a very positive start from Essex, and just underlying, I think, the point that they are looking to get these runs as quickly as possible, however many they are going to get, because it's I think there was an indication when they got a bit stuck, particularly when that 4th wicket went down, that not being particularly proactive is probably not the way to go on this pitch, because ultimately a ball might have your name on it. And they're looking to be very proactive in this opening over after the break, as Critchley comes forward to this, hits it over the head of short mid wicket and away for 4. So a 3-3-4 in this over from Mohammed Abbas. He just got to the pitch of that and hit it very crisply over the head of Liam Dawson and away into wide open spaces behind him. Nothing that I think it's Albert out there could do to stop that, and that's the 10th run of the over. So very good start in this over after tea for Essex.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, I mean, Kyle Abbott has been the one really, and Keith Barker, that have been able to keep the runs down a little bit. And I'm not sure how long Mohammed Abbas is going to last here.
So Abbas bowls again, and Critchley just works it off his pads again out towards deep square leg, collects a single, but 11 runs off the over. Some nice strokes from both batsmen, and he'll be delighted with this. It's just what Essex would have wanted after the break. 151 for 5. say, I still think 300 does feel a long way away, but if someone like Critchley can really get in and play a long innings, the others can bat round him. There is enough batting there, as Critchley is non-striker at the moment. Rossington, after that last single, just plays that back down the pitch. An expensive first over for Mohammed Abbas. 33 to Critchley and 8 to Rossington. It's 151 for 5.
Yeah, 11 runs off it.
So, yeah, just what Essex would have wanted, I think. Yes, it will be Dawson. It would have been a surprise if it was anybody else.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how spin sort of goes really as we go through today and into tomorrow. I just think the atmospheric conditions are probably holding the spin back. I could be wrong about that. We could see Harmer absolutely turning it square, but at the moment Dawson is getting it to go a bit. But maybe, I don't know, maybe if sun was out and the pitch was getting baked, it would be even more. Here's Dawson, then bowls round the wicket. There's a nice drive out towards deep mid-off by Critchley. Moves on to 34, 152 for 5. It's quite incredible, because if I'm just looking, that last break, which included the tea break, was 45 minutes.
Yes.
So you take 20 off that, that's 25. We had 10 minutes break this morning, so just over half an hour we've lost in the day, which is bonkers when you...
Theoretically, you can get it back, of course.
I was going to say, when you see what we're seeing out there, rain, dull, low cloud, it's been quite incredible, really. Dawson was just about to bowl again and stopped. I think sometimes there's gusts of wind, which just overbalances him a little bit off the back foot there. Rossington hits it into the same area, deep mid-off, as Felix Organ bends down. His cap comes off his head, just to emphasise the fact that the wind is still pretty strong out there.
Yeah, Rossington, we mentioned largely meagre returns in terms of his average this year, but he started pretty well here. He does tend to look quite good when he's at the crease and then finds ways of getting out, but he started pretty well.
Yeah, he never hangs around, does he? Critchley works. I think he was initially going to sweep that and in the end plays it conventionally round the corner. 154 for 5.
Also playing at Lords and the Oval, so there's obviously a bit of a general improvement in the weather. Northampton 85 for 2 against Surrey, Middlesex 89 for 5 against Warwickshire, Somerset 122 for 1, going quite quickly against Kent.
Dawson to Rossington, quietly forward.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby 69 not out in that one. Kent and Middlesex separated by just 2 points. Middlesex a couple of points ahead.
Who's going down then for you? It's Dawson. Rossington off the back foot again. He's up to deep mid off. 155 for 5.
Well, Somerset have started very well in that game. I mean, neither side have had a particularly good day. 122 for 1 Somerset and Middlesex 5 down. So you then look at sort of maybe who they've got in the final round of games if neither are successful in this one.
Dawson round the wicket. That's a full defensive back to the bowler, and that's Dawson's first over after tea. 14 overs, 2 for 66.
We put Zach Crawley in that Kent side, and suddenly it looks, you know, with Bell Drummond, etc., it looks quite a strong batting lineup. But I think he's captaining England in the Ireland series. So, but yeah, he comes back, come back as opener. But still, that's, you know, that top order batting. It looks, you know, it looks pretty strong on paper. The thing about Middlesex is they tend to look better as a bowling unit than a batting unit, and the reverse is probably true with Kent. Usually, you know, you look at the Kent's batting, and even with the addition of Michael Hogan, the veteran this season, you still think, you know, Kent probably got a bit more to offer with the bat than the ball. So both sides have their deficiencies. The last round of games, Kent against Lancashire and Middlesex at Trent Bridge. It's very, very tight to call, I think. You know, as this first ball of a new over from Abbas beats Rossington outside the off stump. You know, with Middlesex already 5 down at Lords against Warwickshire, there's going to be a problem for them. I think pound for pound, Kent are just a stronger side, but you know, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to stay up, does it? It's a difficult one to call. At least it makes it quite an exciting end of a season, because obviously there's not too much hope for Northampton surviving. 30 odd points off the pace at the bottom of the table there. It's Abbas bowls and Rossington drives, and it's stopped in his follow through by Mohammed Abbas. Northampton 63 going into this round of games. Kent 93, Middlesex 95. So very, very tight between Middlesex and Kent. But presumably you've seen them. Obviously, you've seen them both, and I don't know if there's a lot to choose between the two, but
no.
I just think Kent probably have got a little bit more, but there's not a lot in it. Probably quite hard to make a judgment call either way. As this is played from the crease by Rossington up into the cover. So after that fast start against Mohammed Abbas, it's all calmed down a bit in this over.
It's taken an over or so to settle, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really? He very much gets into rhythm, Abbas. He's very difficult to knock out of it. And I don't know, maybe the weather's not helping him. You have a bit of a break and come out to wind, and this sort of weather, it's not ideal for him. It's not ideal for anybody, certainly not ideal for him.
Light has improved a little bit. Had that bad light stopping the resumption after tea. Middlesex have lost a 6th wicket, 91 for 6 against Warwickshire, as Rossington on the drive sends it between cover and mid-off for 2. It was nicely played. It's going to be garroted in by Barker, and they're going to come back for a quick third run on the throw, and they're going to get there. So it's 3 threes since the interval, and 160 for 5, because that was also a no ball. So it's a 3 plus 2 there, 160 for 5, and Essex relatively speeding along after the interval.
Yeah, we certainly are. I think James Vince has got to think about Abbott again and Barker from that far end. Abbott's spot quite nicely today without a lot of that. 12 overs, 1 for 26.
So 155 for 5, and still this heavy cloud cover that we've had all day. There's been no brightness, no sunshine, no blue sky. Short ball pulled by Critchley, a bit more control than he had with the one a little while ago, where he really did get underneath it and could easily have been caught in the deep. That one a bit more control and goes fairly securely out towards deep square leg for a single. So 161 for 5. Essex winning the toss and choosing to bat. I'll be relatively happy with how things are. They were 96 for 4 and 18 for 2. So something of a recovery, and it's been Critchley who's been instrumental in that. He's on 36 at the moment. Rossington playing well though, drives that up towards Barker at mid-off, but can't get it through, and there is no run. So at the moment we have play in all the other games apart in Division 1, apart from the one at Old Trafford, which is off for the day anyway, so we're not going to have anything there. And they have started between Worcestershire and Durham, so Worcestershire can start getting those critical points that they need. Durham have put them in at New Road. I imagine, despite the weather, there'll be a good turnout there. Certainly will, once the weather improves as the match goes on, as Rossington plays that up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, the end of the over from Abbas. So there's still nothing at Derby. That it hasn't been called. In fact, that has gone for the day, so nothing between Derby and Sussex. Yorkshire 91 for 2 against Leicestershire, and Worcestershire and Durham are just getting underway, but Worcestershire really in the pound seats in terms of getting that second promotion slot. 36 to Critchley and 13 to Rossington. Good little stand starting to develop here. 161 for 5.
29, I think they've put on.
Yeah, and certainly it's been a pretty quick time as well. In fact, the counter-attack started just before the wicket, didn't it? With Critchley taking on Abbott and Dawson.
I'm not surprised Vince is now asking for the ball to get changed, because when it was changed after lunch, the 64-run partnership was broken between Wesley and Lawrence fairly quickly, and with this partnership developing, he wants the ball changed again, and it looks like the umpires are going to say, OK, Mr Vince, let's do it.
Yep, so Tom Prester's gone down this time to get the bag rather than box of balls. Only a limited number in there, probably no more than about 6 to 8. And they're going to select one.
Well, the ball will be dry as well, which is the main thing, because they had been playing through spits of rain, quite prolonged ones as well, so that'll certainly help for a while. And I was going to ask you, who was the group, was it the 6 disabled teams that did a parade at tea time around the ground?
I think so. I didn't actually see, because I was just working on something else, but I believe it was. And yeah, we've had a couple of things going. Obviously, it's a more limited crowd than normal here at Chelsea because of the weather. But they had also at lunchtime they had the presentation of the caps to 3 of the Essex players. So there's been a bit going on in the intervals today.
It's a shame actually, because you know, things like that you want as many people around as possible, and perhaps not the best day to be doing those sort of things. But it's all pre-planned, so you have to go ahead with it anyway.
So it's going to be Critchley on strike to Liam Dawson.
It's away from us, around the wicket, and she's forward, plays that into the gap square on the leg side and moves on to 37, 162.45.
Still this very blustery wind, not as strong as it was this morning, mind you, and it really was getting up into mid 40 mile an hour.
Feel quite as bad, that's for sure. Well, that's turned and kept low outside off stump, and Rossington gave himself too much room, was nowhere near it in the end.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see Rossington's got in here. Can he put something substantial on the board?
Dawson again. Rossington's on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers and moves on to 14, 163 for 5. It's quite interesting, these two out there in terms of an Essex point of view, because Dawson is getting the odd one to do a bit, no doubt about it, and I'm sure that odd one will become a bit more frequent as we go through the game for all the spinners. Having two attacking players out there that play well in white ball cricket is probably just ideal. Critchley again hits that into the same area that Rossington did the ball before, 164 for 5.
Yeah, Rossington's top score this season 39, so it'll be a good chance to try and beat that. It's a little bit disappointing for him, averaging around about 20. It's gone up in this innings, mind you.
He's a better player than that. Dawson again bowls. Rossington's forward. Always a slightly late call because Critchley was ready to go. In the end, Rossington called it right and said no. Critchley looked like he was committed there. I think another fraction of a second later with the call, Critchley could have been in trouble. Dawson just takes his time over this next delivery. Bowls. Rossington's forward. And that's back to Dawson, who's bowled 15 overs, 2 for 69. I just think these atmospheric conditions here are perhaps not allowing the spinner to get as much out of this pitch as maybe they would expect even now, because it is a used pitch, as we've been saying.
Well, I suppose similar conditions tomorrow, and the weather will improve Thursday and Friday, so it might be that Essex could be hampered by a similar situation tomorrow. But of course, they'll be, particularly in the first innings, they'll be looking just as much to the likes of Porter and Cook to have an impact, and Umesh Yadav. It's Mohammad Abbas from the Hayes close end, up to the wicket and bowls, and Critchley just props forward and steers just backward a square on the offside, and it goes out to Fletcher Middleton at backward point, and there is no run. So yes, Essex will be fairly pleased with this. 18 for 2, 96 for 4. It's not the sort of pitch where you're looking to sort of expect to get over 400 and back for 4 sessions. It's going to be much more attritional than that, I think, as this is played up into the offside and there's no run. It's going to be quite hard work to get the runs, but they're trying to get some sort of a platform, and the more runs they get, and the more control conceivably their bowlers will have over proceedings later on.
So I'm just looking, so on this pitch, and it was a new pitch, but one newish pitch, I guess, the last game against Middlesex, you guys got 300 in each innings, didn't you?
Yeah, but basically Essex have sort of dominated the last few games here with big leads and big margins of victory, as this is steered up into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm just looking back at that one. Yeah, that was sort of typical of the recent games, really, where Essex batted first and got a lead of about 125, I think it was, and then got 300 in both innings and bowled Middlesex out for 147. So I think Middlesex made less than 180 in both innings. So they're sort of, I guess, looking for something similar in this match in a way, I guess, as Critchley gets a no ball, which he plays back down the pitch, and there's no run. So addition to the total for the no balls, a couple of those from Abbas since the break, and that's duly added now to a total 166 for 5. And you look back at the recent matches here, and certainly there has been a sort of a template of Essex batting big in the first innings, but that score of 300, just over 300 against Middlesex, that might be the sort of score we're looking at here, and hoping that the game proceeds in much the same way from that point onwards, as here Critchley just covering up, playing defensively up into the offside. That's fielded by Keith Barker, and there is no run.
So Josh Jakera's got 8 wickets in that innings, didn't he? The Middlesex Hospital. Was he getting it to turn at all in that first innings?
I wasn't watching that game, but I imagine it was pretty much like the Middlesex game at the Aegeus Bowl, where he was bowling on the first day and bowled pretty well, which I did see. And he's a pretty effective performer, isn't he? And but wasn't able to outdistance in the end Harmer, although he did so in the first innings. As that's played up into the offside, goes out towards Keith Barker. Harmer had a very quiet first innings there, but of course the Essex seamers very much able to do the job, and he wasn't particularly needed. And of course that's a good factor for Essex, the fact that everyone assumes it might be Harmer, but it's just as likely to be Cock and Porter, who both had very good seasons. 166 for 5. Yes, Mohammed Abbas with 2 slips waiting and a short mid-wicket and 4 overs saving 1. And Critchley plays it up to one of those aforementioned at mid-on. That's the end of the over. I'll have an update into the 4 o'clock news, and I'll bring Dick Davis back in after that. 166 for 5 with 14 on the board to Rossington, who's got himself in here. 38 to Critchley, and I think Essex will be relatively happy with how things are at the moment.
Yeah, that's for sure. Still 39 overs left in the day. If we can somehow get through those, I think the light might be quite interesting, even with spinners on at one end. Haven't seen too much of Felix Organ, just the 1 over before lunch. The bulk of the spin has been done by, well, virtually all of the spin has been done by Liam Dawson. 15 overs, about to start his 16th. Bowling to Adam Rossington, steering that ball out to point. But no run. You probably heard the shout. No! Which is a nice, clear and early shout from Adam Rossington. Sign of a player plays a lot of white ball. You need to make sure your calling is even more precise in that. Dawson again. I think he's got a little darker out there actually. It's pushed to extra cover. Is that me or is it?
Yeah, I mean it's not quite as bright as it was about half an hour ago. A lot of lights are still on. Just have a quick look at the radar and seeing what it's coming up with. We have rather squeezed through the middle of the rain here.
Flighted. Washington pushes set out into the covers where quickly around comes Fletcher Middleton.
Nothing imminent by way of rain on the radar, and Chelmsford has had a sort of led a bit of a charmed life today, but I don't think it will get away with it tomorrow.
Can't get away with it 2 days running. 66 for 5. Dawson bowls slightly short. It's a cutaway uppishly. Good spiving stop at the back. Or backward point by Kyle Abbott.
It's a bit like the reverse fixture actually. A lot of us looked at the forecast and thought, well, there's not going to be much play in this game between Hampshire and Essex, and in the end, of course, because of the nature of the pitch, any poor weather was taken out of the equation, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. So Dawson just waits a while and then comes in quite deliberately. Washington's trying to find that gap between cover and backward at point. He keeps either finding Abbott at backward at point or Middleton at cover. Hasn't quite managed to hit it as square as he would like at the moment. That's probably down to Dawson's line as well, which of course Rossington has to be careful of. Bowls again, slightly fuller. Rossington pushes that to extra cover this time for a bit somewhere different. End of the over, 166 for 5. 38 to Critchley. Rossington, who scores, just disappeared off the board. I think it was about 16 somewhere. 14,
yeah. So, I'll say we started again at Lord starting again at the Oval, and Northants are 96 for 2. And we have Hassan Azad on 47 not out. And with him, interestingly now, is Karun Nair, the Indian signing who's joined them for the last few games. Now, is he going to be someone who could potentially make a bit of a difference? I think Essex supporters will be hoping he has a very good game in this round of matches and not very good next week. But that would be... It would be quite interesting if he can actually get in and play a major role there. But credit to Northants, they're not motoring along there, but they are frustrating. Sorry, 96 for 2, 100 for 2 now in the 43rd over. And it is going to be Keith Barker coming on for Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. Just having a look. It's quite an expensive 3 overs or so when Bass bowled there.
And a couple of no balls as well, so he hadn't quite got his... his run up right. 1 for 51 in 16 for him. Keith Barker 1 for 12 in 12. Giving very little away. And here he is bowling, and that's a forcing shot from Critchley, which actually comes off the bottom of the bat and rolls out towards Vince in the gully now. It's a slip in a gully, and a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Be a fine leg on the boundary and a, well, deep backward point, quite fine, away to our right in front of the pavilion. So far, Essex will be relatively pleased with how things are going, A here and B at the Oval. Still the 18-point gap. As here is Barker, and that's a pull shot from Critchley to a short ball, didn't quite time it. Gets a single out towards deep mid-wicket. Takes the score up to 167 for 5.
Critchley's going to go for that short ball no matter what, isn't he?
Certainly.
Hasn't ducked out of one yet.
Playing another important role here. 39 from 53. Rossington on strike. And here's Barker to bowl to him. And this time Rossington is going on the drive. It looked quite uppish for a while, but perfectly safe. And back to Barker having bounced. 167 for 5. So, all things considered, given the nature of the pitch, Essex will be relatively pleased with how things are going at this point. And here's Barker again. Yes, we've had a couple of interruptions today, but not as many as we might have had given the weather, and Essex will be relatively pleased. 167 for 5 after they won the toss and chose to bat. They were at various points 18 for 2 and then 96 for 4, but there's a very impressive innings going on from Matt Critchley, arguably the Essex player of the season. He's taken the attack to the Hampshire bowlers, and he's now gone to 39 from 53 balls. And Adam Rossington, who's been short of runs so far in the championship, has settled in well, and he's gone to 14 not out. Essex looking for at least another 100 runs here to really put their bowlers into the game. At the moment, Essex going into this final session on day 1, 167 for 5. And that delivery from Barker, well, quite good pace, beat Rossington outside the off stump. Brown applauds it. And Dick's going to come back in at the end of this over. So Hampshire looking for this wicket after tea, which they could do with at this point, break this partnership, try and keep Essex down to as few runs as possible in this first innings. As Barker bowls, it's outside the off stump, and Brown just takes it moving across to his right. So a few more words from Kevin, and then Dick coming back in to join us.
So a couple of wickets for Liam Dawson. One apiece for Barker, Abbas and Abbott, and only one over so far from Felix Organ. Just interesting actually during that Barker over that Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, was very, very watchful of his follow through, because spin is going to become more prominent as this game gets going and gets through days 1 and 2 and then 3. And no wonder the umpires are looking very, very closely. Barker always has the umpires on his back, so to speak, as regards his follow through. Always gets close. Here's Dawson. That keeps a little low on Critchley, who steers that one off the back foot into that deep square point area. And he moves on to 40. The Essex total onto 168 for 5. Dawson hasn't looked particularly threatening. He's got the odd one just to hold in the wicket. He'll want to bounce a little bit. But other than that, not at the moment. That's full. That's worked up to mid-on. 69 for 5. Welcome back, Dick.
Thanks, Kevin. It's not all that inspiring stuff, but it's necessary, I suppose.
It's very necessary, isn't it? This is all about setting, from an Essex point of view, setting the game up.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's just about getting as many as you can in the first innings. This will be the best time to bat. Forward is Critchley. It's all about the score here, and the bigger the score that Essex get, the easier it will be for them to control the game, or have good control over it. That's put pressure on Hampshire, of course. It's worked up to mid-on by Critchley. Crest comes in off the boundary below us. 170 for 5.
It's getting ominously murky and a darker cloud to come, so
Pushed out on the offside. That's a good diving stop there from Fletcher Middleton. In the covers. Go down to his left. Just looking at the flag. The flag's either side of the pavilion away to our right. I don't think they reflect the gusts of wind. I thought that all day, always trying to play across that one, but it's going down the leg side. End of the over. Dawson's bowled 17 overs, 2 for 72, 170 for 5. I keep hearing all these gusts of wind, and this building we're in, you can almost feel it move from time to time.
Oh yes.
The velocity of the gusts, and yet when I look over to the flags, they're just sort of flapping away as if there's just the odd bit of breeze. So I'm not sure whether they're protected a little bit where they are.
Well, theoretically we have another 36 overs to go today, which is 2 hours and, well, a quarter probably at least, which takes us to 20 past 6, but I can't really see that happening. In fact, I think they're just looking at the light meter now, aren't they?
Oh, are they?
Yeah, that's what they put on top of the stumps, isn't it? Yeah, apart from Bales, I mean, but yeah.
Well, I can't believe that not at any stage today has the weather. Well, I would say it's been darker than this at times, but I've not seen the line meter come out. Maybe it has, maybe I just haven't been watching.
Yeah. So it's Barker from the Hayes close end, moves in bowls, and that's just pushed into a, well, played with so little power behind the shot that they could take a single quite comfortably out on the onside. The astonishing thing is that so far, despite one brief rain break and one quite a bit longer, we've still only lost 1 over of the day. Theoretically, as I say, we're probably going to lose more at the end of the day.
Yes, it's been remarkable from that point of view, but credit to the umpires. I mean, we've played during periods where rain's been in the air, and perhaps a little bit worse than that, actually.
Barker again to Rossington. Rossington plays it studiously, pushes it out on the offside, no addition to the score. Let's see if we had any emails that...
No more emails about electrics.
Well, maybe, you never know.
Fascinating conversations about wiring a plug.
Oh, indeed. Of course, you don't need to nowadays, because everything comes with it pre-wired, doesn't it? As Barker moves in and bowls. It's played back to the bowler, no addition to the score.
So was there a time, and I'm not even sure I can remember it, although I'm sure if I'm pushed I might be able to when I was very young, but when you bought an appliance there was no plug on the end, and you had to put one on.
This one here. Oh, that, yeah.
I think there may have been. I don't know is the honest answer. But certainly there was the facility to change them and put extension leads on, all sorts of things. And as Barker moves in and bowls, that's just played studiously again.
One of those interesting conversations when the cricket isn't exactly electrified.
Well, yes, quite.
So to speak.
Yes, the...
Pardon the pun.
Yes, the intricacies of wiring a plug.
See, we're informative as well on other subjects as well as cricket. That's amazing, isn't it?
Well, wasn't it? That's not the original Lord Reith edict to entertain, inform and something else. Let's just push out on the onside. I ought to know, shouldn't I, really?
We're like one of those magazine programmes, aren't we, during the daytime, like daytime TV?
Yes.
Where you pick up one or two useful sort of facts amongst an awful lot of rubbish, which will never serve you well throughout your lifetime.
No. Well,
he pulled the plug on the TV.
He pulled the plug and that's it. So at least we had a picture of something or other. I think it was a hairpin bend in the south of France or something. Now we have a picture of nothing. That's just played out in the offside. One run a cruise.
That is dark. I have to say that even now that's dark out there.
Yes, it is. I can't. The umpires are walking towards the pavilion.
What are they doing?
Or is it just because it's the end of the over? No, perhaps it's just because it's the end of the over. Yep.
Well, they're two very experienced umpires out there, Nigel Palmer and Stephen O'Shaughnessy, and just like when they played, always wanted to stay out no matter what the weather. Did they? Played against both of them. I don't ever remember them being two players that stood there in the middle when everybody walked off.
Oh,
said,
really?
What are you doing? Why don't you come back out? But anyway, different now, of course, they're umpires. There's Dawson. Start a new over, bowling to Rossington. Rossington pushes forward out to Fletcher Middleton, who's again in the covers.
Well, now we have the live stream on our TV where there was the scoreboard.
There we go. These things are darting around all over here.
Yes.
Dawson bowls flighted, worked up to deep mid on where Prest is fielding there once more, 173 for 5.
Well, Chelmsford is at the forefront of technology. Remember that radio was developed here by Marconi.
Well, it was, and the sign is there for all to see as you drive into Chelmsford off the A12.
Yep.
Yeah, that's off the back foot up to deep mid on this time by Critchley, and he moves on to 43. Well, actually, when you come off the A12, then there's the road comes in. I can forget what the road that one is. Past Highlands Park.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that National Trust placed?
No, it's privately owned.
Oh, is it? Always know you're coming into Essex when you pass that. Oh, my word, that is flighted. That's a low full toss in the end. Gave it plenty of air, Liam Dawson. Again, Prest is called into action. 175 for 5. It looks an impressive estate on the left as you drive.
Yes, it is.
And then there's that sign.
They hold.
Welcome to Chelmsford. Sorry, you were saying about Highlands.
They hold the annual V Festival there.
The V Festival?
Yeah, I don't remember what the V stands for, but yeah, it's a pop festival.
Right.
They have the big names there.
Do they?
Mm.
Ooh. Toya?
A lot.
It's driven up to extra cover. I don't know why I pulled that name out of thin air, but I did.
No.
That's end of the over, 175 for 5. We've still got 34 overs to do in the day, assuming the weather holds in some shape or form.
In fact, one of the worst decisions I ever made was about a V Festival. Now, I've never been greatly into pop music, but I do know a few star names.
Do you?
And about 20 years ago...
Max Bygraves.
Thank you, Max Miller. About 20 years ago, when the V Festival was on, I had a phone call from one of the management team at up the road at BBC Essex. It was a bank holiday weekend, so a lot of the regular presenters and interviewers weren't there. And he said, we've got a chance to interview one of the stars of V Festival on Monday. We wondered if you're quite interested in show busy type things, would you like to come along? So I said, Monday? No, I'm afraid I can't, I'm playing golf. And I said, who would it have been anyway? And they said, Kylie Minogue.
You passed that opportunity up?
Yeah, and it was one of the worst rounds of golf I've ever played.
My word.
Yeah. It's just a play and a miss there outside the off stump.
You got a chance to get up close and personal with Kylie Minogue and you passed it over.
I passed it, yeah. There's only one person in the world who is more upset about it than I am, and that's Kylie Minogue.
That's going to be one of your biggest regrets, isn't it, in life?
Probably, yes.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago she was, at her peak, I would think. Barker moves in and bowls. It's just played studiously defensively. I keep using the word studiously, I must think of a different adverb.
She wouldn't have spoken to just any old broadcaster or journalist in those days.
Well, apparently she would.
Wow, Dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even 20 years on, I feel sorry for you now.
I'm beginning to get over it. And Barker moves in. Left arm round the wicket. And that's played down to short third man. Essex now on 175 for 5. Critchley on 43. Rossington on 18. Yeah, I've made several blunders. in what could laughably be called a career. Some of them on air, but many of them off air. As Barker moves in, bowls. That's just played defensively. Trickles out to the offside. No addition to the score. Didn't have any emails when I looked 5 minutes ago. We might have by now. We've got
I have some commiseration emails coming your way.
Somebody's emailed me and said that the V Festival, I think it was one of the main promoters. Oh yes, they also run an airline. That's just worked away on the onside. So thanks, Rich. Single there to Rossington, takes him on to 19 and unusually subdued, 19 off 47. Yeah, of course it was.
There's something in Stephen O'Shaughnessy, the umpire's pocket, I think, or certainly the camera that he wears. It just reflects off something every now and then, maybe the floodlights. Looks like he's lighting up. Oh, there's a great Yorker that hits him on the boot. Probably going down the leg side by the looks of it, because Stephen O'Shaughnessy is going to signal leg byes.
We might be given another look of it, but certainly wasn't adjudged out. And Barker didn't seem all that aggrieved by it.
Here we go, here's the replay. Yeah, it's going down the leg side.
Yeah, well down. So end of the over, and Essex having won the toss and chosen to batter, 177 for 5. Critchley not out 43. Rossington not out 19. We have 33 of the overs of the day remaining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the weather doesn't get any worse than this, we'll get through it.
We probably will, yes. They've sort of set the precedent or the standard, haven't they?
Well, to be honest, we've been playing in light that you'd expect at about 9:30 at night.
Yeah, yes.
Probably later.
Yes.
During the summer. And yet we've just kept going, really. Oh, we're going to have some more Felix Organ, some more off spin. He's coming on to, and will only bowl his second over of the game very shortly. So Liam Dawson's going to get a break. May Liam Dawson switch ends? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe try his luck at the other end. Maybe there's a little bit more rough coming towards us. Maybe it's just the seamers that are going to operate from the Hayes close end. Lots of decisions for James Vince to make. So, Felix Organ, who's the one change in the Hampshire lineup for this game, coming in for James Fuller, who's perfectly fit. Hampshire just deciding that the pitch will take an increasing amount of turn as we go through the 4 days. Critchley's having a good look at the new field. And here is Organ bowls. It's on the line of middle and leg, turned away on the leg side quite easily by Critchley. Moves on to 44. And the Essex total on to 178 for 5. The live picture feed is, the camera's very jumpy, I'm afraid. Just probably getting a bit fed up of looking at that. Fortunately, we don't have to keep looking at it. We can just turn away and watch the action from time to time. But I think if you're watching it consistently, your eyes are probably sore. That's turned away behind square on the leg side. There'll be a chase for James Fuller, who's actually on the field at the moment. I think I'm going to take a wild guess here because I haven't seen him as I quickly pan the field. He's on for Mo Abbas. 2 runs to Rossington, takes him on to 21. Essex onto 180 for 5. I think they'll be pretty happy with this. First thing to do was to win the toss, which they did. The next thing, then, of course, is to post a decent total. The context of the game, always forward, and he gets wrapped on the pad there. Not quite sure what that ball was going to do off the pitch there, Adam Rossington. Probably just got outside the off stump. Of course, the ball that doesn't turn is almost as dangerous as the ball that just grips on the pitch a little bit. Here's Morgan again, nice sweep shot there from Rossington, goes down towards Fuller at deep backwards, a square leg, and it's 181 for 5 here at a very windswept ground here in Chelmsford. The birthplace of radio, as we say.
Ah, yes.
Is there anything else that Chelmsford's famous for? No. As that's pulled away, I didn't think so. That's hammered down towards deep square leg where Fletcher Middleton fields. 182 for 5. And that is the 50 partnership.
Yep.
For the 6th wicket, which is the second highest partnership of this innings. 64 between Wesley and Lawrence for the 3rd wicket is the current. Oh, go on, I know what you're going to say. No, I don't. Actually, I don't. Sweep from straight. He's wrapped on the pad, but not out, says umpire Nigel Long. End of the over, 182 for 5.
Well, yeah, Chelmsford is sort of half famous because Essex is one of the only county. No, it's not one of. It is the only county that has had 2 capitals of England, Chelmsford and Colchester.
Ah. Okay. That's very good.
You seem singularly unimpressed by that.
Well, no, I'm trying to sort of contain myself.
You're doing a remarkably good job. Exemplary, even. The Kylie Minogue appeared at the V Festival in 2001, August 2001. What's it? 22 years ago. Gosh, really just left school. As that's pulled away for a single down to deep mid-wicket, just forward of square.
I've just seen the question here. Is Chelmsford worth a visit? I'm going to open this up.
Undoubtedly.
I'm not quite sure what I'm going to find here, but let's have a look.
Undoubtedly, it's the county town.
Well, it's quite nice about the place, this.
That's all we're playing a miss there, just pushing forward, and it beats the outside edge, goes through the wicketkeeper.
It says here it attracts many people for its tranquil outdoor spaces.
Tranquil?
Outdoor spaces, it says. Well, there's a park behind us.
Well, it's quite pleasant down by the river.
Yeah.
It's also one of the best, I have to say, one of, for risk of upsetting any other metropolis. It's one of the best shopping areas in the county, so my wife tells me. That's a bit of a sort of cross-bat slap back towards the bowler.
It's got a cathedral, I didn't realise.
Yes, it has. No, it's a remarkable little cathedral because it's hidden away and you can hardly see it. It's not a particularly tall cathedral, it doesn't sort of dominate the whole city. And you wouldn't really know it's there, except you walk along, I think it's called Duke Street, and there's a little alleyway and a very sort of self-effacing sign saying to the cathedral. That's worked away on the onside. No addition. Oh yes, one run a cruise, and the former Essex secretary, as they were called then, Peter Edwards, had his funeral there, and it was very well supported by cricket supporters from the world, from the whole country. And the media, there were lots of media there, I remember. They all came back here and had a jolly time as Barker moves in and bowls. Laid out, it trickles out to mid-off, didn't time it completely to his liking, did Critchley?
Well, I have to say at the moment the Hampshire bowlers don't look like they're creating too many breakthroughs. The batters seem to be fairly comfortable out there.
They do.
It's 1 to 2 gone past outside edge, but with these conditions you'd expect that. But other than that, I don't really feel the wicket's around the corner at the moment.
Barker moves in. Well, having said that, no, there's not a wicket, dear Essex listener, don't panic, but yeah, it was a play and a miss again. This time from Critchley outside the off stump. End of another fairly uneventful over, really. The scores moved on to 184 for 5. The last wicket fell at 132, so they put on 52.
Yeah. And Barker's been very miserly in this game so far. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18 to bowl well. Picked up the wicket, the 1 wicket before lunch. Alistair Cook was out early on. Nick Brown caught behind. Just had a little nibble at one outside the off stump. He went for 3. Barker's solitary success so far. Here's Felix Organ, start of a new over, bowling to Adam Rossington. Rossington just works that to mid-wicket. Gubbins fields. He's only got a slip in here. Felix Organ. He's bowling from our commentary end. River Can, did you say?
River Can, yes.
Driving Rossington straight to mid-off. Or wide-ish mid-off where Liam Dawson is fielding.
Flows into the Chelmer.
Yeah, and then out to the sea.
Out to the North Sea, yes.
And again, almost just straightened a little bit. Rossington plays that from literally chest on from the crease. So Felix Organ has taken 9 wickets this year. Hasn't played all the matches. This is his 10th. 32 apiece for Felix Organ. His biggest success. So that's worked away on the onside down towards Fuller, who again on the ground as he fields that one. Single to Rossington takes him on to 25, I think that will be. There's one big game for Felix Organ this year came at Southport against Lancashire, 6 for 67 in the first innings. And again, pass to Critchley this time. Critchley works that up towards mid-on. Deep mid-on, 186 for 5. There's that wind again.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
There's something rattling, isn't it? All sort of moving when that gust. It's not actually in this room, but it must be somewhere around this building.
Yes.
Which is housing the press and the scorers.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he's gone for the arm ball there and still worked away on the onside by Rossington. End of the over, and it's 187 for 5.
So we still haven't, unless my electronic means have packed up on me, which I don't think they have. We don't seem to have had an email for quite a while. I'll just remind you of the email address, BBC Essex Cricket. Sorry, I'll say that more slowly. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com, whether you're an Essex supporter, a Hampshire supporter, or just a supporter of cricket. Which we all are, really.
What's that?
Supporters of cricket as a...
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the game. Obviously, I enjoy what I've been doing and have been doing for 20 odd years, but nothing quite compares with playing at any level, and I only played a reasonable level of club cricket, but nothing quite compares with those days. So,
which club did you play for?
Kyle Abbott. He seemed to, I don't know if Rossington backed away or if Abbott lost his run up, but he pulled out only almost into his delivery stride. Couple of clubs in the south of the county, Hadley and Thundersley and Westcliff.
Yeah, I've played at Westcliff.
Chalkmere Park, yes.
Westcliff on sea. I think I played a national club cricket match there.
All right.
Knockout.
That's played to point for a single. I know I've asked you this, and therefore you've probably, being a gentleman, answered it an equal number of times. When you played club cricket in North London, who was that for?
I started off at Edmonton. And then Hornsey. And I think it was with Hornsey that I came over to Westcliff to play a national club knockout match, Westcliff. Long time ago.
as Abbott moves in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who plays that with authority, again down to just backward of square on the offside this time.
Was it in the air though?
Sorry?
It was in the air.
Yes, well, yes, but not near anybody, was it?
Oh no, gosh, there's a big gap between back of the point and cover, but it was catchable high as it went past them. But you're right, it's a huge gap.
Yeah.
Looks like he just reached it a little bit. Or reached for it.
Abbott to Rossington. Rossington walks into the shot as he plays it, out to mid-off. Sort of carries on walking as if he thought there was possibility of a single, but there most certainly wasn't.
There just doesn't look much in this wicket for the seamers, does there?
No, there doesn't. No, I agree with you entirely. You said, a wicket doesn't look as if it's going to come at the moment. It's sort of you almost get the impression that it's going to take a run out or something like that to break this partnership. Hopefully, from the Essex point of view, that doesn't prove to be the kiss of death. But as Abbott moves in again and bowls to Rossington, who gets 4 runs off the edge down to third man. And well, there's 2 slips, and it was nowhere near the second slip. It was, well, as it happened, it was perfectly safe. But Rossington can't claim that it was intentional. But as I've frequently said, 4 runs off the edge are worth just as many as the most sumptuous of cover drives for 4.
When it gets put down as 4 in the book, nobody knows whether it was
no, that's
smack
right.
back past the bowler or the streakiest of edges.
As Abbott moves in, and Rossington pushes that out to mid-off rather.
The only way you know, of course, is by looking back on the live picture feed.
Oh well, yes.
Scrolling back on YouTube for the games, or of course keeping our wonderful commentary.
Yes.
In a folder on your computer somewhere.
Take up a lot of space at 6 hours a day.
There used to be a person that did that.
I think there still is, isn't it?
Oh, is he still doing it?
He's American, isn't he, as well? Somewhere in Texas, I think. That's next livery. Has played out for 4 runs. It was just crossing the line now, which suggests that maybe the player at cover got a hand to it. But it was a very flamboyant and, in the context of the day, an unusually exciting shot. Because he sort of finished up on 1 foot, or 1 leg. And yes, it just crossed the boundary in front of the executive boxes and the committee box.
Oh, that's always important. If you're going to hit a boundary, I always said that hit the boundary near the committee box.
Yes.
So they were never in any doubt.
No, if they're watching.
Yeah.
Oh, and looks as if Keith Barker's just leaving the field, just walking into the. Although the Hampshire players don't.
No, they're not. No, they're actually to our right this time. It's pulled away by Critchley past a diving Gubbins at mid-wicket, but backing up behind him is Fletcher Middleton. Yes, now normally the players, well, the wayside get changed below us now, don't they?
Well, only in the T20 competition.
Oh, is it only T20?
Yes.
Ah, right. Well, they are.
But I mean, they have been coming in from the pavilion area, haven't they?
Yeah, the marquee just to the right of the pavilion.
Yeah.
They're not allowed in the pavilion anymore. That's turned away on the next side by Rossington. Moves on to 35. I think I heard earlier Nick say that Rossington's top score this year in the championship is not particularly high. 39. He's closing in. 4 short. But it's Critchley to face. Cuts that away on the offside.
That's his 50.
Oh, that is good shot. He's picked up 2. Oh, there's just a hesitation there from Rossington halfway down. Wasn't sure if Critchley was coming back, but he does. And as you can tell from the crowd, a round of applause, not just for keeping warm, but it's for Critchley's half-century. 70 balls, 2 4s and a 6.
Yep, held the middle order together.
It's been a good innings.
As he has done many a time this season.
Yeah, Essex could have quite easily been all out by now if it hadn't been for him.
Yes.
Works it off the back foot into the gap, down to deep mid-on. Comfortable single for him, takes him on to 51, 201 for 5. Of course, that was the 200 up for Essex at the same time, which is why the applause was perhaps even more intent in that applause than it normally would be. They were double clapping. Bowles is turned away to mid-wicket by Rossington, and there is no run. I've got to leave you to it.
Right, thanks Kevin very much. Nick will be moving into the chair on my left in half a minute or so. As Organ moves in, bowls, and that's just worked away down to fine leg for a boundary for 4 runs, 4 byes. Wasn't worked away at all. And the score moves on to 206 for 5. So Essex easing their way into a satisfactory position, not one of dominance yet. If we get all 28, so let's say 28 or 26 overs, 28. If we get all 28 overs at 2.5 an over, which is about the rate at the moment, then that's 56 plus 14, 70. So they should have 280 possibly. But that's a long way away yet. Although still to come, Harmer, Yadav, Cook and Porter. So there are worse tail orders in the country.
I think 300 was saying be a pretty good score. It's been pretty hard to force the pace against the older ball on this pitch. I mean, it's not an aesthetically pleasing wicket for those who want to see glorious stroke play, I have to say. It's been hard work today, as you've hinted, but Essex building a useful position.
Oh yes, they are.
So it's going to be Abbott, 1 for 36 and 13 overs. 206 for 5. He comes into bowl, and Critchley 7 half centuries this season to go with his 200s, with getting to that 50 a few moments ago. Just plays the one up towards mid-on and no run, just averaging a shade less than 44 at the moment, double what he got last year, and it's been a fantastic effort from him. Really has made the difference in the middle order in terms of his contribution, and given Essex much more in the engine room that they can work with. So he's done a very good job this season with the bat in particular, as off the back foot Critchley will play that and hope to get it past mid-off, but he doesn't. That's a good stop, and there is no run. Now, pitch inspectors have got to be converging on Lords. I know that such things never happen, but interested to see how this Warwickshire innings goes, because Middlesex 121 all out, Josh DeCare's 40, and there were 5 wickets for Hannon Dolby, 5 for 29 in 10 overs and 5 balls, and then the retiring Tim Murtagh has just bowled Rob Yates for a 2-ball duck. So Warwickshire 0 for 1, and we're interested to see how that innings progresses. 206 for 5, as this is clipped away down towards deep square leg for a single. Authoritative shot from Critchley off Abbott, but just for the 1 run. Nicely played. And he's looked very good again, Critchley. He's sort of made a difference, really. Sort of getting going when Essex were not really going anywhere at 96 for 4. And he's put a very useful partnership here with Adam Rossington, who is close to his best for the season.
Yes, he is.
Which rather sort of tells you how he's got on hitherto, but at least he's saving the best for last, perhaps. 207 for 5. Wind blowing the tarpaulins of the tent away to the right next to the pavilion. Another single. They're scoring pretty easily at the moment. Again, just clipped away into the onside by Rossington. Goes along to 36. And, yeah, 207 for 5. 300 plus total would be very useful here. I suppose the only comfort for Middlesex, although they haven't got that early Warwickshire wicket, is that Somerset are 150 for 1 against Kent. So both Middlesex and Kent have had pretty ordinary days so far. Tom Lammonby is 84 not out for Somerset after a delayed start. Back cut by Critchley, good looking shot down towards deep backward point. And there was Mohammed Abbas to complete the fielding and another single, but scoring, rotating a strike with great comfort at the moment, these two.
Yes, they are. Thanks, Richard, for your email from Ingatestone. I think it's one stop on the line to Liverpool Street from Chelmsford, who points out that I was talking rubbish. My word's not his. Highlands House is not privately owned, it's owned by Chelmsford City Council. Thank you.
Northampton 124 for 3 at the Oval. Hassan Azad is out for 48 there. This is played by Critchley. Good looking shot down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs.
No ball.
Rossington rather. And that's Rossington's highest score of the season. Another no ball this time from Abbott. And it's a nice stroke. Over pitched and driven away down the ground by Rossington. And that takes him into the 40s for the first time this season in the Championship.
Yeah. As I say, no ball as well, so the score goes on to 215 for 5.
This is quite a dangerous partnership from the Hampshire perspective. We really need to separate these two quite quickly now, as Rossington here, again they're collecting runs off virtually every ball at the moment, up towards deep mid-wicket for another single. And yeah, this partnership really making a bit of a difference in the context of the day. 96 for 4, 132 for 5, but now 216 for 5 and 54 Critchley, 41 Rossington.
Thanks, Tony, for your email. He says, enjoying the commentary on my day off. Keep it going. I've heard from a good source. This is Tony Ellis's email. I've heard from a good source that Nick Brown will be moving counties. If that's true, shouldn't Essex be better off playing either Cushy or Pepper? Especially Cushy, who is better red ball player of the two. Also, Cushy has signed a new contract. I think he's made a mistake and will be better off at another county. What is your opinion on this?
Well, we won't go back to that argument we had earlier, or discussion we had earlier about Dan Lawrence. I mean, I suppose you could say that, I mean, obviously we don't know anything about that, and it certainly hasn't been anything that's been disclosed.
No.
But there was a thought that Cushy might play, might have played in his last few games, and he hasn't. No, I mean, Paul Water is a potential opener for Essex for me, and he's done it before. But, would you want to lose both your openers at the same time if Alistair Cook didn't continue? That's another point. 216 for 5.
And it's still Felix Organ to continue from this end, the river end. Moves in, bowls. Ball a very full length, swept away for a single down to long leg. Thanks, Mickey, who says, I love Essex, best county club team. If we beat Hampshire, by we he means Essex, if Essex beat Hampshire and Surrey draw or lose against Northants, Essex almost certainly win the league. Well, there's a few ifs there, but yep, thank you very much, Mickey, for your email. That's played off the back foot by Critchley, and they go through for another single.
Well, it just needs Karen Nair, who's batting for Northants at the moment, to make another of his triple centuries, because he has made one before, so if he could make a second one, that was in a test match as well. Surprised he only played 6 tests, getting a triple 100 in one of them.
A loud appeal for LBW, does not meet with the approval of the umpire.
Not a bad test record. He got 374 runs in his 6 tests, and a top score of 303 not out, so they must have judged him on the other ones.
Yes. Yes.
But as long as he can get a good score for Northants, that's absolutely fine.
So that's down the leg side, not a good delivery, and just helped on its way for a single, as very courageously the sun makes an appearance.
Yes,
but it's not going to be for long, I don't think. There's a lot of dark sky there.
Yeah, poor forecast for tomorrow, better for Thursday and Friday, very good for next week.
Organ again in, bowls, and that's played out to mid-on, or long-on rather, for a single. Lindsay says, what is Chelmsford famous notable for? I might mention that it's the only city, town, village, hamlet in Britain with the honorific Caesar in its Latin name, Caesaro Magus, Magus, can't remember how it's pronounced. Caesaro Magus, I think. That's just played defensively out on the onside. From Mr. Lindsay Wall, an Anglo-Scot exiled in Essex for most of my 60 plus years, enjoying the commentary, very high standard as usual. Thank you very much, Lindsay, indeed. End of the over. We've got a couple of emails to get through, which I'll seize upon the opportunity. Wait till Kevin's back. I don't quite follow that mic, so we'll have to wait till Kevin's back on air.
Translate it.
Yeah, well, it refers to him a couple of times anyway. Chris says, did I miss a response to my musings in the above email about my thoughts on our thoughts on Aaron Beard and the ability of Essex to play intelligent cricket at crucial times and in crucial games. Come back to that.
So Abbott, with interesting field position now, we've got two short mid wickets as this one is clipped away by Critchley wide of either of them along the ground for a single to take a score to 57. And Essex, this is a imposing 6th wicket stand now, which is damaging Hampshire 221 for 5.
Yeah, Aaron Beard is a bit of a conundrum, isn't he, really, because he has some very good days and he has some indifferent days.
If Essex are going to carry on with having the third seamer as the overseas player, you know, his opportunities are going to be limited in Red Bull games.
Yes, they are.
Abbott bowls, as this one clipped by Rossington in much the same place as Critchley did. Hampshire, there's another single there. They've got in basically a short mid wicket and then another much shorter, almost like a silly mid-on really, but a bit squarer than that. But those two deliveries basically were just clipped away much wider for singles, and these two looking very comfortable. And Rossington has just dug in and played very nicely and got to his highest score of the season, 44, 57 to Critchley. Rossington scored most of the runs recently, actually.
Yes, he has.
222 for 5. Just the one slip in as Abbott bowls. That's an appeal for LBW. I think it might be inside edge there, but nothing doing in terms of the umpire. So no problems there from Essex perspective. Yeah, so credit to Northampton today. They're battling hard at the Oval. 131 for 3. Doesn't matter. Bat as long as they want, I think, from Essex fans and supporters' point of view. They can still be down their first innings at the close of play on day 3 if they wish. But
yes.
Karen there is pretty crucial there. 32 not out. So here's Abbott again, bowls, and that's just pulled around the corner, and that's going to go away to a good stop, I think, actually on the fine leg boundary. And there's a bit of relay work between the two fielders, but good effort to prevent the 4. But runs coming too freely at the moment from the Hampshire perspective. There's a couple of runs there, 224 for 5, Critchley 59. Just get a feeling there's not much happening for the bowlers with this older ball, and therefore what Hampshire have to do is make sure they bat long enough to maybe exploit a similar scenario in the second innings of the match. Very little happening for the bowlers at the moment. That's that one, having said that, just pops a bit.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Critchley takes it almost high in the bat or even the glove, but falls safely. So as I say, we've got sort of, if you could have a silly short mid wicket, that would be it. And we've got a sort of more orthodox but still quite short mid wicket, slightly squarer, a mid on and mid off, a cover, a backward point, and a slip and a fine leg on the boundary, and a deep square leg on the boundary as well. 224 for 5. The sun briefly appeared, has gone in again, and Critchley just covers up, plays defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. Good day, another good day for Leicestershire. Now Yorkshire 112 for 6. Game that Leicestershire have to win to try and close that gap on Worcestershire in second place, and they're doing well with a couple of wickets for Shriven, a couple of wickets for Will Davis, 2 for Tom Shriven, and Yorkshire 112 for 6. struggling a bit there against Leicestershire, who as they need to win to keep the pressure on Worcestershire, who are 60 for no wicket against Durham.
And Chris also wants us to comment on, to quote, the ability of Essex to play intelligent cricket at crucial times and in crucial games. Well, there's a deep one. I'll come back to that as much as we are able. Well, quite spectacular appeal from Felix Organ for LBW, but no, somehow that never seemed out. And there wasn't a chorus of harmony joining in with his appeal either, as similar in as much as another appeal with equal enthusiasm.
I suppose there hasn't been a crucial game where Essex haven't performed to their best since May, Dick.
No, I mean they've won the last 6
Yes.
games. It depends whether you mean from the team's point of view or the individual's point of view. Essex have always had very, very shrewd captains, even going right back to Fletcher, Insole. They were always brilliant readers of a game and intelligent men who could make very shrewd decisions. There's no reason to think that Essex don't do that. I mean, that's pulled away to deep mid-wicket for a single. The phrase often used about Essex is fighting above their weight, and I think that really is an indication that they do play intelligent cricket. Of course, they've also been very, very lucky in recent years, especially since Cook retired from international cricket. Come back to that in a moment after this delivery, which is played another thin edge to third man or through third man and the slips for 4 more runs. Score moves on to 229 for 5. Sadly, I've forgotten what I was going to say. But,
about Essex sort of playing
intelligent
at crucial times, I think was the email, wasn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, they do, and sometimes the individuals do imprudent things, but that's the heat of the moment. Let's just play defensively. No addition to the score. End of the over. If I think of the other point I was going to make, we'll come back to it. And Chris finishes up saying, great to see Critchley and Rossington, dare I say it, playing very sensibly. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, I will continue a little bit. Apropos of that, I think one of the great assets that Matt Critchley has, he's not just a good batsman, a good bowler, a very good slip fielder, but he's also a very intelligent cricketer, and he bats according to the moment and builds an innings. Some players don't have the knack for building an innings. They know how to play the shots, but don't always know when, or don't seem to know when to play it or under what circumstances. Change of bowling from the far end. It looks as if it's going to be Dawson coming into the attack from the far end this time.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. He's already bowled a lot of overs.
Well, we've got an Essex representative out there for England under-19s at the moment. Luke Benkenstein's just gone to the wicket, but he hasn't got much left to do now because England under-19s are 163 for 2 against Australia, just needing a further 105 to win at Northampton, and that is because Jayden Denley, the nephew of Joe, who played in the Essex-Kent game at Canterbury in the 50 overs a few weeks ago, made 74 from 77 balls with 2 sixes and 8 fours. That's virtually guaranteed him a test place next year, I suspect. 229 for 5. And here is Dawson bowling, and that's driven away by Rossington for his 46th run. And I think Joe also played in that game at Canterbury in the one-day match in August. And I was reading that they were the first ever uncle and nephew combination since the modern Kent club was formed in 1870. 229 for 5. That's just played down by Critchley down towards backward point to Barker, and there's no run. So it might be that the likes of Allison and Thane aren't going to get much of a hit there because of the work that Jayden Denley has already put in. Just over 100 runs needed in the under-19 test. 230 for 5. Getting a bit gloomy again. I can't see we're going to get through these 24 overs.
No, neither can I.
But anyway, here's one that just pops off the bat of Critchley and runs down towards square leg for a single. I mean, the only thing Hampshire will be thinking of, goodness me, it's pretty difficult to take wickets with this older ball. Therefore, we've got to make sure we get in, past the 50 over stage of our innings, and then we might be able to enjoy a similar situation. So this is one fired in from Dawson and just played defensively by Rossington out into the offside, and there's no run. So 230 for 5. Dawson bowls, it's another flatter one, and Rossington just comes forward, and again playing defensively, and there's no run. So certainly, given the nature of the pitch, Essex are now doing what they needed to do in this first innings and getting a reasonable score. As here, Rossington lofts that one away, uses his feet well, lofts it away up towards long on. It's a good shot, that's away for 6. And that gives Rossington his first 50 of the season. It's been a while coming, but he got his head down here with Matt Critchley. And these two have now added 99. It's a very damaging partnership this for Hampshire in the context of the game. They've made use of the older ball. At times they've just dug in a little bit, at times they've been expansive. But what an impact was this having on the Essex innings today. 64 to Critchley, 52 to Rossington. And that is the 100 partnership actually. It's now 105 for these two for the 6th wicket, and it's really made a difference in the context of a day's play. 237 for 5.
Thanks, Robin, very much for your email, which is quite flattering, so much so that I won't read it word for word, but basically he thinks we weren't getting many emails because listeners and viewers are so enjoying the excellent service, the excellent commentary, and may it last ad infinitum, and never fail to give entertainment value, which is rarely available elsewhere. Well, that's really kind of you, thank you so much. And yeah, I remember the other point I was going to make, which is quite frequently overlooked. It's not exactly what Chris was talking about, but as regards Essex's success, they've been very fortunate, and I think this is often overlooked in recent years, particularly since Cook retired, that more often than not they've been able to pick their best side.
Yeah.
They haven't lost many players to international cricket, not on a regular basis, especially once Cook packed up, whereas a lot of other sides, they're constantly depleted, so I think that can be overlooked sometimes.
Yes, one of the impacts of Harry Brook's arrival, of course, is reduced Dan Lawrence's potential international appearances. Certainly that is a contributing factor.
As Organ moves in, bowls, that's just played quietly by Critchley. Thanks, Grumbler. Come back to that at the end of the over when there's a bit more time. Push through a little bit more and played out to past the initial cover fielder. They come back for a second quite comfortably, taking Critchley onto 66 out of Essex's 239 for 5. Organ moves in, bowls, and that's given probably too much air and pushed out to long on, where Tom Prestfield's just below us. I've rather lost track of time. I think shortly I should be making way for Kevin, but that's worked away backward of square on the onside. They'll think about and indeed take a second.
Well, in theory we've got 22 overs left, but it's almost 5 o'clock. The play was due to end at 5:30, so it remains to be seen how many of those we get in.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of overtime, or maybe not, depending on the light. Well, it doesn't seem to be getting any worse.
No, but I don't think, think about what a typical day's like at this time of year, Dick, and yes. Beyond 6 o'clock, you're not going to get that much cricket, I would have thought, with cloud cover.
And Rossington shuffles down the wicket a pace and a half, gets the pitch spin, turns it away on the onside. Grumbler says that the ball change just after lunch made a big difference. Today Essex lost their 2 well-set players and suddenly the pressure was on. That's pushed out to long on, where again it's pressed in the action. He's pressed into action, and they go through for a single. And Grumbler says, his words, not ours, the ball change nonsense is a blight on the modern county game, badgering the umpire and then pressurising to get a ball that offers the bowlers more. It happens all the time, including today. All teams do it, including Essex. To solve this, just hand it all to the umpires. Accept the request, the rest of the process could be handled by them.
Yeah, I've no idea why the players are allowed to get involved in it at all, actually. It must just be an umpire, because it will help the overage as well, won't it?
And he also says, just like the light, there is no involvement with players anymore. Maximum of 2 changes per innings. There have been as many as 5 in certain innings. I was there today, earlier. No idea why they went off for an early tea when it was not really raining. Yep, thanks Grumbler.
Right, here is Dawson, 2:44 for 5. Kevin about to come back in shortly as he bowls, and that's an appeal for LBW, not far away. It was a good shot that, as Critchley was beaten on a defensive shot. Not such good news from the Oval now. Someone has to stay with Karen there, but at the moment Northants are struggling to find that person because they've just lost 2 wickets quickly. 138 for 5, Keogh out to Tom Laws for 16, and Zaib to Jamie Overton for 2. So Nair is 35, and it's 138 for 5 Northants. But that has changed the complexion of the day at the Oval, and that's just played into a gap by Critchley for another run, takes him along to 69. It's 245 for 5, so not such good news from the Oval. After a good performance hitherto from Northants, as this is played defensively by Rossington up towards mid wicket, and there's Tom Preston, there's no run. 245 for 5, as that's pushed through by Dawson. There's not a lot in the pitch for him at the moment, and that's just played away out towards deep mid wicket for a single. It might just be that for Essex, if Hampshire can extend their first innings long enough, it will be difficult for the spinners to get much out of this pitch in the second half, if you like, of the ball's duration. It might change with the newer ball, mind you. But there's not a lot happening for the spinners at the moment, as that's just played defensively, and Critchley will stay on 69.
Yep, just one more ball of the over and then I'll make way for Kevin James.
2 wickets for Tim Werter, who announced his retirement, I think yesterday, I think it was. That's just played defensively by Critchley and partially stopped by Dawson. So Middlesex are 13 for 2 in the 7th over, and applied at Middlesex is 121. And put it this way, a lot of wickets going down at Lords. Interesting to see how many end up falling before the close, or how many, what sort of score Warwick should get. But that does sound very bowler friendly there. Of course, the overhead conditions are helping in that respect. So 246 for 5. Partnership now worth 114. And it's going to be Felix Orban to bowl again, and Hampshire, Kevin, well, they really urgently need a wicket, but not a lot has happened for the bowlers with this older ball, as we are 7 overs away from a new ball here.
No, these two are playing brilliantly. They're just playing at their own pace. They're playing the way they want to play. Nobody's able to disrupt that at all. So Felix Organ's coming round the wicket, trying his luck on a different line. As Rossington gets one that just holds on the turf a fraction. Just looks slightly, moderately surprised as he plays that back to the bowler. But yeah, they played terrifically well, these two. Haven't really looked in any trouble at all.
Critchley was the initial aggressor, sort of forced the field back, and he's pushed it all around ever since.
Organ again then bowls, and Rossington uses his feet, turns that to mid-wicket where James Vince is fielding. It's come out of the slip area now. No slip at all for Rossington. 56 from 89. think he hasn't scored too many runs in red ball cricket the way he's played today. Oh, it's popped up in the air, and James Vince was moving to his right and had to quickly turn to his left. I'm not sure he would have made it anyway, but that was a mistake. Got a little too anxious there, Rossington, to turn that ball square on the leg side, turn the face of the bat too quick. A little bit of luck there. As comes forward, Felix Organ dives to his right to pick that one up. There's no run. 20 overs to do after this. Still got quite a bit of play left in the day's play. Should we get it through?
Bright, the sun is trying to occasionally get through.
It is, isn't it?
But we won't get much after 6 o'clock, I would have thought, this time of year.
No. It seemed to get dark quite early last night when I was travelling up, as that's cut away on the offside. 57 Rossington, 247 for 5 Essex. In a very good position.
We were talking about 300 being a long shot last time, but now, I mean, they're just about to get their first batting bonus point, but bear in mind, of course, Surrey have got 5 Northants wickets already.
Yeah, 132 for 5 when these two came together. Looked a little bit precarious, but not now, as that's turned to mid-wicket. End of the over. August completed, 8 overs, none for 33.
Yeah, so the gap at the start of the day was 18 points, and at the moment it's 19, but both sides are about to get another point. We would have thought Surrey need 1 more wicket to get their second bonus point for bowling, and Essex about to get a point for their batting, and well, they've got it's a 75th over, so they could potentially look at a couple more if things went well. And Dawson bowls, and this is just played away to the offside for single by Rossington. It goes along to 58. I wonder if this 250 to 450 bonus points will be a one-season wonder. I rather hope it is, because it's not really a true reflection on how you build a championship innings successfully, really. This is played away along the ground, up towards long off for single. I know Mark Church was a big opponent of it when we were discussing it in the one-day game. That's not how Surrey approach things. It's all about sort of getting the big score to dictate what happens. As this is driven away by Rossington for another single out into deep cover. So 248 for 250 up, 250 for 5. As the manual scoreboard catches up, and that is a batting point for Essex. So the gap at the moment is back to 18 points between Surrey and Essex. Here is Dawson again, bowls, and Critchley just comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, I don't know, there were several reasons, wasn't it, for it coming on. I thought one was to try and encourage better pitches, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly, but I'm not sure that's particularly been a particular change there, as that's played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think you're going to have batting and bowling points. I think 200 to 400 was about right. I think it used to be 150 way back in the day. You started to get batting points, 250 for 5, and this is driven by Critchley. It goes up towards mid-off. There's no run. Dawson looking not totally enamoured with life at the moment. It's been a frustrating day for him, and this has been a very good partnership. 118 so far for the 6th wicket, 70 to Critchley and 59 to Rossington. 250 for 5 Essex after they won the toss and chose to bat.
I've been a little bit lax on the tweets this afternoon. Matt Tozer said, were you more surprised at Fuller's exclusion today or on Saturday? Well, I suppose when you look at the situation at the moment, you think, why are Hampshire playing 2 spinners? But that may become more evident as we go through the game. Saturday, I don't think he was ever going to play. He was there as injury cover. As Organ starts a new over, which that to mid-wicket, there was an agreement really, and I think most sides sort of adhered to it, that they weren't going to bring in players who hadn't played in the competition, the 50 over competition that is, early on, and just bring them in for the final, so that's fair enough. But of course, if there's an injury, that's different. Now Rossington goes big over mid-on, and a couple of the crowd just to our right have to stand up and get out of the way. That's it, the railings in the top tier. And that is 6 runs, and that is a very, very good shot. Low and hard, flat and hard from Rossington. Bit of power in that one. Moves on to 65, 256 for 5. Comfortable shot for 6, that one.
Yeah, played that very well. Rossington really just underlined the sort of benefit of having got himself in here.
Yeah, that's for sure. As flighted this time, just quietly pushes that to Vincent mid-wicket.
Yeah, a lot of problems here for Vincent. It was a day that was going along pretty well for much of it, but I think he would have been hoping that 256 would have been the outermost ambitions for Essex at one point.
Morgan staying around the wicket. Rossington comes down the wicket, makes into a low full toss past Morgan up to mid-on, where pressed Fields, and it is 257.5 here, Essex. Yes. This game's going to tie, isn't it, from last game here?
Yeah, Hampshire going to have to bat very well, their top order.
Comes in again, and Critchley works that along the ground to Vincent, there's no run.
But certainly a little bit more brightness now, the sun making occasional appearances. Still a poor forecast tomorrow afternoon and better last 2 days.
All good. Well, Critchley hammers that away on the onside, doesn't bother running for that. That's going for a bounce or 2 for 4 over mid-wicket. A little bit too short, and he was in position well before the ball arrived and just hammered that away. Critchley moves on to 74, 261 for 5, Essex.
Yeah, and moving into a very powerful position. I say the only thing that Hampshire will have in the back of their mind is there's so little happening for the bowlers at this stage, and of course they're so used to having a full seamer, a Holland or a Fuller, and I think you can't sort of say that they picked the wrong side. I don't think, but looking at Chelmsford's track record, knowing what they were going to expect, I think quite reasonable to play Felix Organ here, but he's not been able to make that much of an impact so far. Obviously it is the opening innings of the match, but so far this is I think Hampshire just needed to consolidate on that progress they were making at 96 for 4, and they haven't been able to do that. Organ, he's just gone for over 40 now, so proving a little bit expensive. He's going around about 4.5. In fact, the spinners have been a little bit on the expensive side collectively, so it has caused Hampshire some problems. Obviously Keith Barker's been very metronomic, 1 for 18 in 16 overs. Abbas 1 for 51 in 16, and Abbott 1 for 50 in 15, and he had 1 expensive over. So start of a new over, and this is a sweep shot here, which it's gone past short fine leg, goes away for 4 runs. First ball from Nick Gubbins, who's come on at the river end as Vince brings the changes. So carrying on with spin, but bringing Gubbins on, and that one swept away for another 4, 265 for 5. So Rossington has gone to 70, and he's really accelerated actually. His first 20 runs took quite a long time, but there's been considerable acceleration from him. 265 for 5, and Hampshire very much on the back foot now as Rossington comes forward and just plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Well, I suppose with the finger spinners not getting too much out of this pitch, it's worth trying a wrist spinner.
Yeah, Gubbins will bowl again, and just played into a big space on the leg side for a single, but at the moment this is going very much now to plan for Essex. Big first innings score put Hampshire under pressure, and at the moment that's exactly what they're heading for. 266 for 5. Full toss actually, and not particularly timed by Critchley. Could have hit that anywhere, but he's had to reach for it a bit and pulled it out towards Preston, deep mid-wicket. But a defensive field now for Hampshire. We've got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. And this is again just pushed into the consequently wide open spaces on the leg side in particular. Another single out towards deep mid-wicket, and these two doing much as they please. 3 wickets for Tim Merton now. Middlesex 121, and Warwickshire 25 for 3. 268 for 5 here. Again, just played defensively, but it gets past Gubbins, goes away for a single, goes up towards long on, and 269 for 5. And whoever heard of pitch inspectors having to visit Lords, but it'd be interesting. It's obviously very seamer friendly.
It will never happen. They could be all out for 50.
Never. But It's obviously Tim Burton's a very skilled practitioner, but it does seem as though it's very much going the seamer's way there today. 269 for 5 here, Critchley 76 and Rossington 72, and the partnership has actually doubled the score now because it started at 132, so they have put on 137 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, not surprisingly, Felix Organ's off, going for just under 5 and over. That's not really keeping the game under control. And Liam Dawson, who's just going for just over 4 and over, is taking over. Gubbins, I watched every ball on the live picture feed because we're not in line wicket to wicket here as Dawson bowls. Critchley's on the back foot, turns it up to mid-off, and it's a single 270 for 5. So I was just watching on the picture feed. I know there was one full toss and a couple of foolish deliveries, but I couldn't detect anything that Gubbins bowled that went off the straight. So again, for the spinners at me, it's just a little too early, which is why, of course, both sides were desperate to bat first. And it may also be, of course, that the atmospheric conditions are keeping the pitch sort of
holding it together down.
Yeah, holding it a bit more rather than it starting to break up. It's turned away square on the offside by Rossington, and there's no run.
Yeah, Surrey are getting their wickets at the other end. Karen there is there on 40 all right, but they've got 6 from the other end now. Northampton 152 for 6 at the Oval.
Dawson has got the slip. Oh, sweep shot wrapped on the pad. Rossington, there's a few, no, sorry, it's Critchley. There's a few sweep shots from both batters actually off Dawson that have wrapped the pad, but they've always been outside the line, or as late as the case, it's pitched probably outside leg stump, certainly going down anyway.
Well, Essex, they might even be thinking they can get 400 and get 4 batting points here.
Well, that's turned. That has turned. Pushing forward there, Critchley, and that's gone past the outside edge. The Dawson's just done that from time to time. That accounted for Lawrence after lunch, but it's just the odd one at the moment. Well, that's a beauty. Dawson bowls again forward. This time it doesn't turn, so it's pushed out to extra cover. That actually is Rossington batting, isn't it? The picture feed has got Critchley facing.
Yeah, number 17, Rossington.
Yeah, the picture feed is wrong, so don't take any notice of that at the moment. As Dawson bowls forward, Rossington.
Yeah, Northampton 157 for 6. Tom Laws 3 for 43. Came on as the 6th bowler. And just one of those useful players that Surrey have at their disposal. A very strong squad. And that's pretty useful for your 6th bowler to get 3 for 43. Although I think actually, it's partly, in reality, he was the 5th bowler because I think there's an injury there for Jamie Overton, who only bowled 5 overs and 1 ball. So in reality, he was the 5th bowler to be used, but still pretty useful figures for the 5th bowler. And 158 for 6 Northants now at the Oval, which is played away into the onside for a single. And Critchley moves along to 78, 271 for 5. So turning out to be a good day for both Essex and Surrey. With Essex with 1 batting point and the possibility of maybe 3 more if things went well, realistically. As this is a swivel pull here from Rossington. He gets it down to the fine leg boundary. He's dropping a bit short, Gubbins there. And he's got it away for 4 runs, and these two at the moment doing much as they please. It's really has changed the whole nature of the day round here. 275 for 5, and again just helping it on its way really, that one from Gubbins on leg stump. Just helping it round the corner for 4. 275 for 5.
He's not a frontline bowler. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's expecting that to turn square, the line that's bowling.
Gubbins bowls again, and, more accurate, brings Rossington forward but up towards cover, and there's no run.
That's a better line.
275 for 5, and just a defensive shot into the offside.
The last 2 have been better.
Yeah, but I'm just slightly running out of options here. Again, just Rossington digging in for the long haul here, not giving it away. The ball's not there, he's just playing defensively back down the pitch.
Well, the new ball's due after this over. I just looked up, just remembered.
Yeah, 80th over, and I'm sure we'll certainly be looking for some sort of change of fortune with that, as Rossington plays it along the ground out towards the backward point, and we'll move along to 77. He's almost caught Critchley up here. 78 to Critchley, 276 for 5. Yeah, thanks Chris for your emails about basically Essex and sort of managing situations. Of course, there were 1 or 2 in the 50 over competition where things did go wrong. They didn't bat the 50 overs and had 1 or 2 problems. You mentioned the game against Yorkshire when they were collapsed from 100 for no wicket. So yeah, the 50 overs perhaps Essex not quite able to, obviously with a much depleted side.
Dawson bowling the 81st over, so they haven't taken the new ball as yet. Washington drives out on the offside, 277 for 5.
Yeah, it's not quite able to deliver in the same way. Rather like Surrey, of course. Surrey had much the same problems. Not quite able to deliver in the same way with lots of youngsters in the side.
They were awful
the experience. Yeah, the lack of experience was telling at times.
Drive by Critchley past the diving Dawson. That'll be another single.
Well, Essex had a very good game against Surrey actually, in a bottom of the table clash at the end of the group stage. 2 evenly matched sides. It was a very good game.
Sunshine again. Need to bottle that up. Here comes Dawson. Dawson is pushed out into the covers. So these two really taking this game away from Hampshire already. What we think might become an increasingly lower scoring game. As Dawson bowls again on the back foot there, or he just looks up in the air. As Rossington just missed out on hitting that into the gap on the offside, hit it 2 straight. Straight to. Was that actually? I thought it was Gubbins, but Gubbins is on the drive on the offside. Looks like Fletcher Middleton out there. There's Dawson bowls again forward. So I wonder if Hampshire are going to take the new ball. Interesting that Dawson's bowling the 81st over with it.
Yeah, expect them to.
Have a little burst tonight with it.
Yeah, get these crucial wickets.
Bowls and Washington turns that to mid-wicket, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. Now what's James Vince going to do? Oh yes, Mo Abbas is taking his cap off. So it looks as though Dawson just had one final fling with the ball. And now it's going to be the Seamers.
Yeah, good effort from Leicestershire today, starting 21 points behind Worcestershire in the battle for that second promotion spot in Division 2. And they've really done all they can so far, because they've got Yorkshire 147 for 8 at Grace Row, but the problem is Worcestershire playing a Durham side now with really nothing to play for, because they're obviously a shoo-in for the title, even if they haven't got it already promoted. And Worcestershire 85 for no wickets, so the fact that Durham have done all they really need to do might be a bit of an issue there and, for Leicestershire, and Worcestershire taking advantage of that. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the openers, have put on 85 so far after the late start at New Road. So, but Leicestershire have got a couple of bonus points, and 132 it was when these two came together. So it's 146 the partnership now, and it has changed the complete complexion of the day really. Hampshire wrest some of the initiative back with a bit of a new ball burst. Have to hope that they can really, because at the moment it's very much going to the Essex game plan. 3 slips waiting as Abbas bowls and just pops a little bit. Critchley in the end plays it quite securely up into the offside, and there's no run. But Adam Rossington really has been the difference in a sense today, because obviously Essex have been used to Matt Critchley delivering very consistently 200s and 750s, but they haven't had much of a contribution from Adam Rossington compared to what he's capable of doing, and he's really underlined what he's about today. It's been a really quite important innings, and dug in and supported Critchley, and has played more expansively since. And here again another delivery that just pops slightly and is played quite high up on the bat there by Critchley. It's quite an interesting start that from a bat. It's happening with a new ball there.
Yeah, it just accentuates a little bit, doesn't it? The abnormalities in the pitch, if there is any there, just a little extra bounce. We haven't seen that for quite a while.
So yeah, Rossington, it's a little bit start of championship runs in his time with Essex so far, but 138 not out is his first class best. That's a good delivery. That's beaten Critchley outside the off stump, so a bit of encouragement with a new ball for Abbas there. 278 for 5.
We've already seen more encouragement in these 3 balls than we've seen for about the last 45 minutes.
Ball popping and now beating the batsman outside the off stump. So key thing is, can Essex break through with the new ball here? Otherwise they're probably going to be staring at 400 tomorrow morning. Here is Abbas again, bowls, and Critchley gets right into line and plays defensively just up into the onside, and there is no run. So Adam Rossington, yeah, he did get 100 last year in the championship in 2022, but this is his first 50 this season, and he might turn it into his first 100. But his overall average last year was just a shade under 25, below his career average, and he's actually been under that, only on around about 19 going into this innings, was making a difference as Abbas bowls, and Critchley comes forward and just plays bat and pad together up into the offside, and it goes up to Gubbins at cover, and there's no run. 278 for 5.
Well, he hasn't looked in any trouble at all, Adam Rossington, out there today.
No, and I say he's hasn't got, mentioned that 100, but by and large he's not really got going with the bat in the championship for Essex. Had a pretty good 100, didn't he? And it's obviously got him into maybe a good vein of form for these final few championship games. As a drive up into the offside from Critchley, but doesn't get it past cover. And once again, there's no run. Still the breeze getting up again, not quite as strong as it was earlier. Not the most pleasant day for watching, and we haven't had the sort of crowd that you often get here at Chelmsford. But maybe they're waiting for Thursday if there's still meaningful action in the game, because that's when the weather's due to start to improve. Not a particularly encouraging forecast for tomorrow, it has to be said. 278 for 5 in theory, still 13 overs left in the day. Critchley 79 and Rossington 78.
Yeah, looking at those clouds away to our right, I don't think it's going to get any brighter today, that's for sure. There's a maiden over from Abbas, the first over with a second new ball. A little bit of encouragement for the first time for quite a while for the Hampshire bowlers.
Yep.
There's going to be Barker from the River Can end at commentary end. He's bowled well today, Barker. 1 for 18 from 16 overs. Bowled very accurately indeed. It's coming round the wicket to Rossington. Rossington cuts past the diving Gubbins in the covers, and that'll be 4 runs. A little bit of a loosener there from Keith Barker.
Yeah, it's a sign of this current situation there, when Barker was metronomic, wasn't he, earlier on? And that's 150 stand, metronomic earlier on. And bowls his first ball with a new ball, and it's probably the worst ball he's bowled.
2 hours. That 150 run stand has come from a Hampshire point of view, it's coming up a little too quickly. It was about 200 balls as well, just over 200 balls to that 150. As Barker stays round the wicket, bowls to Rossington, and straighter ball. Rossington turns it away on the onside.
Yeah, so the situation in the match is they haven't batted yet, I know, but from Hampshire's point of view it's as gloomy as the weather at the moment, because they'll be realising that this has gone to the Essex game plan now, getting the first innings runs, and they're going to have to bat very well. Pressed in the side, strong looking top 5, they're going to have to deliver.
Set up for Harmer again. Here comes Barker. Full driven through mid-wicket, and Kyle Abbott's not making much of an effort to go after that, because that's always going to go for 4. Rossington picks up his second boundary in the over, and he moves on to 86. He said he hasn't been scoring runs this year.
Yeah, I mean, he did have that good 100, and I just wonder if, actually delivering in that competition has sort of translated into the championship a little bit, because he has been really scratching around in the championship. He's not been particularly fluent, below his career average.
So our new listeners, here at a gloomy Chelmsford. We find Essex on 286 for 5 as Barker's round the wicket and bowls to Rossington. He gets a good ball and he watchfully plays it back to the bowler. So Essex at one stage at 132 for 5. Well, it could have gone either way, the innings, but Matt Critchley and Adam Rossington has made sure that Essex have got themselves into a pretty decent position on this used pitch, the one that was played the last game here against Middlesex. At 286 for 5, you have to say they are looking in a very, very good position indeed as Barker comes in round the wicket and bowls to Rossington. Rossington drives pleasantly, and that's gone through Gubbins in the covers. Or has he got half a hand on it? I think he has. He's just hurt himself falling on those practice wickets at the far end of the ground, and Essex move on to 288 for 5.
Thank you, Kevin. And Kevin will be back with us shortly. He's going to be doing an update. We've got an email from the Grumbler saying getting the new ball after 80 overs when your side is 280 for 5 is like the key change after the third chorus of a Celine Dion power ballad. Suddenly it is game on all over again. Well, we'll see if that is the case as Barker goes round the wicket, and that is pulled away, and it's uppish but safe. It wasn't particularly timed, but it's going to be runs to Rossington. It's going out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and we can't see if it's being cut off just out of our side. I think it has just been, and they get back for 3 runs. So yeah, 293 for 5, I guess, in the sense that we got 2 batsmen that are set from the Essex point of view. Grumbler, it may be that it's going to be more of the same, and then the ball is going to come more easily off the bat. But after a challenging first over from Mohammed Abbas, certainly things have relaxed a bit in this over, and the runs are starting to flow again. And this really has, after say an initially morning session, early afternoon, where it's very much an even contest, this has now very much become Essex's day, as this is just played defensively up into the offside. What a fine partnership this has been between these two, coming together 132. They're taking it to 293, and with that spurt of scoring, Rossington, who was way behind Critchley at one point, has gone to 91, and Critchley has got 79. It's 293 for 5. So it just underlines how he really has gone through the gears in recent times. So yes, you referred to a Celine Dion power ballad, and it remains to be seen whether the championship is all coming back to Essex now or to Surrey. But you still think Surrey, because they've got Northants 6 down, suspended for bad light, and I suspect that is it for the day at the Oval. Northants 164 for 6, and this is driven by Rossington up into the covers, and there is no run. Well, Karen there, the new Indian signing, has got 45 not out. That's absolutely fine. The problem is that Surrey have been chipping away at the other end, and Northants 6 down, 164 on the board. Surrey will be fairly pleased with the way their day has gone. Obviously looking probably just to bat once in the game with the weather around, and get to victory that way, get as many batting points as they can, as Essex are trying to do here. It looked like they might get very few at all, but they could in fact get 4. 293 for 5 in the 84th, as here is Rossington just playing that up into the covers to Fletcher Middleton, and there's no run. So yeah, realistically they could get, I mean, if things went extremely well, they could get 5, but I mean I think 4 is probably a realistic target. 293 for 5 in the 84th. Of course it all depends on how many wickets Essex can keep in hand. If they were to have this pair put on another 100, then it would be a realistic possibility, and obviously they want to get as many batting points as they can and just try and close that gap on Surrey if Surrey weren't able to do likewise. So Abbas bowling to Rossington, who's on 91. Yes, this is edged and goes through, well, where a third slip would have been. There was basically 2 slips and then a gap, and it's gone between the 2. It would have been a low catching height, but that was a genuine edge. Good delivery from Abbas. He started well with the second new ball, and he's gone along to 95. I'll give way to Dick in just a second. Once we get a chance to have a break in play, I'll just do a couple more balls of this over. Bring Dick in. Yeah, 2 slips and a gap to a 4th slip, and it went straight between the two. So it just sums up the way it's been for Hampshire, really since the tea break. It's all been Essex since then. As Abbas bowls with Rossington on 95 and beats him outside the off stump. It's been a very good start with the second new ball from Mohammed Abbas. And it's a question of whether he can make the breakthrough now. 297 for 5 in the 84th over. And as I say, the way they've been going, particularly Rossington, I mean, if he was to stay, I mean, there's even a chance of getting to 450, which is unthinkable mid-afternoon. But of course, Essex want to get as many batting points as they can in this situation.
Might just be that the wicket's going to play better than we all thought.
Oh,
even the players and the management.
Here's Abbas bowls, and Rossington goes across his crease and just steers it away into the onside for his 96th run. And he's batted a lot better than a man who came in with an average of 19, I think it was, when he started the day. That average is going up all the time. And he initially was supporting Critchley, but it's interesting as the standards gone on. He's become more the aggressor. Critchley has just looked to stay at the crease and take runs where he can. He's done a very good job in that respect. 298 for 5, and here Critchley just covers up and plays defensively up into the offside. Well, theoretically, we've got 11 overs left. Remains to be seen if we get those. It's still reasonable conditions, but Critchley 79, Rossington 96. A few more words from Kevin, and then to take us through to what I'm sure will be the close of the day, Dick will be joining Kevin James.
So 20 runs have been added with the second new ball. Just 3 overs. So the ball's obviously coming off the bat quite nicely. And, a little bit of help for Abbas. But really with 2 batters that are going along nicely, have got the situation under control. Hampshire would have, I think they would have expected to have bowled Essex out by now. It just hasn't been the case. Batted very well, these two. Never really looked in trouble. Dick Davies.
Outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Oh.
Still Keith Barker bowling from the river end. And Essex 290 now for 5, 298 for 5 rather. So a splendid 6-wicket partnership from the Essex point of view. As Barker moves in again, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Rossington.
Wow, what is going on there?
In what respect?
Did you not hear that? You couldn't hear that? Wow.
I get used to it.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a regular occurrence where it sounds like the building's falling down
Yes,
behind us?
yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh,
okay.
no. It's
Apologies, everybody.
as Barker moves in, bowls. And that's just played defensively. As you may have noticed over the years, all the Essex commentators, we all have our own eccentricities.
Yeah, no, I maybe understandably I get nervous now after my 4-day stretch down at Somerset earlier this season, where the commentary box actually fell in on me. You can understand why I'm sort of nervous whenever there's a bit of a
Yes.
noise around me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As Barker moves in again and bowls. And let's work its way backward of square. Go through for a single. Taking Rossington on to 97. Which will be his 2nd century for Essex. He made 100 exactly against Surrey at the Oval last year.
That must have been a good 100.
It was. And next delivery. Played solidly, defensively. Thanks, Graham, for your email, which I'll get to at the end. Well, no, it's a seam bowler bowling, so I could get to it during the Oval. I'll come back to that after this. Barker walks back. He looks a bit of a tired man, to be honest. These are professional athletes, but you know, they're subject to all the same cares and woes as the rest of us. And that's just played flamboyantly, but very well fielded at mid-off. Excellently fielded. Barker just completes his 18th over. So the email from Graham the bookie, he describes himself as a river stand regular. So he's obviously either is sitting or regularly sits in front of us. This is a new record 6-wicket partnership at Essex against Hampshire. Old record was 160 by Trevor Bailey, 141 not out, and Barry Knight 84 at Westcliff in 1956. Good Lord, 67 years ago. Wow. Thank you very much for that, Graham. Don't think, well, I certainly hadn't appreciated it, and I don't think anybody else has mentioned it. Yeah, 160. So in 56.
Funny enough, I got exactly the same tweet from Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist and historian. So there we are. Look, they're all on the ball. Here's Abbas forward. Here's Rossington. That's pushed up to Barker at mid-off. They're all listening. They're all working things out. It's amazing how they all come alive. Those sort of guys, they come alive, don't they? Once you say there's a big partnership, they all think, right, okay,
yes,
let's get the books out, because there's got to be something on the horizon.
Yes. Yeah. So 1956. Well, that's even before my involvement, but I do a little bit of delving. Would that being Colin Ingleby Mackenzie era?
Ooh, Dave would tell you. He's listening. Forward.
Well, I could.
Washington. That's pushed out on the onside for a single. Moves on to 98, and that's the 300 up for Essex, and that's come up in the 86th.
In fact, I'll do better than that. I'll find the scorecard, and that might stir some memories in some of our more mature listeners. But I suppose in 56 you'd need to be, yeah, more than, well, yeah. Enough said.
Critchley, who's on 79. Been very quiet in the last half hour or so. That Critchley, but not there. So. He's cut that away, but there is a deep point. 301 for 5. Critchley on to 80. What a partnership this has been between these two. It's now worth 169. Dickie's looking. What were you looking up, Dickie?
I'm just looking to see that scorecard for that match at Shortwell Park in 1956, just out of interest, see if any.
Played where?
Shortwell Park, where you've played club cricket.
Oh, down at Wesley.
Westcliff, yes, sorry.
At Westcliff, sorry. Wesley? Westcliff.
Westcliff, yes.
Here's Abbas. Rossington lets that one go. It might be a good idea. Do you want to commentate on Mr. Rossington, because he's only too short of 100? I don't know.
Yes.
Some
no, you're
commentators
true.
like to be doing something on their own player when they're reaching such a milestone.
Well, it's more our lords and masters in the dressing room, in the studio, who like to clip these bits for maybe for posterity. So thanks, Kevin. We appreciate that. So it's Abbas from the Hayes close end, moves in and bowls to Rossington on 98, and you can augment that by 1 as he just plays it out into the covers. So yeah, I will.
So I do Critchley, and then it gives you time to look up that scorecard, and then when Rossington's on strike, we'll swap. How's that?
Yeah, brilliant.
The clouds look a little higher, which is rather worrying for me. I thought we might have been in by now, but looks like we're going to get a few more of these 9.1 overs in. Where's the low cloud when you need it? Abbas from that Hayes close end bowls Critchley forward, pushes that out to Gubbins in the covers. End of Abbas's over. 19 overs, 1 for 59. It's been hard work for him today, as it has for all the seamers really. Only 1 wicket for Abbott from 15 overs, 1 for 50, and just the 1 wicket for Keith Barker early on. Like Abbas, 1 for 34 from 18. none of the main Hampshire front three seamers able to make any real decent inroads.
So it's going to be... No, it's not going to be Keith Barker. I thought, you know, with all due respect to a loyal servant, he did just look... The way he trudged back to his mark towards the end of that over, he looked like a weary commuter who's just got off the, I don't know, the 604 from Liverpool Street to Chelmsford. And, and just wanted to get back home, put his feet up, and have a cup of tea. Of course, that may be it doesn't have to go by train, but that might be something akin to what Barker wants anyway. I mean, under these circumstances, you know, you're a former player, you know, aren't they similarly almost praying for, you know, the weather to close in and call it a day?
Well, it would have been hard out there as well with the wind,
yes,
and the rain that they actually have played through. Not serious rain, but they have played through light rain at times. You know, that's an added factor that, you know, it fatigues you during the end of a day.
Yes, as Abbott moves in, bowls to Rossington. Rossington plays that out into the covers, sort of mid-off rather, no addition to the score. Yeah, we'll come back to this historic game, which I've now found ere long. So Essex on 302 for 5, Rossington on 99 off 137. Kyle Abbott bowling from the river end. Moves in now. Bowls to Rossington. Rossington plays that diligently, just pushes it out to mid-off, no addition to the score.
Umpire's just having a look at Abbott's front foot, just making sure, just letting him know that he's close.
Yes.
Still that creaking sound around.
There is, isn't there?
Yeah. It's been there all day.
As Abbott moves in again, bowls to Rossington, who just pushes it out to mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single, and Rossington is there. He's home and dry for his 100, his second 100 for Essex, the other one being a century at the Oval, and it's been a splendid innings along with Critchley. I'm tempted to say with good support from Critchley at the start of the partnership, then it was Critchley very much in command, but Rossington has come to the fore, overtaken him, and he's now gets the applause of the crowd and from his teammates up on the pavilion, and congratulations from his partner. So an excellent knock there. Rossington 100 off 139 deliveries.
He's played some super shots in that sort of flat six from Liam Dawson that hit the railings just to our right on the top tier was
yes.
one, but it's been a chance that's not.
Yep.
So here's Abbott, runs away from us, bowling to Matt Critchley. And the way he's playing, he'll probably feel there's 100 there for him as well, although he drives and he goes a little square on the leg side than he intended. Ball just nips back a fraction there from Kyle Abbott, and the Essex total moves on to 304 for 5, and that's 172 now, the partnership.
And Critchley has 81 of them.
Yeah. It's been a terrific second half of the day for the home side, who at one stage were 132 for 5 at 25 to 3.
Yes.
Paul Walter was LBW to Dawson. Dawson's second wicket, you thought, this could be interesting as that's pushed out into the covers. You thought maybe the spinners were just starting to benefit from the fact that this is a used pitch, but hasn't really been the case. Just the odd one's done it for Dawson, but that's about it. Felix Organ didn't really get anything out of this wicket at all. Conceded 44 from 9. And the seamers certainly haven't had much. So I think all in all, this wicket has played pretty well.
Yes, it has. Oh, yes.
And conditions probably have just sort of helped keep the wicket playing the way it has, as that's a lovely drive through extra cover. Adam Rossington can't do much wrong here at the moment. He'll be enjoying himself out there. That was just no more than a push drive raced out of the middle of the bat. And that takes his total on to 104 and the Essex total on to 308 for 5. There are still 8 overs left in the day's play, and I'm sure the Hampshire players are looking up thinking, where's that dark cloud when you need it?
Yes, exactly.
It's been here all day, and now, if anything,
the sun's coming out.
The cloud's a little higher.
Yes. So, yeah, I've found that scorecard now, and eventually the match was drawn, and yeah, the Essex side comprised Messrs Dodds, Barker, Taylor, Insole, Bailey, Smith, Knight, Greensmith, Smith, Ralph and Preston. Some of those names, or most of them, will ring a bell in with some Essex supporters. And Hampshire, well, I was right that Ingleby Mackenzie was playing, but also so was Gray, Marshall, Horton, Raymond, Rainsbury, Barnard. Come back to that after this delivery. And that's pushed out in the offside. They go through for a single. The captain was a chap called Eager.
Desmond Eager.
The keeper was Harrison, and there was also Derek
Harrison.
The great Derek Shackleton, who arguably the best bowler never to have played for England, and Cannings.
Vic Cannings.
Yeah. As Abbas moves in and bowls, and Rossington comes down the wicket to him, not in a particularly pugnacious way, but just edging his way down the track. So, yep, some veritable names on both sides there all those years ago. Gordon Barker opening with Dickie Dodds. He, long after he'd packed up, I hasten to add, he'd taught me the rudiments of the game, Gordon Barker.
It's pushed out into the covers by Rossington. Abbas searching for his second wicket, hasn't taken one since 25 to 11 this morning.
No. That of Alistair Cook.
Yep. Yeah, some good names there. What was the result of that in the end? Draw. Did you say? Yeah. 3-day game, obviously.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's more likely than not, isn't it?
Yep.
So if there's good weather around. Bass running towards us again, coming down the wicket, and that's hammered up to mid-off. Not really timed, actually. A real punch shot with the bat at sort of a 45-degree angle there from Rossington. That was more T20-esque type of shot than 4-day. Obviously feeling good out there. It feels like he can stroke the ball around now where he wants. I suppose sometimes that's when you're at the most vulnerable. A little slap, that shot. A couple of supporters in front of us having a nice little chat. Here comes Abbas down the wicket. He's trying to hammer that away, and he's edged now. As I said, he's at his most vulnerable. He's come racing down the wicket. He's nowhere near the pitch of it. He's trying to smack that away wider mid-on, and that edge has gone hard through to Ben Brown, and Rossington goes for 104. And finally, from a Hampshire point of view, that 6th wicket has been broken. 309 for 6 now.
Yes, so a splendid partnership, a splendid innings, and Rossington will no doubt receive the accolades that he duly has earned. And yep, so Abbas gets his 2nd wicket. And Rossington acknowledges the crowd in front of the pavilion. Not that there's that many people in front of the pavilion now, most of them. Well, there are a few more in pavilion. When I was off air, I went for a walk around the ground, get a bit of exercise, and went into the pavilion at the end. And there's quite a few actually in there, but yep, discretion being the better part of valour. They'd rather watch from the comparative comfort of the bar area rather than the equal discomfort of outside. So Rossington made
104.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just sensed in it over that it's almost, as a batter sometimes you can just get to a point where you think, well, I've done enough.
Yes.
I've done enough here, so now I'm going to enjoy myself.
Yeah.
And it just looked the way he played in that over, that's exactly what he was going to do.
Yes, which is fair enough. 176 partnerships, so they've rewritten a small part of the record books between them, Critchley being the other man. And Simon Harmer comes to the crease.
Oh, he's a man that's improved his batting a bit, isn't he, really?
Yes. Most batsmen are obviously vulnerable early on in their innings, and I think Harmer seems to exemplify this almost. If he gets to double figures, he might get a reasonable score. But
Abbas comes in, Harmer's forward, goes out to Gubbins, end of the over. So Abbas has bowled 20 overs now, and he has 2 for 60. And we still have 7 overs left in the day.
Yes, 5 to 6, or 6 minutes, yeah, 5 to 6. 7 overs of the day, with seam bowlers bowling, that's 25 past 6.
Almost an hour over time. Yeah. Mind you, we lost about 35 minutes, haven't we, to rain in total?
Yes, but only 1 over, which is quite remarkable.
It's not bad in half an hour, is it? That 1 over that takes half an hour.
Yes.
That's what we lost. Which is probably just as well, really. I don't think any of us would have enjoyed that, watching that 1 over take half hour.
No. Abbas moves in, bowls to Critchley, who gets on his toes and just plays it out to mid-off, no addition to the score of 309 for 6. So Essex have their second bonus point. Hampshire also have 2 by virtue of taking their 6th wicket. Or the Essex 6th wicket, rather. And Abbas turns, wearing number 87 for reasons best known to him, moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively. Unless that's the year he was born, 87 would make him, what, 36, is that about right?
I think that's what it is. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was told to me many moons ago, but like everything really, even last week when I'm told things, I can't remember.
No.
But it might very well be. It might be something as simple as that.
Yes.
Do you know what? I was just thinking that 309 for 6, okay, ideally from a Hampshire point of view, probably want it to be 8 down maybe, but probably nothing's happened today that they probably didn't unexpect.
No. And somewhat tentatively, Critchley pushes forward there and picks up a single. Bit of pad, I think, because there was a lone appeal from one of the slips. But,
yeah. So you guys got 300 in the first innings against Middlesex here last week, and you got 300 in the second innings. But they'll look at the stats, and that would have been taken into account. So they probably were expecting, whoever batted first would get 300. Yes. You guys won the toss, so that was quite crucial. But I just can't help feeling that at 132 for 5, Hampshire probably felt that there was a chance of getting stuck in there and actually trying to finish off the Essex innings for below 200, but that's not happened.
But if memory serves me right, which it doesn't always, admittedly, as Kyle Abbott moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. At least there'll be no self-recrimination in the Hampshire camp. I don't think they've missed a chance. They haven't, quite surprisingly, given the weather, they haven't dropped a catch, I don't think. There's no chance it's gone missing.
I don't think they've done a lot wrong, really. I mean, the bowling's been pretty good all the way through. I just think, I don't know, maybe I expect the wicket to do a little bit more. When you look at the conditions that we've had, and as we've been saying all day, they've not been good at all.
No.
Low cloud cover, lots of gusts of wind, which may not have helped the bowlers, but even so, I don't know. Maybe I thought that today would be a day where you could bowl a side out cheaply.
Yeah. Abbott to Harmer. Harmer, total contrast to Rossington, who's just played totally defensively. He will probably play a greater part in how this match goes than with the ball than with the bat. And faces up to Abbott now. Moves in, bowls, and that's again met with a defensive bat and it trickles back to the bowler at the end of the over. And 5, I'm not sure if they've clicked up to the, what is it that?
6 remain.
6 still left, yeah. Harmer still to open his account. Critchley 83, Essex 310 for 6. 6 overs to go.
Umpire's got the light meter out. There is a lot of dark clouds that are starting to blow over this way. It won't take long for them to come. Maybe I think that this meter reading is about an over too early. Maybe they're just using it as a benchmark.
Yes.
There's a few players crowding round it. That's not ideal from an Essex point of view if they want to carry on playing. Oh, they're going off.
They're going off.
Right, do you know what? I'm half surprised at that.
Yes, I am, because, well, okay, we don't have the technology with us, but to my mind it doesn't look any worse than it has done for the last half hour or so. But yeah, so 310 for 6 currently. I'm tempted to say they won't be back, but you never know. One of the many strange things about cricket is, especially at the professional level, is the sort of vagaries of the bad light regulation, and it's quite, it's not inconceivable they could come back even if it was only for 1 over. But looking away to our right, where the weather comes from over Writtle Agricultural College, the sun is more or less disappearing. Not that it ever had a big influence on proceedings, and there's a greyer shade of there's not 50 shades of grey, there's a couple of shades of grey, and one of which is distinctly darker than the other. The umpires are still staying out there, which possibly indicates that it might improve, and they'll keep a regular watch on the light meters. So in summary, as I say, it's 310 for 6, with Harmer not out 0, Critchley not out 83, and the batsman out. Nick Brown caught by Ben Brown off the bowling of Barker for 3. Alistair Cook bowled by Abbas for no score. Tom Wesley caught Vince, bowled Abbott for 50. Dan Lawrence caught Vince, bowled Dawson 36. Paul Walter LBW to Dawson for 14. And Adam Rossington, the most recently out, the centurion of the day, caught by Brown off the bowling of Abbas for 104. Apart from those 2 batsmen, Critchley and Rossington, obviously made the major contribution, although Tom Wesley still did get a 50. And Critchley and Rossington made a record-breaking 6-wicket partnership against Hampshire of 172. So I think whether or not we call it a complete day or not, I don't know, but it seems quite likely that that's the end of proceedings for today, but I won't put it any more. For listening and watching, and your emails, which really help to make the day go by, especially on a day like this, which is a bit cheerless and charmless in many respects. But that stand, that 6-wicket stand, and your emails have between them brightened up the day considerably. So thank you very much for listening. If there are any more overs left, and they do play, then we will commentate on them, but at the moment it seems unlikely. And so thanks again, and forecast for tomorrow is getting progressively worse, which suggests that probably, I think it has been, Kevin's just pointed out that they are sweeping up, which they would probably only do it, or I'm not sure about the regulations, but that does mean it's the end of the day. Does it? Oh, I don't know. No. Anyway, yes, the forecast for tomorrow is not good, but it's getting progressively worse, so we probably will be on air from about 10 onwards. So if you can support us the same way as you've done today, then we'll be very happy. And thanks for listening today, and whatever you're doing this evening, enjoy it.